Kotaro, a young boy, reflected on his past. He had always found himself facing 3 bullies. He encountered his 3 tormentors, Kane, Akari, and an unnamed boy. They were taunting him, mentioning his upcoming move and promising a rematch. The bullies, confident in their victory, declared this would be their last beating of Kotaro before he moved away. The scene shifted to introduce Kane, a basketball prodigy, and Mangetsu Shigeru, a video game genius. Akari Mizuki was identified as the strongest of the 3 bullies. Kotaro, burdened by his past defeats, felt the weight of his 100 losses to the trio. Mizuki-san, a young woman, intervened, confronting the bullies and defending Kotaro. Mizuki-san scolded the bullies for their actions, while Kotaro, though grateful, felt uncertain about her words of encouragement. Kotaro, steeled by his past experiences and Mizuki's intervention, resolved to finally exact his revenge. The scene opens in an academy office. A bespectacled, older man sits at a desk, speaking on the phone with a young man with dark hair. The older man congratulates the young man on passing his transfer exam with flying colors, remarking on how incredible it is for a student like him to attend their academy. Meanwhile, the young man, seemingly lost in thought, mutters to himself about ignoring what he just heard. He then enters a hallway, his expression hardening. He vows to make everyone get down on their knees. Outside, the young man observes 2 students and a girl near a row of lockers. He notes that, as far as he knows, these individuals study at the academy. He reflects on having lived in Tokyo for 5 years due to his parents' work, but now that he's back, he intends to demonstrate how much he's evolved since last seeing his old bullies. His thoughts turn to those who consistently beat and degraded him in the past. He spots his old tormentors in the distance, playing basketball. A girl with pigtails approaches him, startling him. She identifies him as the new student and expresses her delight at his height. She comments on his perfect score on the transfer exam. The young man is confused by her sudden friendliness. The girl grabs his arm, leading him away. He wonders if she likes him, considering the possibility that he might be a virgin. The girl's actions cause a strange feeling in his abdomen. She explains that she rushed out of a club and didn't have time to change her shirt. He notices her impressive physique. Meanwhile, another student observes the scene, commenting on the girl's popularity and revealing her name is Akari. Kotaro, a young man with dark hair, stood stunned as a girl with pink hair playfully bumped into him. He looked surprised, muttering something unintelligible. The girl, meanwhile, commented on the unbelievable fact that she had won the National Wrestling Championship, despite her appearance. His surprise deepened as he registered the girl's name, Akari, and the context of her victory, the National Wrestling Tournament. Another boy, grinning mischievously, watched from the sidelines. The girl, Akari, glared at 2 boys who had been watching them, their faces flushed with embarrassment. She muttered about how irritating it was that they were unable to control their reactions. Meanwhile, the other girl, whose name was revealed to be Akira Mikazuki, was being questioned by Kotaro. Akari, still agitated, confronted Kotaro, exclaiming that it had been a while since they last saw each other and commenting on his appearance. Kotaro, however, was more focused on the fact that Akari appeared to be female, a fact that surprised him. Akari explained that it was convenient up to a point, and that it wasn't her fault that he never asked about her gender. Kotaro, still reeling from the revelation, questioned why she hadn't told him she was a woman. Elsewhere, 2 other girls walked down a hallway. One, with short dark hair, held a cup of coffee. The other, with long blonde hair, commented that despite the time passed and their similar appearance, Kotaro didn't look too bad. The blonde girl, Kane Abarazuki, introduced herself and her companion, Mangetsu Shigeru. Kotaro, still processing the previous revelations, was utterly bewildered by their appearance and the fact that they were all girls. Kotaro's mind raced, unable to comprehend the situation. He saw the 3 girls together in his mind's eye, and the sheer impossibility of it all overwhelmed him. He couldn't believe that all 3 of his childhood bullies were girls. Shigeru pointed out his insensitivity, reminding him that he hadn't changed at all since they last met. She also questioned why, even if they were female, they were all female. The girls explained that they had kept their gender a secret to avoid Kotaro's reaction, and that it was the reason why they had acted as they did. 3 girls stood together, their expressions a mix of anger and determination. One of them, with sharp eyes and a sneering smile, spoke, revealing a hidden resentment. So you too, huh? At that time, I didn't know there were 2 other girls besides me. Another girl, seemingly calmer, offered a justification. Well, it's all for the benefit of friendship. The 3 girls confronted someone, their protective stance clear. One of them, her voice sharp with warning, declared, "It's mine, you don't dare touch him." Meanwhile, a young man with a backpack lay on the floor, seemingly caught in the middle of their argument. He observed the scene with a mixture of confusion and apprehension, thinking, I'm not sure what's happening, but it appears that they are arguing. A girl approached the young man, her face alight with recognition and excitement. She exclaimed, "Ah! I knew it. You're Kotaro. It's been a while." Another girl tried to stop her, warning, "Hey, don't hug me, that will get us into trouble." Kotaro, however, seemed surprised and slightly uncomfortable, responding, "I'm sorry, but you're acting too friendly, you?" The excited girl continued her enthusiastic greeting, commenting on his appearance and suggesting they go out together. Meanwhile, another girl watched from a distance, a knowing smile playing on her lips. The girl revealed her identity. "It's me. Mizuki Akatsuki. I was your neighbor." Kotaro apologized for any misunderstanding, explaining his previous feminine appearance. Mizuki, however, seemed to have a different reaction. Mizuki's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "No. Aren't you a girl?" The revelation hit him like a ton of bricks. All his tormentors had been targeting him because they craved his attention. He had been so focused on revenge that he hadn't even considered this possibility. Meanwhile, the girls, his former bullies, looked on with a mixture of smugness and something akin to regret, one of them even offering a half-hearted apology. The school day ended, and Kotaro found himself the target of unwanted attention. 3 girls approached him, each with a different proposition. One invited him to her house to play video games, another to the dojo, and a third to the academy. Their smiles, however, held a subtle undercurrent of something more. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the school, Mangetsu Shigeru, a beautiful and talented gamer girl, and Kane Aburazuki, a basketball prodigy, discussed Kotaro's absence, wondering where he had gone. Akatsuki Mizuki, the PE teacher, confronted the 3 girls, questioning their intentions towards Kotaro. Mizuki, one of the girls, insisted that she never intended to bully Kotaro. But Akatsuki countered that she had always mocked him since he was a child. The scene shifts to Kotaro playing a video game at home with a friend. His friend observes, noting something amiss. He is then revealed to be the one who challenged Mizuki to a game, and she is now realizing the extent of her actions. Akatsuki's argument is deemed sound, and Mizuki is left to contemplate her actions and the need to apologize to Kotaro. 3 girls are shown in a school hallway. One, with shoulder-length hair, is thoughtfully stroking her chin. Another, with shorter hair, looks down, seemingly pensive. The third girl, with pigtails, laughs uproariously, leaning back with her arms behind her head. A narration box reveals that this last girl, Shigeru, has always had a disturbed attitude. The first 2 girls react with surprise as a fourth girl, with short, dark hair, angrily confronts them, shouting that they are not exempt from the situation. The scene shifts to a gymnasium. 2 boys are wrestling on the floor. One, Kotaro, is on the bottom, his face expressing discomfort as the other boy, Akira, is on top of him, holding him down. Akira claims it's just a punishment game, while Kotaro protests that Akira is touching him. The narration reveals that Akira kept grabbing Kotaro's balls while overpowering him. Kotaro is shown naked from the waist down, and Akira is standing over him, holding a basketball. Kotaro's thought bubble reveals his discomfort at being seen naked. Akira's thought bubble reveals that he didn't get to take anything from Kotaro. Kami, another boy, is shown watching, and his thought bubble reveals that he'd bet that the loser of their basketball game would strip off after playing. The scene shifts back to the hallway, showing the backs of 2 of the girls' heads. One asks the other if she is lying. One of the girls, Shigeru, is shown with a shocked expression, while the other girl, with shorter hair, looks on with a concerned expression. Shigeru is being questioned about why she touched Kotaro's genitals. She vehemently denies any intentional wrongdoing, claiming it was accidental. The other girl angrily calls them both freaks. Another girl, with long blonde hair, is shown reacting to the situation, expressing her disapproval and stating that if Kotaro is hurt again, she will never forgive them. She also points out that the actions of the other girls are an abuse of authority as teachers. Kotaro and Akira are shown in a hallway. Akira is looking at Kotaro with a questioning expression. Kotaro is looking away, seemingly uncomfortable. Akira states that he doesn't think what happened was harassment. Kotaro is shown walking away, while the 3 girls from earlier watch him. Kotaro explains that in his eyes, what happened was simply the consequences of losing contests that he couldn't win. The girls are shown reacting to Kotaro's explanation. One of them, the blonde girl, states that she didn't feel that way, even though they could have treated him horribly. Kotaro, his face contorted in a furious grimace, declared that this was not over. He wouldn't limit himself to video games, basketball, or wrestling. He would challenge them in studies, football, and even karaoke, competing against them in the same sports they had tormented him with 5 years prior. Meanwhile, 3 girls, their expressions ranging from apprehension to malicious glee, listened intently. One of them warned that if Kotaro lost, he would face the same punishment as before. Kotaro, pointing an accusing finger, vehemently explained that he couldn't even begin to describe the torment he had endured over the past 5 years. One of the girls, however, retorted that he would receive the same treatment they had inflicted upon him. The punishment, as one of the girls explained, would involve stripping Kotaro of his clothes. She added that she wouldn't stop at just watching, she would also touch him, and she wouldn't spare him. The girls' expression shifted from anticipation to a mixture of excitement and aggression. One of them suggested a fight as a more suitable alternative to the punishment. Kotaro, however, declined their offer, explaining that he had a video call scheduled with a girl and proposed to postpone the challenge until tomorrow. The girls reacted with a mixture of surprise and confusion to his unexpected response. Later, Kotaro revealed that he had met a girl in Tokyo and instantly fallen in love. She had become his primary focus ever since. One of the girls, intrigued, questioned Kotaro about his feelings. This was the true reason behind his actions. Kotaro, one of the bullies, sneered at a girl with short black hair as he left the classroom. He taunted her with a parting shot, "See you tomorrow, prepare for your defeat." Another girl, her face obscured, called out to Kotaro as he reached the door, "Kotaro, hold on. We're not done yet." The short-haired girl and 2 of her friends, their faces hidden behind their hands, huddled together at a desk, their shoulders slumped in dejection. One of the girls, with twin tails, spoke, her voice laced with a mixture of curiosity and concern. She mused about Kotaro's recent behavior, noting that, since he was gone for 5 years, it makes sense that he would like someone else, and having a video call despite the distance, they are already a couple. The short-haired girl, however, felt a pang of regret and self-reproach. She lamented, "We have no shame because we were mean to him in the beginning and now we're attempting to win his favor." Meanwhile, the twin-tailed girl continued her analysis, "I'm an idiot for getting my hopes up. Because wearing just the shirt made him focus more on me, should I wear a blazer tomorrow?" The twin-tailed girl showed the short-haired girl different uniform designs, explaining, "To see which uniform Kotaro prefers, I'm experimenting with a few different designs." The short-haired girl responded with concern, "Wait a minute, what are you talking about? I still have a chance as long as nothing is official. Kotaro will only hate you more." The twin-tailed girl, undeterred, declared her feelings, "I love him more than anyone else in this world, and I'm sure I can make him very happy." Love is making plans for someone's life without getting their consent. You don't get to choose who you fall in love with, and you can't control it either. The winner is whoever's ego is the biggest. Tears streamed down the faces of both girls as the twin-tailed girl issued a final warning, so don't get in my way. Mizuki, a young woman with pigtails, stood in a classroom, her expression a mix of guilt and apprehension. She admitted to having misjudged Kane, one of the bullies, in some way. Meanwhile, Kane and his accomplices watched from a distance, their expressions smug and unrepentant. The scene shifted to two girls, their faces flushed with anger and determination. One, with short, dark hair, glared at the other, who had pigtails, her finger pointed accusingly. The pigtailed girl declared her love for Kotaro, exceeding that of her rival. She vowed to win Kotaro's heart within the remaining 3 years of high school. Outside the school, a young man, Mizuki-sensei, hurried away, politely but firmly telling someone to not follow him. Another young man, Kotaro, called out to him, desperate to catch up. Kotaro caught up with Mizuki-sensei, expressing his disbelief at Kotaro's sudden maturity and change in behavior. He felt betrayed by Mizuki's actions. Mizuki, however, countered that he hadn't fully confirmed his masculinity to Kotaro yet. Kotaro, blushing deeply, appeared flustered by the offer. Back at school, Kotaro apologized to Mizuki for bothering him too much. He revealed that he had already met someone he liked. Mizuki, intrigued, pressed Kotaro to describe the girl he liked, prompting a description of her appearance and personality. Kotaro described her as very attractive, innocent, and serious, with a unique feature, cat-like ears. He also revealed that she aspired to be an idol and was the daughter of a demon king. Kotaro, a young man with flushed cheeks and a mischievous grin, proudly displayed his phone screen. It showed Fumitan, a popular VTuber in virtual Tokyo, currently live. He was captivated by her stream, a look of quiet fascination spread across his face, his eyes wide with a mixture of admiration and something akin to adoration. Mizuki, witnessing Kotaro's behavior, felt compelled to sharply criticize him. She found his fascination with the VTuber inappropriate, given the context of their current situation. Two male students gossiped about Kane, the incredibly beautiful and academically gifted vice president, who also excelled in sports. One of them noted that she was the daughter of the Tsukini concern. The students were awestruck by Kane's perfection, wondering if the rumors surrounding her were true. One student, emboldened by Kane's beauty, expressed his desire to date her, only to be quickly dismissed by his friend, who pointed out the vast difference in their social standing. Meanwhile, the class president complimented Kane on her excellent work chairing the student council meeting. He seemed unaffected by her beauty. He expressed his hope that someone would take his place as president, and that it was great that she would be able to do so. The other girls present found the class president handsome and admired his composure. One of the girls commented on how unusual it was for Kane to remain unaffected by his compliments, and another wondered aloud why they weren't dating. Suddenly, Kotaro, a basketball player, appeared, interrupting their conversation. Kane, however, seemed unimpressed and slightly annoyed by his sudden challenge. Kotaro's proposition was far from a simple game. He planned to strip his opponent naked if he won. Kotaro, undeterred, chased after Kane, determined to play his game. Kana, a young woman with short, dark hair, stood beside a taller male figure in a military-style uniform. His expression was stern as he addressed her, his words laced with disdain. He commented on her association with someone he deemed disgusting. Meanwhile, a different scene unfolded. A woman with long, light hair and a businesslike attire smiled knowingly, recognizing someone named Kotaro. She watched as Kotaro and Kana conversed briefly in the hallway. Kotaro, dressed in a similar uniform to the man from the previous scene, assured Kana that everything would be alright. The woman noted Kana's unusual smile, something she'd never seen before. The scene shifted to the school gymnasium. Kotaro and Kana entered, the latter explaining that she had student council privileges, allowing them access despite the lack of club activities. Kotaro, holding a basketball, made a suggestive comment to Kana, implying a playful challenge that involved undressing. Kana, undressing slightly, revealed her confidence and playful nature. She accepted the challenge, stating her intention to beat him at basketball despite her lack of recent practice. She displayed her skill by spinning two basketballs simultaneously. Kotaro, unimpressed, called her pathetic, warning her about the risks of overconfidence. The rules of their game were explained. The first to score 30 points wins, with a 3-point bonus for shots made behind a designated line. The loser would have to remove an article of clothing as determined by the winner. With the rules established, Kana and Kotaro prepared to begin their basketball match. A playful intensity filled the air as they both got ready to play. Kotaro, a young man with glasses, watched in disbelief as a girl with long, straight hair effortlessly made a shot, the ball arcing through the air. The ball swishing through the net. He was astonished by her skill, particularly her ability to make a 3-point shot while passing the ball behind her back. He admitted to being caught off guard, while she internally noted his reaction and his surprisingly close proximity. Kotaro, still reeling from the unexpected shot, adjusted his jacket, muttering to himself about the absurdity of the situation. Meanwhile, the girl confirmed that it was indeed a 3-point shot. The girl, noticing Kotaro's collarbone, commented on its attractiveness, expressing a newfound understanding of its erotic appeal. Kotaro, embarrassed by her sudden and unexpected comment, apologized for his closeness. Kotaro, dismissing her comment as nonsense, was then surprised by her sudden declaration of wanting to take off his clothes. The scene shifts to show Kotaro facing off against 3 other boys, all holding basketballs. The girl, meanwhile, prepares to make another shot, this time with a feint. She is amused by his innocence and lack of awareness. Kotaro is surprised by her 3-point shot with a feint, and the girl notes his innocence. The next panel shows Kotaro making a fadeaway shot, surprising his opponent. Kotaro's successful fadeaway shot leaves his opponent stunned and questioning how he managed to avoid her earlier attempts. The score remains tied. Kotaro, confident in his improved skills, taunts his opponent, pointing out that he has gotten stronger. She acknowledges his progress, but reminds him that it's her turn. She reflects on how their dynamic has changed, noting that he is no longer the weak Taro the minnow they used to call him. A young woman with long blonde hair, dressed in a revealing lace lingerie, adjusted her clothing. A look of determination hardened her features as she muttered to herself, admitting that she was losing to him for the first time. Her opponent, a young man with short dark hair, stared in shock at her attire. His jaw dropped, and he sputtered in disbelief, questioning what she was wearing. He then declared that things weren't as they seemed. When he was a child, he used to follow rules to win, but now, no matter what his opponent wore, he would win this match. The woman smirked, revealing her own plan. She explained that her father was the academy administrator and that one day she would become the student council president, making her the ruler of the school. She then challenged him, asking what his plans were for the school, calling him a pervert. The scene shifted to a basketball court. The woman, now in a school uniform, bounced a basketball, explaining that her daily erotic underwear was preparation for the match. The man, clearly flustered, simply asked if she was stupid. The woman continued to bounce 3 basketballs simultaneously, her expression a mixture of confidence and amusement. She invited him to continue the game. The man watched, his nervousness growing. He realized he had miscalculated. She wasn't ashamed to take off her clothes. The scoreboard showed a 6-point difference, 26-20. Kotaro's team was trailing. But Kotaro, shirtless and defiant, argued that the game wasn't over yet. His opponent, amused, called him ridiculous. Meanwhile, a young woman with blonde hair, dressed in lingerie, urged someone to not take off their clothes, even though they hadn't lost yet. The young woman, approaching Kotaro, insisted he not come near her in that outfit. He retorted that he was only playing defense. But she swiftly knocked him to the ground with the basketball. Despite being on the ground, he managed a lucky shot, scoring 2 points. He pointed out the shoe marks outside the lines as proof. Kotaro, flustered by her lingerie, asked why she was using this against him, implying she only wanted to undress. She retorted that it made her feel safe. Kotaro, still on the ground, was shocked by her actions and wondered how he could be so scared while playing basketball in lingerie. Kotaro, his face flushed with guilt, profusely apologized to Kane. She, however, seemed more confused than angry, tilting her head in a questioning manner. Despite Kane's apparent calm, Kotaro's internal monologue revealed his unease. He admitted to himself that he found it difficult to remain composed in the presence of such a beautiful woman. Kane's expression shifted, concern etched itself onto her features as she questioned if Kotaro was feeling unwell. She noted his reaction, and a blush crept onto her cheeks as she realized the implications of her attire. She reflected on the possibility that this encounter could jeopardize her future plans. Suddenly, the class president, a young man in a crisp uniform, burst into the room, interrupting the charged atmosphere. He confronted Kotaro, accusing him of forcing Kane into wearing revealing clothing. Kotaro denied the accusation, stating that Kane had chosen the outfit herself. The class president remained unconvinced, firmly stating his belief that a girl like Kane would never willingly wear such an outfit. Kane, witnessing the unfolding argument, interjected, defending Kotaro and clarifying that he was not at fault. Kotaro, admitting his guilt, declared his intention to leave. The class president, however, called him a scambag before he could depart. Kanade-kun, a young woman with striking features, confronted a man in a uniform. Her expression was sharp, her words laced with anger as she demanded he remember where he was and to stay away from Kotaro. Meanwhile, another woman, her face partially obscured, watched the scene unfold. Elsewhere, a shirtless young man, Kotaro, dribbled a basketball, seemingly oblivious to the tension brewing nearby. He was interrupted by a uniformed boy who seemed surprised by Kotaro's appearance, and asked if he was angry. Kotaro and Kanade stood on a basketball court, their interaction seemingly casual. A basketball arced through the air, heading towards the hoop. Kotaro's eyes widened in realization as he made a 3-point shot. He exclaimed that he had made a 3-pointer, tying the score. The uniformed boy watched Kotaro, clearly surprised by his unexpected skill. Kanade, however, remained resolute, declaring that she wouldn't lose again. Kotaro, now drying himself with a towel, confidently declared that he would finish her off next time. His words hung in the air, a challenge issued. Kanade's reaction was one of surprise and perhaps a flicker of anticipation. The scene ended with a sense of familiarity, a feeling that this was just like old times. Kotaro, dejected, stared at the playground. He muttered to himself, lamenting another defeat. He demanded a rematch from his opponent, a taller, more confident boy. The opponent scoffed, confident in his victory. Kane, a stern-looking man in a suit, appeared, his presence commanding attention. He reprimanded Kotaro for not being in the classroom as instructed. Kotaro's friend, witnessing Kane's luxurious car, whispered about his wealth, highlighting the stark difference in their lifestyles. Her mother had warned her to be cautious around him. Kane expressed his disapproval of Kotaro continuing to play with the other boy. Undeterred, Kotaro insisted on revenge, his eyes filled with determination. Kane found Kotaro shirtless and questioned him. A girl, seemingly amused, watched from afar, planning to take advantage of the situation. A young man, witnessing the girl's smile, questioned if what he was seeing was real. The girl, overcome with emotion, confessed her love for Kotaro. A young woman with long, flowing hair let out a soft gasp, her cheeks flushed a delicate pink. A hint of surprise played on her lips. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair and sharp features stood nearby, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and apprehension. He held a small, rectangular object in his hands. The young woman, Kane, explained that due to his successful shot, she was obligated to remove another piece of clothing. The young man, visibly distressed, pleaded with her to stop. Kane began to remove a piece of her clothing, her expression a mixture of reluctance and resignation. 2 male classmates, engaged in a casual soccer game, debated the merits of their female peers. One, with short, dark hair and glasses, suggested that Kane was the most beautiful girl in their class. While the other, bald and slightly stockier, countered that Shigeru was also stunning, her pale skin and doll-like features making her movie star material. A third girl, Akira, was also deemed cute by the second boy, who expressed a preference for gal girls. The first boy agreed that all three girls were beautiful together, but questioned why they were even discussing this. Akira showed Shigeru a picture on her phone. It was a shirtless picture of a muscular man. Shigeru reacted with shock and disbelief. Shigeru immediately declared the picture illegal. Shigeru angrily confronted Akira, accusing her of showing the picture to be one up on them. Akira admitted that she did it just to mess with Shigeru. Akira reflected on Shigeru's emotional distance, contrasting it with her own more expressive nature. Shigeru, seemingly unfazed by the confrontation, expressed disinterest in the matter. Meanwhile, back at the soccer game, the boy with glasses twisted his ankle. Two girls in athletic wear watched from a bench as the boy, Kotaro, contemplated something. He muttered to himself that only an idiot would hurt themselves before a game even begins. Meanwhile, two other girls, one with long blonde hair and the other with short black hair, approached each other in the school hallway, exchanging a brief greeting. The black-haired girl explained that she had come to see Kotaro because she was worried, unlike her companion who had come for a different reason. It turned out they had the same idea, however. The blonde girl's attire was then questioned. She was wearing gym shorts, which were against school regulations. The black-haired girl pointed out that the blonde was wearing gym shorts, something not allowed by the school. The blondes seemed surprised by this observation. The black-haired girl accused them of having no shame in trying to seduce someone. The blonde retorted that wearing gym shorts was common nowadays. However, the black-haired girl countered that it was the first time she had seen such attire. The blonde then decided to go see Kotaro alone. The black-haired girl stopped her, stating that Kotaro would be uncomfortable if she went to see him dressed like that. She insisted on checking what the blonde was hiding. The black-haired girl grabbed the blonde's shoulder, and the blonde reacted with surprise. The black-haired girl commented that the blonde was thinking perverted things too. The blonde, flustered, explained that she wasn't wearing anything unusual, it was just a normal gym uniform. The black-haired girl, however, remained suspicious. The scene opens with two girls in athletic wear. One, with pigtails, asks the other, why? The second girl, with long, straight hair, responds that she thinks the pigtailed girl struggles with embarrassing things. Continuing their conversation, the pigtailed girl states that unlike her, the other girl doesn't feel as committed. The long-haired girl replies, what? Meanwhile, a hand is shown clenching into a fist, suggesting tension. The focus shifts to a close-up of the pigtailed girl's face, her expression contorted in anger and frustration. She exclaims, I play with myself. The long-haired girl reacts with surprise, questioning, eh? The scene changes to a hallway. The pigtailed girl is shown alone, and she reflects on a sexy photo of Kotaro that she had shown earlier. She thinks, I can assume that you do the same, at most, once a week. Back with the two girls, the long-haired girl asks what the pigtailed girl means by playing. The pigtailed girl clarifies that she's talking about video games. The long-haired girl responds with a questioning. The pigtailed girl continues, explaining that she hadn't considered that before, but will keep it in mind. She reflects on the quiet ones often being the boldest. Meanwhile, a boy, Akira, is shown in a separate scene, asking someone to explain what the girls were talking about. The long-haired girl, observing from a distance, comments that since Kotaro's return, Akira's needs have intensified, leading to more frequent urges. Kotaro, a high school student, was engrossed in his phone, a slight blush on his cheeks. His classmate, Akira, approached him, noticing his preoccupation. Seems like you're still absorbed in your phone, looking at your virtual girlfriend, Kotaro. Kotaro, without looking up, mumbled, well, she's obviously my favorite person. Akira sighed, understanding but slightly exasperated. Even though they were far apart, their hearts were together, however, sometimes he felt lonely. He looked forward to when they could meet again. Meanwhile, two other girls, Shigeru and another unnamed girl, were discussing Kotaro in a classroom. Shigeru asked, who is the girl Kotaro's in love with? The unnamed girl responded, what's wrong, Akira? Shigeru continued, according to the story, Kotaro met her in Tokyo. The unnamed girl, intrigued, replied, I'm certainly interested in that. Shigeru countered, you're wrong, we're 100 steps behind her. We don't stand a chance like this. Despite the setback, Shigeru proposed a plan. Anyway, the first thing is to know your enemy. Let's work together to find out. The unnamed girl agreed. Back with Kotaro, Shigeru approached him, asking about the game he was playing. What game are you playing? Let me see. Kotaro explained, Shigeru, it's a music game that started to catch my interest recently. Shigeru, observing Kotaro's game, commented, oh, that's right, this game has become very popular. I like it too. She then subtly glanced at his phone screen, noting the girl he was watching. Wow, she managed to look at his smartphone naturally and without raising suspicion. I bet she'll be able to find out who that girl is. Later, Shigeru pointed out that the music game was quite fun. Kotaro agreed, a slight blush returning to his cheeks as he thought about the girl he liked. Kotaro hesitantly asked a girl to borrow her smartphone, explaining that he wouldn't take it without permission. He then watched, captivated, as her fingers flew across the screen, completing a game with amazing skill. Achieving a full combo. He marveled at her dexterity, impressed by her unexpected talent with video games. She casually remarked that the game was very easy, prompting Kotaro to ask what she thought of his skills. The girl's demeanor shifted, a blush crept onto her cheeks as she asked Kotaro if he believed his skills surpassed those of another girl. Kotaro, confused, questioned her intentions. She clarified that she wanted him to think of her instead of the other girl when playing games. Another boy, observing from a distance, confirmed that her skills were indeed inferior, but that it didn't matter. The girl, however, insisted that it did matter. She moved closer to Kotaro, invading his personal space, and demanded his attention from that point forward. Later, another girl observed Shigeru's reaction, noting that her expression betrayed her true feelings. She had failed to extract any information from Kotaro. The observer commented on Shigeru's emotional outburst, attributing it to jealousy. She believed that a calmer approach would have yielded better results. She decided to question Kotaro herself, directly and politely. In class, another girl approached Kotaro, calling out to him. She boldly suggested they talk about love, but Kotaro immediately refused her advances. The other girl, witnessing the interaction, criticized Kotaro's lack of sensitivity for his blunt rejection. She questioned how he could talk about love with someone so emotionally insensitive. Kotaro, visibly uncomfortable, questioned why a girl was telling him about her favorite person, a guy who hated losing and was irrationally confrontational, yet also very manly. The girl, Kanata, explained that she had the courage to talk about her favorite person, but he didn't have the courage to talk about his own. Kanata continued, emphasizing that his lack of courage wasn't very manly. Kotaro, confused, asked what she had just said. Another girl, laughing, commented that Kotaro was hooked. Kanata offered to tell Kotaro more if he wanted. Kotaro blushed, admitting that he felt happy every time he saw Kanata because of her lovely smile. Another boy, surprised, asked if that was really true. Kanata, smiling coyly, confirmed that she could smile too. Kotaro, still confused, reiterated his lack of understanding for Kanata's actions. Kanata, lifting her blazer slightly, declared that if they were talking about breasts, hers were definitely bigger. She continued, accusing Kotaro of looking at her breasts every 6 seconds. He vehemently denied this, but she insisted, urging him to touch them. Another girl corrected her, saying that was wrong. Kanata, dejected, admitted to herself that she had failed. Another girl, unimpressed, called her stupid. Kanata defended her actions, stating she had only asked a clear and calm question. The other girl retorted that Kanata's behavior was obviously more jealous than her own. A third girl, observing their interaction, commented that their attempts were forced and that she should handle it. She called out to Kotaro, pulling him away from the other girls. One of the girls protested, telling him not to get too close. Kotaro, a boy with a typically messy appearance, found himself in close proximity to a girl. She leaned in, her expression playful yet probing, as she questioned his recent change in demeanor. He had become noticeably more concerned with his appearance, a stark contrast to his previous, more disheveled self. He simply responded that he had nothing to say, prompting her to press further. She pointed out his newfound attention to his looks, teasingly suggesting that he was trying to impress someone. Another girl, watching from a distance, giggled at the scene and commented on how much more effectively the first girl was interacting with Kotaro than they could. The scene shifted to show the first girl walking away, her posture confident and self-assured. Kotaro, still somewhat flustered, considered asking the girl for advice on how to approach the girl he liked, but hesitated, unsure if it would be well received. The girl, sensing his uncertainty, urged him to try, prompting him to reveal how he met her. He explained that he met her when he moved to Tokyo. His tone was hesitant, suggesting a degree of nervousness about sharing this personal detail. And the scene transitioned to show him walking through the bustling city streets of Tokyo. He reflected on his past experiences, noting that his intense focus and dedication to his pursuits often made him seem like an outsider. A stark contrast to the girl he admired, who embraced her passions fearlessly. The panel then shifted to show the girl, a popular VTuber, live streaming. Kotaro recalled his first encounter with her, remembering her infectious laughter and unwavering confidence. He admitted to himself that it was love at first sight. The girl, seemingly sensing his feelings, asked if he truly loved her, her expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Kotaro, his face filled with a quiet intensity, confirmed his feelings. Akira, a young girl with pigtails, sobbed quietly in a classroom, while another girl tried to comfort her. "Please, don't cry," the other girl pleaded, but Akira sniffled, explaining, and that's what happened. Two other girls watched Akira's distress. One commented on Akira's feminine nature despite her outward appearance, while the other expressed her anger towards Kotaro, whose actions had caused Akira's tears. "I can't help it. Hearing him talk about her with that smile on his face hurts me. Kotaro is a fool," she fumed. Kotaro, a boy with short dark hair, entered the classroom. The three girls looked up at him, their expressions a mixture of shock and anger. "So, you guys were planning all of this," one of them stated, her voice laced with accusation. Kotaro's expression shifted to one of defensiveness. He challenged them, asking why they were doing this and if they were trying to make fun of him again. He revealed their plan to forget information about the girl he liked, adding that they were a bother. The three girls reacted with fury, one shouting, "It's you, idiot!" Their anger intensified as they confronted Kotaro, who attempted to justify his actions by claiming he was only joking. He nervously explained that he was just kidding about laughing at them. Kotatsu-chan, a popular gaming YouTuber with over 1 million subscribers, greeted her viewers. She announced that she would be playing Smash. Her beautiful face, even partially hidden behind her mask, was beloved by fans worldwide. The magazine article highlighted her positive and infectious attitude, even when facing extremely challenging games. Kotatsu-chan's livestream concluded with another victory. She announced to her audience that she was ending the stream for the day. She dismissed questions about having a boyfriend, explaining that she had other things to do and would continue later. She then ended her stream, mentioning her boyfriend's imminent arrival. Shigeru, the real identity behind Kotatsu-chan, sighed contentedly after finishing her stream. It was still a secret that she was a high school student, and nobody knew what she looked like. She started streaming because she loved games and quickly became a popular star. Shigeru's online persona matched her true personality, kind, pure, and honest. She reflected on a recent impulsive purchase, a thing. Kotaro arrived late at Shigeru's apartment building, a massive structure that took him 10 minutes to traverse from the ground floor. Kotaro, a young man carrying a bag, entered a luxurious room. A young woman with shoulder-length hair greeted him, explaining that this was vastly different from his previous living situation. She invited him to sit, assuring him that they would begin soon. They settled onto a couch. Kotaro and the woman, now identified as his friend, began playing Smash. Kotaro's friend commented on his unchanging nature, even after so many years. Kotaro, however, was focused on his revenge against his old enemies. He confidently declared his readiness, having practiced diligently for this day's match. His friend, amused, noted his seriousness, calling him a good guy. Kotaro proposed a headstand as the penalty for the loser, a condition his friend readily accepted. 5 minutes later, Kotaro found himself upside down, struggling to maintain his headstand. He muttered in frustration. His friend, amused, urged him to move his hips more. She explained that this was her way of enjoying his embarrassment. Kotaro, defeated, was forced to perform another humiliating task, dancing in his underwear. He expressed his hatred for his friend. His friend, meanwhile, gleefully recorded the whole thing, her Kotaro material folder filling up. She called him a damn bitch. Next, she planned to step on his head. The 10th game began. Kotaro's friend watched him intently. Kotaro's friend questioned his character choice, pointing out his fondness for Donkey Kong. Kotaro remained silent. Kotaro and his girlfriend, whose name is not yet revealed, sat on a couch, playing a fighting game on a console. He contemplated his strategy, muttering to himself that it was better to choose a specific character for an advantage. His girlfriend, already 10 wins in a row, scoffed at his comment. The game showed her character, a fast-moving, agile fighter, easily dodging his attacks. Suddenly, Kotaro's character performed an unexpected aerial dash, surprising his opponent. Followed by a powerful kick that sent her flying. His girlfriend's eyes widened in disbelief. The impact of the kick was so great that it caused a shockwave, and the game declared Kotaro the winner. She was stunned by his advanced move. Kotaro celebrated his victory, while his girlfriend was speechless. She questioned how he managed to pull off such a move. He explained that he had been practicing with a different character to improve his skills and catch her off guard. He had mastered a new character to defeat her. His girlfriend was shocked by his revelation and admitted to underestimating him. She felt defeated and frustrated. She demanded a rematch, but Kotaro countered that she had to fulfill a penalty first. Kotaro smirked, revealing his mischievous plan. He stated that she had to do the same thing he did. Kotaro, a young man with a smirk playing on his lips, gestured towards a girl with dark hair. He challenged her with a mischievous glint in his eyes, suggesting she perform a headstand and dance. The girl, initially hesitant, considered his request. She questioned whether she needed his help, but ultimately rejected it, asserting her independence. Kotaro, however, reminded her that she had only succeeded once before, implying her current confidence was unwarranted. With a determined expression, she attempted the headstand. She managed to invert herself, but a look of sudden horror crossed her face. Realizing the precariousness of her position and the potential exposure of her undergarments, she struggled to maintain balance. A frustrated groan escaping her lips as she tumbled to the floor, unable to complete the challenge. Kotaro, observing her failure, commented on her lack of skill. He pressed his advantage, urging her to continue the dance while in that compromising position. She felt utterly defeated, embarrassed by her failure and the revealing nature of her underwear. She protested, but he wouldn't let up, his amusement growing with each failed attempt. He was clearly enjoying her discomfort. Shigeru, blushing intensely, lay on the floor as Kotaro leaned over her. She murmured his name, a mixture of surprise and breathlessness in her voice. A worried thought crossed her mind: if he got any closer, something was going to happen. Kotaro noticed something on the floor. It looked like a photo. Shigeru, eyes wide with alarm, watched him pick it up. Realizing with a jolt that it was a picture of her, crumpled and water-stained. Kotaro looked shocked and concerned, wondering how it got there. Shigeru, flustered, explained that she was simply visualizing her opponent's photo as part of her gaming strategy, detailing how she uses this technique to improve her performance. Kotaro, however, suggested that actual practice and skill development would be more effective than just visualizing her opponent. He declared their gaming session over and sent her home. Shigeru agreed to continue the game another day. Kotaro expressed relief that things were improving for her. And she admitted that her family's financial struggles had previously prevented her from buying video games. A flashback showed Shigeru's childhood poverty, highlighting the hardships she faced, including wearing hand-me-down clothes and having her mother give her haircuts that made people mistake her for a boy. The scene opens with a young boy, his face etched with shyness, recalling his childhood struggles. He remembers the difficulty he had making friends, his quiet nature making it hard to connect with other children. Until one day, a girl with short, dark hair approached him. He explains that he accepted Kotaro's invitation to play video games because his friend couldn't make it that day. It was his first time playing video games, and the experience was unlike anything he had ever known. He was completely hooked. The vibrant world of the game captivated him, and he found himself enjoying the shared experience immensely. He remembers those days vividly, cherishing the time spent with Kotaro, his first friend. Those days, spent playing video games with Kotaro, were the best of his life. He looks forward to their next gaming session, eager to beat Kotaro using his favorite character. The girl, now a young woman, smiles softly, agreeing to the challenge. Her expression is one of fond remembrance and a hint of nervousness. Kotaro was her first crush, and she reflects on his kindness. However, she also feels a pang of guilt, admitting that her impulsive behavior led to the end of their gaming sessions. Later, during a live stream, the young woman recounts her day, sharing her joy at playing games with a childhood friend she hadn't seen in a while. Her viewers comment on how much fun she seemed to have. The viewers notice her unusual laughter and suspect she's hiding something. They tease her about it, noting how pretty she looks. She deflects their comments, stating that it's unusual for her to laugh so much. The stream ends with her thanking her viewers and saying goodnight. Kotatsu-chan, a young woman with dark hair, sat at her computer, seemingly unaware of the camera's presence. She was focused on printing photos, muttering to herself about their value. Meanwhile, viewers watched her live stream, their comments expressing shock and excitement as she removed her mask, revealing her face. One viewer, captivated by her appearance, expressed his surprise and admiration. The stream continued, showing Kotatsu-chan examining the printed photos with a pleased expression. Her viewers reacted with a mix of awe and disbelief, some even suspecting a prank. Kotatsu-chan, oblivious to the ongoing live stream, was completely engrossed in her photos, her expression one of pure bliss. She had already recorded the stream, unaware of the chaos unfolding online. Suddenly, a wave of realization washed over her. She had forgotten to turn off the live stream. Her eyes widened in horror as she processed the implications of her actions. Kotatsu-chan, now fully aware of the situation, was overcome with a mix of embarrassment and panic. The unexpected exposure of her appearance and clothing had made her even more popular, but at a significant cost. Mizuki-sensei, a teacher with a kind smile, reflected on her role. Many students confided in her about their studies, relationships, clubs, sports, and even love issues. She reassured a worried student, offering a supportive ear and suggesting that open communication could help resolve their problems. The student, visibly relieved, expressed gratitude. Mizuki-sensei, however, acknowledged the weight of her responsibility. She knew she had to be mindful and respond appropriately to the sensitive issues her students shared. Kotaro approached Mizuki-sensei in the hallway, requesting a private conversation about something troubling him. He explained that the issue was too personal to discuss in public. Mizuki-sensei, sensing his discomfort, suggested they move to a more private setting, the counseling room. Once inside the counseling room, Kotaro surprised Mizuki-sensei with his request. He wanted to learn how to groom himself properly. He explained that he'd seen a YouTube video suggesting good hygiene makes a man more attractive, and he wanted to try improving his appearance. He had bought scissors but didn't know how to use them. Mizuki-sensei's initial surprise quickly turned to concern as Kotaro's request touched upon a sensitive topic, particularly regarding pubic hair. The conversation shifted to a more serious tone as Mizuki-sensei expressed concern over Kotaro's apparent distress and the potential trauma he might have experienced. Kotaro's question about grooming led to a discussion about his self-image and the pressure he felt to conform to certain standards. Mizuki-sensei suggested he seek professional help from a stylist. Kotaro blushed, a faint smile playing on his lips as Mizuki complimented him. He was surprised by her words, a slight "are really" escaping him. Mizuki continued, pointing out his fashion sense and suggesting that he was the best person to help with his appearance. Kotaro simply replied, "Ah, I see." Mizuki offered to fix Kotaro's eyebrows and hair, a determined glint in her eyes. He looked at her, slightly confused, as she picked up a pair of scissors. Mizuki began to trim his hair, her touch surprisingly gentle. Kotaro watched her, a mixture of surprise and apprehension in his eyes. He questioned her actions, asking if she was really going to do it herself. Kotaro explained that he only wanted advice, not for her to do it herself, and that asking a teacher for public hair removal would be unfair. Mizuki listened intently. Mizuki, despite his concerns, decided to help him as a friend. She leaned closer, a soft smile on her face. Kotaro was relieved by her decision, finding her actions exciting. He thought she was an interesting person, his heart racing at her unexpected kindness. Mizuki admitted to having mixed emotions. A close-up showed her blushing slightly. Suddenly, Mizuki's shirt came undone, revealing her bra. Kotaro gasped in surprise. Mizuki apologized, explaining that her clothes were unbuttoned. Kotaro, still flustered, blushed deeply as he realized why she was blushing. He apologized for his inappropriate comments. Kotaro, distracted by his own thoughts, mused that Kotaro was just so cute that he got carried away. He pondered the possibility of verifying his true self, a question mark hanging heavy in the air. Meanwhile, two students watched Kotaro, noting that Mizuki had fixed his eyebrows and hair, and that he had done a great job. They wondered aloud if the others had also noticed the change in his appearance. One of the girls confirmed that Kotaro had indeed fixed his hair and eyebrows, a fact that sparked a discussion among them. Their conversation shifted to Kotaro's clumsiness, which they found endearing. Kotaro, meanwhile, reflected on how he felt like someone for the first time in his life, a stark contrast to his previous feelings of fear from the girls' looks. One of the girls commented on Kotaro's messy hair and unkempt appearance, contrasting it with his current, more put-together look. She mused that his previous appearance was what gave him his cute and silly attitude. In the teacher's room, a teacher felt motivated to do better today, thanks to Kotaro. They also discussed the student's excellent grades and the need to encourage her to focus more on her studies. One of the teachers recognized the student from a picture on his phone, identifying her as Fumitan. Kotaro, a man dressed in a sharp suit, stared intently at his phone screen. His expression shifted from curiosity to surprise as he viewed a picture of a girl with cat ears, a playful smile on her face, and a sailor-style uniform. A question mark filled his mind. A realization dawning on him, the girl in the picture was a student from his old school. Fumi, his eyes widened, whispered the girl's name, a mixture of shock and recognition in her voice. Kanai, a young man with short, light-colored hair, approached a girl with dark hair, confessing his feelings with the words, "I really like you." Two girls watched from a distance, commenting on Kanai's bold confession. One of them exclaimed, "Look! Kanai-kun is confessing to someone." The other responded, "No way. He's a big deal in the soccer club. Who's the lucky girl?" Meanwhile, Kanai continued his confession, stating, "I fell for you the moment I saw you. Will you go out with me?" The girl Kanai confessed to looked away, seemingly uninterested. Another girl, observing the scene, recognized her, whispering, "Oh, it's that first year who shot down 5 guys as soon as she started school." The girl, Mikazuki Akira, rejected Kanai's advances, stating, "Sorry, but I'm not interested in you." The two girls watching from afar discussed Akira's rejection of Kanai, one speculating that she might not be interested in relationships. Kanai, slightly embarrassed, excused himself, saying he had to move on to his next activity. Miho, another girl, shared some gossip with her friends. She mentioned seeing Akira with some shady guys on the street the other day. She elaborated, describing Akira riding off on a motorcycle with them, noting that they looked like trouble. The girls reacted with shock and disbelief to Miho's revelation, one of them exclaiming, "Really?" Another girl pointed out that Kanai was clueless about women and often pursued those out of his league. The conversation shifted to Miho's past relationship with Kanai. Kotaro, a boy with dark hair, appeared, confronting Akira. He accused her of hitting him and expressed surprise that she wasn't too scared to return. Kotaro invited Akira to fight, while some girls in the background whispered about Kotaro being a first-year transfer student who had known Miho for a long time. A group of young women gossiped, their conversation focusing on a certain someone. One of them, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, questioned the other's surprise at his choice of partner, noting that she had previously rejected Kanai, a more eligible candidate. Kotaro, a young man with a determined expression, stood before Akira, a confident young woman with pigtails. Akira, radiating self-assurance, declared her intention to settle the score between them, just as they had done when they were children. Akira continued, emphasizing that he shouldn't underestimate her, as she was no longer the same person she had been. She stated her intent to make him suffer, regardless of his wrestling experience. Akira then requested an older man, presumably a professor, to act as the referee for her match with Kotaro. The professor agreed, though he expressed some reservations about his ability to effectively referee. Meanwhile, other students discussed Akira's prowess, highlighting her status as the nation's top wrestler and suggesting that Kotaro stood little chance against her. One of the students, however, dismissed the other's concerns, confidently asserting that Kotaro would prove them wrong by defeating Akira. Akira, addressing Kotaro directly, urged him not to lose, challenging him to prove his strength by defeating her. Kotaro, surprised by her sudden encouragement, questioned her motives. Kotaro, understanding the rules, agreed to the match. Akira then proposed a 2-point limit, giving herself a clear advantage. The other students protested, deeming the 2-point limit unfair. Akira, however, remained defiant, justifying her decision based on a comparison of their skills and strengths. Akira further defended her actions, arguing that her confidence was justified and that Kotaro should be grateful for the advantage she was giving him. Kotaro, angered by her arrogance, retorted sharply. Two girls, clad in athletic wear, watched intently as two boys grappled on a wrestling mat. One girl, with pigtails and a mask, suggested they focus on the punishment for the loser. The other girl agreed, finding the idea appealing. One of the boys, pinned beneath the other, was asked if he was ready. A smug expression crossed the face of the boy on top as he commented on the compromising position of his opponent, relishing the moment. The match began. One of the girls, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, watched as the two boys clashed. An older man, seated nearby, simply observed the contest with a knowing smile, shouting "Fight!" The girl noted that one of the boys, Kotaro, had a strong and stable stance, making him difficult to attack. His skill was evident. Akira, a girl with determined eyes and pigtails, executed her signature move, the lightning fast tackle, aiming for Kotaro. He was caught off guard. But Kotaro, surprisingly agile, managed to dodge the attack. His opponents watched in astonishment, questioning the effectiveness of Akira's technique. Seizing the opportunity, Kotaro swiftly countered. He quickly moved behind Akira, grabbing her from behind and executing a takedown. The impact sent her sprawling to the mat. Despite Akira's aggressive offense, Kotaro's resilience and counterattack proved decisive. While Akira had landed a significant blow, Kotaro's physical prowess surprised her. His unexpected strength left her breathless. The nearness of their bodies during the takedown heightened her senses. She was acutely aware of his scent and the strength in his hands. Akira found herself unexpectedly captivated by Kotaro's charm, her mind momentarily clouded by a rush of unfamiliar emotions. Her thoughts raced, questioning the nature of her sudden attraction and the unexpected intensity of her reaction. Kotaro, however, seemed to be grappling with his own unexpected feelings, his response tinged with uncertainty. Kotaro, a young man with a determined expression, addressed his opponent, Akira, a flushed young woman in a swimsuit. He pointed out the inconsistency in her fighting style, stating that it didn't make sense if she wasn't giving her all. Concerned, Akira questioned if he was worried about her well-being, even suggesting she might have a fever. Akira's internal monologue revealed her surprise at Kotaro's concern, even in the midst of their match. She considered him the coolest opponent she'd ever faced. Meanwhile, the match continued, with Akira internally resolving to stay focused and not let Kotaro see her vulnerable side. Akira, fueled by a surge of determination, declared she wouldn't let her emotions get the best of her. She charged towards Kotaro, vowing not to be underestimated. The intensity of the match escalated as Kotaro swiftly countered Akira's attack, surprising her with his sudden move. Akira's surprised exclamation echoed through the arena. Kotaro's powerful maneuver continued, leaving Akira momentarily stunned and breathless. Her cry of surprise filled the air. The match's observers reacted to Akira's sudden fall, with one speculating that she had been defeated. However, another clarified that she had simply fallen on her own, as Kotaro scored 2 points for the takedown. Akira, still on the mat, reflected on her loss to Kotaro, noting his clean and decisive victory. Her unusual behavior was observed by others, who speculated about the effect she was having on him. Kotaro, puzzled by Akira's behavior, wondered if she was intentionally throwing the match, making him look foolish. Kotaro confronted Akira, accusing her of half-heartedly fighting and stating that she would face the consequences for her actions, as he had scored 2 points. Akira, flustered by Kotaro's words and actions, realized that her heart was racing. The chapter ends with a cliffhanger, leaving the reader wondering what will happen next. Kotaro, blindfolded, found himself uncomfortably close to Akira. She protested, mortified by their proximity, but he insisted it was part of her punishment, preparing to make his move. As other girls watched, their reactions ranging from shocked amusement to outright concern. Kotaro, however, remained unfazed, stating that this was merely the beginning. Akira, distressed, begged Kotaro for forgiveness as he held her hand. He responded that he was only holding her hand, not making any other noises. But his actions were clearly causing her significant discomfort. Her heightened sensitivity made it difficult for him to apply a proper hold, as her mind and heart raced. Kotaro used a stretch muffler technique, subduing Akira with a swift maneuver. While another girl watched in horror, pleading with him to stop. Kotaro's intense actions were deemed excessive, killing the mood. A fellow student confronted Kotaro, accusing him of humiliating Akira. She defended herself, stating that she wasn't enjoying any of it, questioning what kind of maniac would find this pleasurable. While another student checked on Akira's well-being. Meanwhile, a teacher observed, questioning Kotaro's motives and whether he preferred being the punisher or the punished. Akira, determined, refused to lose, despite a nosebleed. She challenged Kotaro to a real fight. Akira, resolved to fight Kotaro without resorting to tricks, tried to avoid his body as much as possible, initiating a new confrontation. Kotaro found himself unexpectedly lifted onto someone's back, a surprised "huh" escaping his lips. A blur of motion as he was swiftly carried across the wrestling mat. His captor, Akira, focused intently, her internal monologue revealing her strategy, to subdue Kotaro calmly and efficiently. Akira struggled to maintain control as Kotaro's unexpected strength proved challenging. She worried about the risk of accidentally hitting his head. The intensity of the match escalated. 2 onlookers watched with alarm as Akira's grip faltered. And Kotaro, despite Akira's warnings, was thrown off balance. He landed hard, but quickly recovered. Akira, surprised by Kotaro's resilience, found herself once again on the defensive. Kotaro, determined to show his growth, declared his intent to demonstrate his transformation. And with a swift, unexpected move, he managed to turn the tables. Executing a flawless maneuver that left Akira stunned. The onlookers noted his remarkable skill and precision. Akira landed hard, giving Kotaro the point. He smirked, reminding her of the consequences of losing. The match concluded, leaving the observers impressed by Kotaro's unexpected strength and skill. One of them wondered aloud about Kotaro's identity. Kotaro, a young man in a swimsuit, felt a strange sensation whenever he was near the girl. She, in turn, was tying her hair up, seemingly unbothered by his presence. She admitted to feeling strange around him as well, but stated that she wouldn't let her emotions control her. After all, he's the guy she fell for, she couldn't win if she didn't give it her all. This determination was exactly what Kotaro wanted. He was suddenly drenched by a burst of water from a nearby faucet. A frustrated curse escaping his lips as he realized the girl had sabotaged him. Despite his loss, Kotaro's performance impressed her, his progress was undeniable. Later, Kotaro wondered why she always tied her hair up before a fight. She responded that it was a hassle to keep it down. He then noticed her sighing frequently and asked if it was something she did often. She became agitated, yelling at him to return to the gym for his punishment. Kotaro, leaving the gym, reflected on the girl's unpredictable mood swings. Outside, he encountered 3 girls in school uniforms. One of them approached him, wanting to ask him something. Kotaro, dressed in swim trunks, stood beside Akira Mirazuki, who was partially visible. He listened as she casually mentioned the number of people she dated, a comment that clearly irritated him. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he registered her words, his breath hitching in his throat. The final panel displayed the title card for the manga. When trying to get back at the hometown bullies, another battle began. Mikazuki Akari, a young woman with long brown hair, stood before a mirror, a look of mild concern on her face. She was dressed in a simple sleeveless top, and her brow furrowed slightly as she searched for something. "Where is my hair tie?" she wondered, a quiet question hanging in the air. Akari continued her search, a slight frustration evident in her posture. She glanced at her reflection, her eyes lingering on her athletic build. It seemed she had no choice but to continue her search. Meanwhile, a group of students were gathered nearby. One of them, a girl with long blonde hair and a distinctive Wi-Fi symbol hairclip, gossiped with a friend. She pointed towards Akari, her voice laced with malicious intent. "Did you know that girl usually goes out with many men?" The blonde girl continued her tale, describing Akari's alleged encounters with men on motorcycles, men she described as delinquents. Another girl, observing from a distance, reacted with shock and concern. She worried about the implications for Akari's reputation and the potential danger she might be in. The scene shifted to Akari, who was now happily interacting with 2 women on motorcycles. They were inviting her to join them for dinner. "We're going to buy fried chicken for dinner," one of the women said, her voice friendly and inviting. Akari accepted their offer with a smile. A narration box appeared, clarifying that the women on motorcycles were not delinquents, merely appearing tough on the outside. Mikazuki Kiyumi, 19, president of the university's women's wrestling club, and Mikazuki Mureo, 20, athlete designated for the national team, were introduced. Kotaro, a young man with short dark hair, observed Akari from a distance, his expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. He wondered if the image others had of her would change, or if it would remain the same. The blonde girl with the Wi-Fi hairclip looked thoughtful, a slight frown on her face. Kotaro, observing her, noticed the detail of her hairclip. Akari, noticing Kotaro's presence, approached him, her expression questioning. "What are you saying, Kotaro?" she asked, her voice laced with a hint of suspicion. Kotaro, feeling defensive, responded sharply. What's wrong with you? Are you making fun of me? He exclaimed, his voice rising in frustration. The blonde girl watched the exchange with a mixture of amusement and concern. The scene opens with two girls observing another girl from a distance. One of the observers, with her hair in a bun, remarks on the other girl's attire, while the other girl, with long blonde hair, ponders their assessment, concluding that the observed girl is not attractive to Kotaro. The long-haired blonde girl's thoughts shift to the observed girl's relationship with Kotaro. Concluding that she is insignificant to him, yet finding a strange comfort in that fact. However, the observed girl suddenly appears, correcting the blonde's assumption about her lack of interest in Kotaro. Kotaro, in a swimsuit, firmly rejects the blonde girl's words, stating that he is not interested in hearing lies from her. He challenges her about her claim that another girl, Akira, is wasting her time with other men, demanding proof. Kotaro vehemently denies the possibility of losing to a woman who spends time with other men, revealing his strong feelings about Akira. Meanwhile, the bun-haired girl reflects on Akira's skills and resilience, acknowledging her strength and dedication despite her outward appearance. Kotaro's sudden change in attitude towards Akira is noted by the bun-haired girl, who observes his reaction to Akira's strength and resilience. Leading the long-haired girl to conclude that Kotaro's claims are lies, as she understands the sacrifices Akira makes daily. A blonde girl with a severe expression confronted a dark-haired boy. Her companion stood behind her, observing the tense exchange. Are you in love with her, and that's why it bothers you? One of them asked, her voice dripping with sarcasm. The boy remained silent, his face unreadable, while the blonde girl retorted, ugh, how annoying. Why are you losing your composure? The blonde girl's face flushed, her eyes wide with a mixture of anger and confusion. If it's not clear to you yet, I'll repeat it, she insisted, her voice strained. Meanwhile, the boy, clad in swim trunks, responded calmly, no, I'm bothered that a stranger like you comes and wants to speak badly about a girl I admire. Are you jealous or something? His irritation flared, and he snapped back, don't you dare underestimate her, idiot. A new girl, with long, reddish-brown hair, appeared, her face flushed and her hand to her mouth. A soft hut escaped her lips, her eyes wide with surprise and a hint of embarrassment. The blonde girl, her anger reignited, lashed out, what? I won't allow a girl with a Wi-Fi-shaped hair clip to talk to me like that. She added, with a disgusted expression, ugh. Die. You're a repulsive man. 30 minutes passed. The scene shifted to the exterior of a school building. The boy, still in his swim trunks, appeared, looking annoyed. Ah, you're here. Sorry for the delay, a weird girl made me waste my time. She explained, breathlessly, she says she can't talk because her heart is beating so hard it hurts. She's not in a condition to keep fighting either. The boy looked at the girl with concern. What's wrong, Akira? Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? The scene opens with a group of young people, their expressions a mixture of concern and amusement. A girl with short, light hair is the focus, her face etched with worry as she observes a tense interaction between two others. One of them, a boy with dark hair, is being confronted by a girl in a swimsuit, her words sharp and accusatory. The girl in the swimsuit is clearly upset, her body language tense and her expression bordering on anger. The narration box reveals that the girl in the swimsuit is madly in love with the boy, who is oblivious to her feelings and seemingly unable to even look at her anymore. Meanwhile, another girl with long, flowing hair observes the scene from a distance, her face a mask of determination. She is clearly plotting something, a determined glint in her eyes. Her internal monologue reveals her plan, she will confront the boy herself when the time is right. Suddenly, the determined girl acts, swiftly approaching the oblivious boy and the angry girl in the swimsuit. She grabs the girl in the swimsuit, initiating a wrestling hold. The girl in the swimsuit cries out in surprise and pain. The subdued girl, still in the hold, pleads to be released. The girl with long hair, however, remains unmoved, calmly explaining that she doesn't care about the boy's lack of male friends and that she believes the rumors about him are false. She releases the girl, leaving her to contemplate the situation. Akira, a young woman with shoulder-length hair, approached her home, a modest two-story house with a tiled roof. She murmured to herself, I'm home. Entering the house, Akira was greeted by a cheerful woman, likely her mother, who exclaimed, welcome, Akira-chan. You're late, did you have any trouble at the club today? The mother, holding a spatula, looked expectantly at Akira, who seemed slightly surprised. The mother then announced, we're having yakisoba for dinner today. Akira burst through the door, announcing her arrival to two other girls, who reacted with surprise. She exclaimed, I'm home, girls. One of the girls, seemingly concerned, apologized, while Akira explained, I have no choice, Dad insists on it, because you all came to pick me up, looking intimidating. There's a rumor going around school that I'm dating a delinquent. Akira's father entered the scene, his expression stern. He commented on her hair length, saying, Akira. I see you still have long hair. I told you to cut it so it wouldn't interfere with wrestling. Akira retorted, don't call yourself dad, old man. Her father reacted angrily to her disrespectful tone. The argument escalated. Akira questioned her rebellion against her father in letting her hair grow long, while her father threatened to train her before dinner. Meanwhile, outside, Kotaro, another boy, was approached by a friend who pointed out that it was Valentine's Day and he hadn't received any chocolate. Kotaro dismissed the matter, stating that he wasn't interested in receiving chocolates from the girls in his class, as they were just trouble. His friend was surprised by his response. In his younger days, Kotaro harbored a secret admiration for Mizuki, a girl with long, beautiful hair. He often found himself daydreaming about someone with such striking features. But as he looked in the mirror, Kotaro's own hair seemed coarse and unkempt. He mused that even if he let it grow, it would never look pretty. His father, noticing his son's contemplation, suggested a haircut, stating that it would interfere with his training. Kotaro, however, was hesitant, firmly refusing to cut his hair. His father, surprised by this unexpected display of resolve, questioned his change in attitude, pointing out that he seemed to be caring more about his appearance. Kotaro declared that he wouldn't cut his hair until he lost a match. He was willing to let it grow as long as it didn't affect his performance. A condition his father readily agreed to, adding that if Kotaro lost, he would shave it all off. The scene then shifted to Kotaro's triumphant victory on the national stage, where he stood as the champion. A poignant moment followed, as Kotaro reflected on all the effort he had dedicated to his training, all for the sake of his father's approval. His dedication was tested when his father's words of mockery stung him deeply. The panel shows Kotaro's intense reaction to this unexpected insult. The confrontation continued, with Mizuki observing the heated exchange between Kotaro and his father. She questioned Kotaro's decision to let his hair grow, highlighting his increased strength and resilience. Mizuki's frustration was evident as she pointed out the immense effort she puts into maintaining her long hair, questioning Kotaro's lack of understanding. A young woman stood over a man sprawled on the floor, her expression a mixture of annoyance and triumph. He groaned, muttering about how annoying she was, his face contorted in pain. She smirked, challenging him to another round, her words laced with playful malice. The scene opens with a wide shot of a bright, cloud-filled sky, suggesting a day of outdoor activities. Kotaro, a young man with short dark hair and a determined expression, is shown adjusting a headband, preparing for some kind of athletic event. The background is blurry, but hints at a sports field. He finishes his preparations, letting out a breath of relief. The panel shows a bustling sports day atmosphere in the background. Two girls are shown discussing the performance of Shigeru and Akira, who apparently excelled in their respective events. One girl is particularly impressed by Akira's performance in the cavalry event. Kotaro observes the other participants, impressed by their skill and dedication. Akira approaches Kotaro, her expression playful and teasing. She asks him if he came to brag about his own performance. He denies this, but Akira points out that it's hard to ignore his presence. The other two girls, Shigeru and another unnamed girl, watch the interaction with interest. The three girls look at Kotaro, curious about his behavior. He seems flustered by their attention. She gently adjusts his headband, their faces close together. The other two girls watch, a mixture of amusement and curiosity on their faces. Akira wipes Kotaro's sweat with a towel, while Shigeru brings him water. The other girl comments on their overly formal behavior, noting that it's unusual. In the background, a woman who looks like Kotaro's mother-in-law is seen, adding another layer of complexity to the situation. Kotaro, a young man, is seen preparing himself, a determined glint in his eyes. He plans to use an upcoming opportunity to score points with his future mother-in-law. Meanwhile, three young women, his friends, are surprised by his mother's unexpected arrival. Kotaro's mother arrives, and his friends are taken aback by her youthful appearance. One of them remarks on her beauty, while another questions Kotaro's intentions for bringing his mother to meet them. Kotaro's friends are awestruck by his mother's youthfulness, openly expressing their surprise and admiration. Seizing the moment, Kotaro's friends see an opportunity to improve their standing. One of them remarks on how cute they all are, while another wonders about Kotaro's mother's age. Kanade Aburazuki, one of Kotaro's friends, introduces herself, revealing her father's prominent position as the president of Tsukimi Corporation. She offers her assistance if needed. Akira Mikazuki, another friend, introduces herself and proudly displays a self-made applique on her uniform. Kotaro arrives, concerned about his friend's interaction with his mother. He warns them not to deceive her. Two of Kotaro's friends, however, are plotting to use this situation to their advantage, while Kotaro remains oblivious to their scheme. A stark contrast to their current behavior. Kotaro, a young man in a sports jersey, announced his departure, a look of panic etched on his face. His words, "I'll be leaving now," were punctuated by a visible tremor in his voice. A blonde woman, seemingly older and dressed in athletic wear, responded sharply, "Oh no. Anyway, Kotaro, it's your turn now." Meanwhile, another young woman with long brown hair smiled and waved goodbye to her friends, stating, "Well, I'll go back to the parents section." The blonde woman from the previous panel, her expression unreadable, reflected on her actions. A thought bubble revealed her internal monologue, "It was worth pretending to be someone I'm not." A group of students, including the transfer student Kotaro, stood together. Kotaro's classmates observed that he was unusually popular with the girls, despite not being conventionally attractive. They wondered why this was the case. Meanwhile, three popular girls discussed Kotaro, speculating that his sudden popularity might be due to their own influence. They decided to let others judge him based on his performance in the upcoming race. The 200-meter race for first-year students began. Kotaro, determined to win and prove himself, prepared to run, resolute in his goal to defeat his bullies. His rivals, confident in their abilities, taunted him, suggesting he forfeit the race. Kotaro's friends watched from the sidelines, one expressing concern that he wasn't running at full speed. The other, however, was confident in Kotaro's ability to win, especially with his girlfriend watching. Kotaro, though internally hesitant, felt the pressure of the crowd's expectations. Meanwhile, Kotaro's bullies discussed his past victory in the relay race, suggesting he should let his opponent win out of sympathy. Suddenly, Kotaro felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as someone pushed him. He stumbled, his thoughts turning to the past and his current predicament. Three girls watched Kotaro from a distance. One of them noted that it was unusual to see him so distracted during an important moment, another pointed out that he had started late. Meanwhile, two boys discussed Kotaro, with one suggesting that if he was getting along with those girls, he must have some redeeming qualities. The other countered that he was just a loser transfer student. Kotaro, realizing he had gotten distracted at the start, ran, determined to catch up. The girls watched him, one of them calling him a total loser. The girls urged Kotaro to beat the other racers, one threatening to take off his clothes if he lost. Another girl questioned his acceptance of defeat. Kotaro, seeing the girl's encouragement in his mind's eye, muttered to himself, He declared that he didn't need anyone telling him what to do, his determination hardening. With renewed focus, Kotaro sprinted, surprising another runner who questioned his sudden burst of speed. The other runner pushed himself to go faster, but Kotaro quickly surpassed him. The runner was shocked by how close Kotaro was getting. Kotaro crossed the finish line first, winning the race. The crowd cheered as he was declared the winner. Two young men, one with a headband, watched intently as the race unfolded. The headband-wearing man exclaimed that the racer, who had just beaten the track team, was amazing. His companion, equally impressed, declared that he had taken his revenge. Three young women, identified as the Three Musketeers, watched the victor. One of them claimed him as her husband-to-be, while another scoffed at the idea, declaring him to be hers. The woman who had claimed the victor as her husband-to-be was startled. Her mother-in-law had heard her shouting obscenities. The three women then vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving the man alone and bewildered. Kanade, a blonde girl in athletic wear, declared that it was time for the three-legged race, referring to her friend. Sumika, a girl with glasses and pigtails, was asked if she was ready. She responded that it was already time for the race. Kanade, watching the other participants, thought about Kotaro, a boy she admired, and how impressed she was by him. Sumika, meanwhile, confided in Kanade that she felt Kotaro was out of her league, and that she didn't get along well with boys. Kanade asked if Sumika was okay. Sumika lamented that the three-legged race event had been ruined for them. She explained that she didn't have any boys she liked and that she didn't get along well with guys. She also revealed her lack of confidence in her athletic abilities. The teacher in charge approached Sumika with bad news. Her partner for the three-legged race had been injured and couldn't participate. Instead, she would be partnered with Hidori-kun, the fastest boy in school. Kanade and Sumika reacted with shock and disbelief to this unexpected turn of events. Kanade tried to reassure Sumika, suggesting they switch partners, but Sumika was distraught at the prospect of being partnered with Hidori-kun, a boy she particularly disliked. The scene opens with three young women, their faces a mixture of determination and apprehension, discussing the upcoming three-legged race. One of them, expressing doubt, questioned the wisdom of participating without Sumika-san. Another girl, however, declared her intention to participate regardless. Their conversation continued, revealing concerns about their ability to perform well as a team without a key member. One girl worried that without Kotaro, they wouldn't get the necessary material for the month, calling it cheating. Another girl cautioned against turning everything into something sexual. The focus shifted to a young man, Hidori-kun, and a girl with glasses. She apologized for the sudden change of plans, explaining her situation to him. Hidori-kun seemed hesitant, unsure if he wanted to run with someone like her. He voiced his disapproval, stating that it wasn't right. The girl, however, proposed a solution, pretending to be injured to get out of the race. Another girl, observing the scene, offered to explain the situation to the teacher. Despite the complications, Hidori-kun was reminded that it was the sports festival. If he could run, he should. His expression hardened with resolve. He then suggested they practice together, leading the way to a more suitable location. The girl, though hesitant, followed him. Meanwhile, the other girls observed Kotaro's seriousness about the race, expressing their approval of his dedication. Hidori-kun and the girl with glasses practiced together. He was blindfolded, relying on her guidance. As they ran, an accident occurred. He accidentally stepped on her foot. He apologized profusely for his clumsiness, while she expressed her frustration at his rudeness and her own clumsiness. Kanade-chan, visibly upset, apologized to a young man with a headband, explaining how sorry she was for bringing him into the situation. The young man looked concerned, while another girl with glasses observed them, noting the young man's difference from the others. She then suggested they run away at full speed. He looked surprised by the sudden proposal. Kanade-chan hesitantly agreed, but explained that she was worried about how people would react to her running, implying self-consciousness about her appearance and running style. She confessed that her running form was clumsy and that she was not good at sports, recalling how boys in middle school used to laugh at her. The young man listened attentively. He responded that he had never seen her run before and couldn't comment on her form, adding that he didn't want her to restrain herself. He encouraged her, stating that it didn't matter how slow she was and that he would keep up with her this time. He urged her to not hold back. With renewed determination, Kanade-chan agreed, and they began to run together. Their pace quickened. Kanade-chan was surprised by how well the young man adapted to her clumsy running form. Kanade-chan felt herself running faster than ever before, experiencing a surprising burst of speed, while also noticing the jiggling of her breasts, causing her some embarrassment. Kotaro, a young man with a headband, grinned, pleased with himself. He commented that his performance wasn't bad for a first-timer. Two girls, Sumika and another classmate, watched him. Sumika, wearing glasses, noted that while his form was slightly strange, his rhythm was good, a testament to his practice. She also pointed out that they were in the same class. Sumika questioned Kotaro about his intense practice, noting he'd been training for a race, but she didn't understand why he hadn't invited his partner to practice as well. Kotaro was surprised she'd been watching him. Kotaro explained that he lacked the courage to invite a partner, but that it wasn't a wasted effort since they had come this far. Sumika agreed that they should win. Kotaro's confident demeanor shifted Sumika's impression of him. Other girls gossiped about Kotaro and Sumika, commenting on the strange atmosphere between them and speculating about Kotaro's unexpected success with girls. Sumika and Kotaro stood together on a track, blindfolded. Sumika, visibly anxious, worried about running in public. Kotaro, arms crossed, stood beside her, seemingly unconcerned. Sumika felt intense stares, adding to her unease, despite Hinode's earlier praise. She confessed her continued discomfort with running at full speed in public. Three popular girls watched Sumika and Kotaro, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and something more sinister. One of them, Kotaro's friend, felt immense pressure from their scrutiny. Kotaro's friend wondered if she should tell a teacher to disqualify the three girls. Meanwhile, Kotaro, completely oblivious to the tension, grabbed Sumika's waist. Sumika was startled but not bothered by Kotaro's action, questioning her own reaction. The three popular girls watched, their expressions turning increasingly hostile. The tension escalated, the three girls' anger growing. Sumika braced herself for what was to come. The race began. Kotaro urged Sumika to start with her right foot, but before she could react, they both tripped and fell to the ground. Kotaro realized his mistake in not explaining the starting foot properly, and Sumika despaired, believing their plan had failed. Kotaro, his brow furrowed in concentration, sat alone, lost in thought. A question lingered in the air: was he still focused on winning, even now? Meanwhile, a young woman with glasses, her expression a mix of frustration and self-awareness, reflected on her actions. She had forced him to stay, yet only considered her own desires. Her sudden outburst and determined stride caught the attention of two onlookers. Ignoring their judgment, she pressed on, her resolve unwavering. The two observers watched her go, one remarking on her striking appearance, noting her impressive figure. The other agreed, captivated by her beauty. Their attention was drawn to her ample bosom, a stark contrast to their previous perceptions. One of them exclaimed about the size, comparing it to another girl's. The comparison continued, with another girl joining the conversation, expressing surprise at the revelation. The focus remained on the young woman's physique. One girl, Sumika, explained that she had always been self-conscious about her large breasts and had tried to hide them. The others were surprised by this confession. Sumika, unburdened by her previous self-consciousness, declared that she no longer cared about others' opinions. Kotaro, running alongside her, noticed her newfound confidence. He also noted that their running styles had become synchronized, a testament to their growing connection. Despite the attention, Sumika remained resolute. Sumika and a male classmate, nearing the finish line of a race, were urged to stop by her companion. Despite this, Sumika, determined, pushed onward, her eyes fixed on the goal. They had finished the race in last place. The realization hit Sumika with a jolt, her expression shifting to one of shock and dismay. Overcome with disappointment, the boy slumped, voicing his shame at their loss. Sumika, equally disheartened, echoed his sentiment, expressing her own feelings of failure. Despite their defeat, the boy maintained a positive attitude, believing the loss would help him grow. Sumika, observing this, pondered his mindset, questioning how such resilience was possible for an athlete. Sumika noticed blood on her foot, a result of the race. Sumika apologized for being a burden, feeling useless. Her classmate, however, countered that she was wrong, commending her for adapting to his unusual running style. He revealed that she had been secretly practicing intensely, explaining his appreciation for her dedication. Sumika's internal monologue revealed her surprise and admiration for his perseverance and dedication. She reflected on his unwavering commitment, noting his determination set him apart. Another girl noticed Sumika's blush, commenting on her reddened face. One girl, with long, straight hair, explained to her friend, who wore glasses and had shorter, slightly wavy hair, that Kotaro was a good guy, making her feelings understandable. The girl with glasses vehemently denied that, her eyes wide with disbelief. The scene shifted, another girl, seemingly a rival, approached the long-haired girl, demanding to see her injured ankle, stating her intention to heal it, but also declaring that if they became rivals, she would show no mercy, even if they were friends. Meanwhile, the girl with glasses looked on, confused and uncertain about the situation. The girl with glasses reflected on the situation, understanding the competitive feelings of girls constantly vying for attention. The girl with glasses recalled a conversation in the teacher's room about a student with excellent grades but frequent absences, connecting it to the current situation. She looked at her phone, a realization dawning on her: the absent student, Fumitan, might be the girl she had competed with in the race. However, she found it hard to believe that the girl's personality matched the description, finding it strange. Himemaro, a streamer with 150,000 subscribers, confidently strides through the city streets. She's been active for 3 years and enjoys considerable popularity. Today, Himemaro is meeting up with a fellow streamer, Kotatsu-chan, a friend she met in the community when they were both relatively unknown. However, a recent incident involving Kotatsu-chan has left a lingering tension between them. During a previous livestream, Kotatsu-chan made a shocking revelation: she showed her face and buttocks to her viewers. This wasn't all she did. The stream quickly went viral, but was taken down immediately. The incident, however, spawned the hashtag Kotatsukan Butt Festival, a meme that spread rapidly online, leading viewers to upload pictures of their own buttocks. Now, searching for Kotatsu-chan inevitably leads to this infamous festival. Himemaro observes Kotatsu-chan, seemingly unfazed by the fallout from the incident. She comments on Kotatsu-chan's well-being. Despite the controversy, Kotatsu-chan's subscriber count has actually increased, and she seems to be enjoying the unexpected attention. Himemaro then inquires about Kotatsu-chan's personal life, specifically whether she's encountered any unusual interactions. She wants to know why Kotatsu-chan showed her buttocks to her viewers in the first place. Himemaro, driven by curiosity, couldn't help but watch Kotatsu-chan's infamous livestream. Kotatsu-chan is then asked about her boyfriend and whether his preferences influenced her actions. Kotatsu-chan denies that her boyfriend's preferences were the reason for her actions. Himemaro presses further, suggesting that perhaps she did it for her own erotic interests. Kotatsu-chan reveals that while the man isn't her boyfriend, she did it in hopes of getting closer to him. Two girls, engrossed in conversation, discussed a boy. One girl, with a concerned expression, noted the complicated situation, highlighting his handsomeness and the numerous other girls vying for his attention. The other girl, more assertive, pointed out that even if he didn't date, he could easily find someone else, and suggested a plan to counteract this. One girl worried about the possibility of being recorded again and having compromising images surface online. The other girl, undeterred, proposed a meeting at the pool in her building the following Saturday, mentioning that their rivals would also be present, necessitating extra effort. The first girl, blushing deeply, confessed her worry about the potential embarrassment if their genuine affection became public knowledge, particularly the risk of being caught on tape. Despite her initial concerns, the first girl admitted to being curious about the boy's character, questioning if he was truly a good person. The scene shifted to Saturday, showing a high-rise building against a bright sky. The day of the pool party arrived. One of the girls, wearing glasses, stood confidently by the pool, observing a man already present. She explained to someone that she had told the pool staff she was a friend of Kotatsu-chan, gaining entry to the impressive pool area. The other girl, now at the pool, was admiring the beauty of her friend's natural skin, noting how it shone even without makeup. She also observed that her friend was wearing a hood, likely to avoid recognition. The girl with glasses wondered if anyone could compete with her friend's beauty. A third girl, with twin tails, appeared, prompting the girl with glasses to question why she was covering her head with a hood. The girl with twin tails was wearing a striped bikini. At the pool, two strikingly beautiful girls in swimsuits caught everyone's attention. One, with a striped bikini, was admired for her toned physique. The other, in a black swimsuit, was described as having a Hollywood actress-like figure. A third girl, wearing glasses and a patterned shirt, observed them with a mixture of awe and disbelief. While the girl in black, seemingly unfazed by the attention, declared her preference for independence. The spectacled girl, still marveling at their beauty, wondered aloud if such stunning high school girls truly existed. She doubted the girl in black's approach would attract Kotaro's attention. But another girl, in a hoodie, noted that these two were no less than Kotatsu-chan's level of stunning. The scene shifted to the spectacled girl, who was now observing Kotaro, seemingly oblivious to the two beautiful girls vying for his attention. She found the situation unbelievable. As Kotaro, wearing a swim cap, appeared, his arrival causing a stir among the girls. He questioned their attire, prompting a reaction from the girls. One questioned her own appearance, while the other wondered if he disliked the swim cap. Kotaro's expression turned serious as he accused one of the girls of messing with him. He challenged them to a swimming contest, confident that no swimsuit could defeat him in a real competition. Kotaro's actions left the spectacled girl unimpressed, finding his reprimanding of the girls for their attire inappropriate. Meanwhile, Kotaro felt disappointed by the turn of events. Kotaro, Shigeru, and two other girls, all in swimsuits, prepared for a swimming competition. Kotaro commented that this was their first time competing in swimming, a statement Shigeru confirmed. Kotaro boasted that he would still beat Shigeru in the 100-meter freestyle, even if they had competed in swimsuits as children. The other girls giggled at the thought of this. Shigeru, still wearing a hoodie, was questioned by Kotaro about her attire. He wondered why she wasn't changing into a swimsuit to compete. One of the girls pointed out that Shigeru was the best swimmer, making her reluctance to change even more puzzling. Shigeru apologized, claiming she would rest for a bit and told them to go ahead. Shigeru, partially revealing her swimsuit beneath her hoodie, confessed that her swimsuit was too revealing. Kotaro thought showing his swimsuit to others was perverted behavior, while the other girls' swimsuits were also eye-catching. Shigeru decided to quickly change. 20 minutes later, at the outdoor pool, Kotaro explained that the loser of the swimming competition would face physical punishment. He suggested using sunscreen as the punishment. One of the girls was surprised by Kotaro's perverse penalty, but the other girl thought it was acceptable either way. Kotaro smirked. One girl declared she would lose the contest on purpose, liking the sound of the penalty. The other girl agreed, wanting Kotaro to touch her. They strategized to give it their all at the start and then ease up towards the end to ensure a loss. Kotaro, meanwhile, prepared himself at the starting block. The starting pistol fired, and Kotaro launched himself into the water, his body a blur of motion. Powering through the water with surprising speed and strength. His strokes were precise and efficient, a testament to his rigorous training. Leaving his rivals far behind as he approached the finish line. Kotaro reached out, his hand breaking the surface of the water as he triumphantly touched the wall, securing his victory. He emerged from the pool, gasping for air, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. His two rivals, still in the water, watched with a mixture of awe and resentment. First place. I won, he exclaimed, his voice filled with unrestrained joy. The other girls glared at him. One of the girls, clearly irritated, retorted, "What kind of boasting is that? You sound like a little girl." The other girl agreed, adding, "Yeah, me too." It was a complete defeat. Kotaro, oblivious to their annoyance, continued to gloat. The girls, seething with frustration, demanded a rematch. Kotaro, however, had a different plan in mind. He smirked, "It's time for the punishment." A hand reached down, its fingers tracing the curve of a woman's body. The woman recoiled, her eyes widening in surprise as she exclaimed to Kotaro about his touch. He responded that it was part of her punishment. Kotaro continued his actions, prompting further questions and reactions from the woman. She seemed confused and slightly flustered by his actions. The scene shifted to a group of people, one of whom was recounting a past incident at summer camp where Kotaro had drawn on their body, resulting in strange tan marks that required them to wear long sleeves all summer. Another woman was being similarly touched by Kotaro, expressing discomfort and questioning the nature of their past actions. One of the women, experiencing a shiver at Kotaro's touch, expressed her internal feelings. Meanwhile, the other girls reacted to Kotaro's actions, finding them inappropriate and uncomfortable. One girl noted that he seemed too focused on his actions to notice their discomfort. One of the girls, having changed her clothes, felt that this should be enough to deter further unwanted attention. However, Kotaro, still intent on his actions, stated that he wouldn't let her escape. Shigeru watched, disturbed by Kotaro's behavior, as he continued his actions. At a public pool, Kotaro, a young man with a mischievous grin, gave a blonde woman a massage, his hands lingering suggestively on her backside. A dark-haired woman watched in shock, exclaiming about the indecency of the act. Kotaro, pleased with himself, mused about the potential consequences of his actions. He imagined the gossip that would follow if someone recorded the incident and leaked it online, picturing the dark-haired woman's reaction. The dark-haired woman, Shigeru, watched Kotaro, now drying himself off, with a mixture of disgust and apprehension. She was appalled by his behavior, calling him a pervert for referring to the blonde woman and another as his creations. Shigeru and the blonde woman, still recovering from the massage, discussed their feelings. Shigeru expressed her desire to swim and race, but the blonde woman was too uncomfortable to move after Kotaro's actions. Later, Shigeru, now wearing a hoodie, felt unwell and uncomfortable. Kotaro noticed her discomfort and asked if she was alright, but she couldn't bring herself to explain the reason for her distress. Shigeru's internal monologue revealed her worry about what others might think of her association with Kotaro and the incident at the pool. Shigeru's anxiety grew, fearing the potential repercussions of her involvement with Kotaro and the impact it could have on her streaming career. Kotaro, seemingly oblivious to Shigeru's distress, reflected on the day's events. He enjoyed the fun but considered stopping his live streams. Shigeru approached Kotaro, wanting to confide in him despite their lack of closeness. Shigeru's concerns about the unwanted attention she was receiving as a popular streamer were highlighted by a billboard showing her live stream. A girl, wrapped in a hooded jacket, vehemently declared her fame to a boy in swimming attire. He, slightly taken aback, questioned if she was bragging. The boy politely requested she wait until he ceased his activities, not wanting to cause her any trouble. But then reconsidered, suggesting that if she didn't mind, there wouldn't be a problem. He explained that it's natural for opponents to involve themselves in each other's affairs when challenged. The girl, blushing, admitted she was glad he thought of her, but also confessed that it wasn't fun when doubts and worries invaded her mind. He told her not to act like an adult when she's a troublesome kid, but that it didn't bother him that she could keep streaming as much as she wanted. She agreed. Remembering their first meeting, she recalled that he had always wanted to play with her no matter what. He explained that he always pulled her out of her introverted shell so she could enjoy the world, leading her to confess her feelings, wondering how she could have fallen in love with him. They held hands and walked towards the pool. A friend of hers speculated that the boy might be her boyfriend, prompting another to tell them not to invade the girl's privacy. At the pool, a young woman with glasses observed two young men, one of whom was shirtless. She mused to herself that some people might see them as a couple, but dismissed the idea, noting that the shirtless man was likely the other's brother and that she doubted his sister would date someone so immature. Elsewhere, Kotatsu-chan and a boy held hands, a look of happiness on her face that was new to the observer. The observer noted that she was going to wash the sunscreen off her hands. She seemed happy, and the observer wondered if this boy would be a good match for her. The observer also decided to go wash up. He bragged about his swimming speed, but she was determined to win, even if it meant more than just a massage was at stake. During their race, the boy accidentally touched Kotatsu-chan's buttocks. She cried out in surprise. And the impact was significant enough to leave him stunned and speechless. Other women in the shower area heard the sound and reacted with shock and surprise. The boy apologized profusely, overwhelmed by the situation. He was so shocked that he couldn't swim anymore. Kotatsu-chan, still flustered, was also unable to continue. Kotaro was unaware of the significance of his accidental touch, more disappointed that his competition with Shigeru was postponed. In a school hallway, three girls huddled together, their hushed whispers betraying a shared secret. One of them, with long, light hair, stood with her arms crossed, a look of suspicion on her face. The other two, shorter and with darker hair, watched intently, their eyes darting around as if anticipating discovery. A sense of unease hung in the air. Meanwhile, down the hall, two students, Kotaro and Sumika, engaged in a seemingly innocent conversation. Sumika, with her glasses and neatly braided hair, greeted Kotaro cheerfully. He, in turn, seemed slightly flustered by her proximity, a subtle blush rising on his cheeks. The long-haired girl and her companions observed the pair from afar, their earlier unease intensifying. One of the shorter girls voiced her suspicion, wondering if Sumika was intentionally trying to seduce Kotaro. The long-haired girl, however, remained unconvinced, stating that Sumika wouldn't do such a thing. Later, Kotaro and Sumika continued their conversation. Kotaro expressed his surprise at how easily Sumika got along with him, seemingly oblivious to any romantic tension. Sumika, however, seemed to have a different perspective. Elsewhere, the three girls resumed their discussion. The long-haired girl expressed her distrust of Sumika, while another girl pointed out the proverb about those who interfere in others' relationships facing consequences. Sumika's actions, they agreed, seemed to fit this description. During lunch, Sumika apologized profusely to the other two girls for her actions. She explained that she only wanted to eat lunch peacefully, but her actions had caused a rift between them. The long-haired girl, however, remained skeptical, questioning Sumika's motives. She pointed out that Sumika and Kotaro had become close after the sports festival, implying a deeper connection than Sumika was letting on. Sumika, feeling cornered, insisted that she only got along with Kotaro because he was kind and easy to talk to. She denied any romantic interest, her words laced with a hint of desperation. The conversation shifted to Kotaro's childish wallet. One of the girls suggested using this detail in their plan to get back at the bullies. One of the girls revealed that she had already noticed the wallet's unique feature, a detail that would be crucial to their plan. The scene ends with a sense of anticipation and a hint of mischief in the air. Kotaro showed his friends a wallet, claiming it was a gift from his grandmother. His friends laughed, but Kotaro remained unfazed, even pleased with himself. Meanwhile, two girls observed the scene, one of them noting that their plans seemed to be working. One of the girls, impressed by Kotaro's apparent devotion to his grandmother, expressed her admiration, finding his action endearing. The other girl, however, was dismayed. She had intended to make Kotaro look bad, but her friend's reaction had backfired. Now Kotaro seemed even more appealing. One girl conceded defeat, leaving the other to continue their scheme. The remaining girl reflected on how Kotaro's actions had unexpectedly increased his appeal. Elsewhere, another girl confided in a friend about Kotaro's insensitivity, noting that even when they were together, he only talked about other girls he liked. This girl admitted to feeling jealous and scared of rejection, but also confessed her feelings for Kotaro. The girl grappled with her own feelings, questioning why people become so cowardly when they fall in love and resolved to not initiate a conversation about love unless asked. Meanwhile, another girl suddenly decided to confess her feelings for Kotaro to her friends, surprising them. Sumika, a girl with glasses and braided hair, sat at a table, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she giggled softly to herself. Her gaze was directed downward, a shy smile playing on her lips. A speech bubble above her head revealed the observation that three girls seemed to really like Hinoi-kun. The scene shifted to show two other girls, their expressions a mix of surprise and slight embarrassment. Sumika, noticing their reaction, quickly apologized, explaining that she didn't mean to laugh at them, she simply found them cute when they were flustered. She added that she thought they were beautiful and cool women. Sumika, now sitting with the two other girls, reflected on the unusual happiness she felt sharing a bento with them. This was the first time she'd had lunch with so many people. It was a stark contrast to her high school days, when she always ate lunch alone. Now, sharing these lively moments together felt like a dream. The other girls, Kane and Akari, seemed to share her sentiment. Sumika, touched by their kindness, declared that from now on, they would eat lunch together every day. She apologized for her strange comments, but the other girls reassured her, finding her endearing. The scene broadened to show the group at a table in the school cafeteria, surrounded by other students. Sumika, reflecting on her unusual good fortune, noted that while she usually ate with boys, she was determined to make this new arrangement work. She expressed gratitude for their friendship. Later, Sumika and Kane were alone. Kane, seemingly out of the blue, asked Sumika if she felt attracted to Kotaro. Sumika was taken aback by the sudden question, expressing confusion. The intensity of the question seemed to unsettle Sumika. Sumika, looking slightly uncomfortable, clarified that she considered Hinoi-kun a friend, and that she didn't understand those kinds of feelings. Lunchtime was almost over, and two girls sat together in a classroom. One of them announced her intention to use the restroom before they ate their bento boxes. In the restroom, the girl reflected on how well things had gone with Shigeru and Akira, considering them kind people. She overheard that Hinode-kun was interested in another girl, but lacked the courage to confess her own feelings for him. Outside, she observed Hinode-kun interacting happily with a group of girls, reinforcing her belief that he was romantically involved with one of them. This realization made her confessing her feelings seem impossible, believing she had no chance with him. As she walked, she accidentally bumped into Hinode-kun, causing her to drop her phone. He apologized, and as he helped her pick up her phone, she noticed a keychain with a familiar face attached to it. It was Fumitan's keychain, confirming her suspicions. Sumika, a young woman with glasses and dark hair, stood in a school hallway, a puzzled expression on her face. She muttered a questioning "eh?" A boy approached her, holding a phone. He noticed something about her and muttered to himself, "this accessory." He showed her a pendant. "This is a super rare item from Fumitan," he exclaimed, his voice laced with surprise. He continued, "If you have this, does that mean Sumika-san likes Fumitan too?" A beat of silence hung in the air before she finally admitted, yes, I do." The boy's eyes widened. "Ha, it seems like you really like Fumitan, that's amazing." Meanwhile, his internal monologue raced, "I can't believe it. Hinode-kun likes Fumitan too, right?" Elsewhere, another girl watched Sumika, a worried expression on her face. She thought, if he finds out that the person behind Fumitan is someone as introverted as me, Hinode-kun might get hurt. Sumika, feeling the weight of her secret, clutched her stomach. She resolved, I can't let anyone, not even Hinode-kun, find out the truth. Hinode, still captivated by Sumika, moved closer. "Don't run, Sumika-san, don't be afraid." Hinode and a girl with glasses found themselves in an unexpected situation. They were surrounded by their classmates, their surprised expressions evident. A sudden turn of events that left them both speechless. The girl, visibly nervous, questioned their current location, her unease palpable. Hinode explained that they were in the neighborhood where many of their classmates lived. The girl, wanting to avoid lingering, expressed her desire to leave quickly. A young man with blonde hair approached them, interrupting their hushed conversation. The girl, startled, questioned his identity. He asked for directions to the nearest sushi restaurant, his English surprisingly fluent. Hinode, noticing the foreigner's distress, offered his assistance. The blonde man readily accepted, and Hinode, remembering a nearby restaurant, suggested it as an option. The girl, impressed by Hinode's English, expressed her admiration. The blonde man then inquired about a video called Fumitan, piquing the girl's curiosity. He showed her a small box containing the video, further fueling her intrigue. The blonde man's recommendation left her utterly amazed. A young man, his face partially obscured, bid farewell to a young woman with a cheerful wave. He commented on her beauty and impeccable taste, noting her newfound global fame, while she expressed uncertainty about the situation. Hinode and Sumika walked down the street, their conversation light and easy. Sumika commented on Hinode's unusual behavior, noting that he wasn't his usual self. But he reassured her that they were almost at their destination. As they rounded a corner, Sumika gasped in surprise. Before them stood the Zeon shopping center. She couldn't believe where Hinode was taking her. Hinode led Sumika into a brightly lit cafe. He explained that he chose this particular establishment because it had a collaborative menu with Fumitan, a detail that clearly excited him. And the cafe staff were visibly surprised by his order, a parfait designed by Fumitan herself, boasting a complex array of sweet, sour, and spicy flavors. Hinode apologized for bringing her there, explaining that he wanted to share this experience with someone who shared his interests. He took out his phone. And before they ate, he took a picture of the parfait. Sumika was taken aback when Hinode suddenly confessed his love for her using a special voice message he'd recorded, leaving her speechless and blushing deeply. He was overjoyed at his success, marveling at how easily he'd managed to record and send the message. Despite the success of his confession, Sumika felt embarrassed, whispering her feelings to Hinode. Hinode-kun, his face flushed, stared intently at his phone, a barrage of "I love you so much" messages filling the screen. A concerned Fumitan watched from the side, urging him to stop. Ignoring Fumitan's plea, Hinode-kun continued to scroll through the messages, until Fumitan suggested they eat the parfait instead. He looked up, noticing his reddened face, and quickly dismissed it as nothing. As they ate, Fumitan broached a sensitive topic. She wondered why Hinode-kun supported her online persona. Hinode-kun hesitated, unable to honestly explain his support. He couldn't bring himself to admit it was because of his feelings for Fumitan. Instead, he confessed his clumsiness and tendency to make mistakes, using his trip at the sports festival as an example. He then revealed his admiration for Fumitan's confidence, calling her his ideal. Fumitan, reflecting on her online persona, explained that she portrayed a confident and self-assured character online because she had caused trouble for many people in the past and ended up isolated. She continued, revealing that her online persona was a way to escape the loneliness and self-doubt she felt in real life. Hinode-kun listened intently. Hinode-kun, in turn, offered words of encouragement, assuring Fumitan that she didn't need to look down on herself. Fumitan, touched by his kindness, expressed her gratitude, noting that even on his day off, he was willing to spend time with her. As they left the cafe, Fumitan commented on the taste of the parfait, prompting Hinode-kun to playfully tease her about her excessive praise. Shigure, eyes wide with disbelief, stared at the scene unfolding before her. A gasp escaped her lips as she processed the unexpected sight. The shock was so intense that Shigure stumbled, falling to her knees, unable to comprehend what she was witnessing. She saw Kotaro, looking happy, and the realization hit her hard: he was on a date. Shigure, a girl with short, dark hair and a cap, urgently called her friends, Akira and Sumika. Akira, with long, light hair and a sophisticated look, questioned the sudden urgency, while Sumika, sporting shoulder-length reddish-brown hair, listened attentively, holding her phone. The cause of the urgency was revealed to be shocking news. Kotaro, a mutual acquaintance, was on a date with Sumika. Akira and Sumika reacted with disbelief and a mix of shock and concern. Sumika suddenly collapsed, mirroring a previous incident involving Akira. The sight of her friend falling caused Akira to exclaim in alarm. Akira rushed to Sumika's side, her concern evident in her expression. She couldn't comprehend what was happening. Shigure, equally distressed, blamed Sumika for taking Kotaro away from them. Akira, however, disagreed with Shigure's assessment, expressing doubt about Sumika's intentions. She pointed out Sumika's considerate and loyal nature, arguing that she wouldn't betray her friends. Akira then revealed a past conversation where Sumika admitted to having low self-esteem and a lack of proactive behavior in relationships. This explains Sumika's passive approach to her feelings for Kotaro, and why she might not have actively pursued him. Akira reflected on Sumika's low self-esteem and her own past attempts to understand the root of Sumika's insecurities, highlighting Sumika's unexpected cuteness. A young woman with long, straight hair, dressed in a business-like attire, pondered aloud. She had heard that something bad had happened to a girl in middle school. Meanwhile, a group of young men, one sporting a gold chain and a graphic t-shirt, noticed a girl enjoying a parfait. They pointed her out to each other. The men's attention was drawn to a girl sitting alone, whom they recognized as Sumika Sanai, a girl who had transferred to another school. They discussed her, noting her past nickname and the fact that she was now with a guy. They recalled how she had been relentlessly teased in elementary school, nicknamed Tarako for her perceived clumsiness. And now, seeing her at high school with a boyfriend, they mused that it was worth going to a school without their elementary school classmates. One of the men approached Sumika and her friends, asking to speak with them for a moment. Sumika's friends, Kane and Keiho, were surprised by the sudden interaction. They learned that the men were Sumika's former classmates and that she had been planning this encounter. The men discussed Sumika's past, recalling her nickname and how she was often teased for her clumsiness. They offered to share more stories about her. Sumika and a young man, Hinode-kun, sat in a cafe. She excused herself to go to the bathroom. Even though they were at a place related to one of their hobbies, she realized that Hinode-kun had invited her, and this was a date. Akira Mikazuki, the national wrestling champion, found himself the unexpected subject of attention amongst a group of girls. Their surprised exclamations revealed their awareness of his impressive title. One of the girls, identifying herself and her friends as students from Genkowa High School, expressed surprise at seeing him there, explaining that she used to practice wrestling and knew of his reputation. Another girl, Kania-chan, observed the interaction from a distance, her curiosity piqued by the connection between Akira and the Genkowa students. Kania-chan's curiosity intensified, prompting her to approach Akira and express her desire to learn more about his past, specifically about someone named Sumika. Meanwhile, one of the Genkowa students reminisced about Sumika's past clumsiness, recounting a humorous incident during a cultural festival where Sumika's clumsiness led to a chaotic scene involving a banner and a cart. The story continued, highlighting Sumika's tendency to be clumsy and how it often resulted in laughter from those around her, despite her efforts. A group of girls sat around a table at a cafe, their laughter echoing through the air. Sumika, known for her clumsiness, was the subject of their amusement. They found her mishaps endlessly entertaining. Meanwhile, Sumika, unaware of the conversation, sat alone, a worried expression clouding her features. She wondered what Kane and the others were thinking about her. Back at the cafe, the girls continued their lighthearted teasing of Sumika, finding humor in a recent incident. They couldn't believe how clumsy she had been, it was so absurd. Sumika, overhearing snippets of their laughter, felt a jolt of surprise. A single word escaped her lips, ha! She realized that Kane and the others were also laughing at her. The realization struck her, her friends were making fun of her behind her back. It was a very interesting story, indeed. A wave of self-doubt washed over Sumika. She wondered if she was the only one who thought they were all friends. A nervous laugh escaped her lips. Meanwhile, Hinode, concerned about Sumika's prolonged absence, decided to check on her. He wondered if something had happened to her. Hinode found Sumika near a bar, looking distraught. He approached her cautiously. He noticed she was crying. "What's wrong, Sumika-san? Why are you here?" he asked, concerned. Back at the cafe, Kane and the others continued to laugh, oblivious to Sumika's distress. Hinode, a young man with a concerned expression, watched from a distance as a group of girls chatted animatedly in a cafe. He overheard one of them exclaim about something incredible that had just happened. The girls continued their conversation, their laughter echoing through the cafe. Hinode's eyes widened as he recognized one of them as Kane, and he wondered what she was doing. Hinode, now walking with Sumika, expressed his frustration. He considered the situation hopeless, his disappointment palpable. Sumika, noticing his distress, called out to him, her voice laced with concern. Hinode's gaze hardened as he voiced his intolerance for the girl's behavior, specifically mentioning Sumika-san. The three girls, Kane among them, sat together, their expressions shifting subtly. A silent observation passed between them. One of the girls suggested they exchange contact information and hang out again. The others seemed to consider this. However, Kane quickly rejected the idea, surprising the others. The girls' expressions turned serious as they huddled together. Their demeanor shifted from playful to cold. Kane, speaking for the group, declared that they couldn't be friends with unpleasant people. Elsewhere, three individuals reacted with shock and disbelief to the news of the girls' actions. A young man with short, dark hair, his face flushed, let out a frustrated huff. Beside him, a young woman with dark hair and glasses, her expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension, uttered a soft, questioning huh? The scene shifted to two other young women. One, with long, straight hair, looked down at the other, her expression sharp and critical. She commented on the school the other attended. The second woman, with shorter hair, seemed shocked, exclaiming about how different the first woman was from what she had expected. Below them, a young man with short hair and a gold chain around his neck, looked up with a questioning expression, asking if what he was hearing was true. The woman with long hair, her expression now serious, revealed her name, Kane Aburazuki Tsutsuki. She stated that her father was a representative of the Tsukimi concern. The conversation continued, with one of the shorter-haired women pointing out that they had been laughing together just moments before. Another woman, with her hair in a ponytail, confirmed that it had been fun. The scene then shifted to a young woman with dark hair, who was clearly surprised to learn that the other woman was from a wealthy family. The dark-haired woman, now seated regally, explained that their earlier laughter was a calculated move, she had been planning to interrupt their annoying laughter. She warned the others about the consequences of messing with her friend, Akari Mikazuki. The young man with the gold chain scoffed at this warning, questioning their attitude. A group of young people sat around a table in a cafe, their conversation tense. One of them, a girl with long, light hair, spoke, expressing remorse for their actions towards Sumika. Explaining that they had mistakenly believed Sumika's world and their own were vastly different. Another girl, with shorter, darker hair, reacted with anger, pointing out that their misunderstanding didn't excuse their behavior. She emphasized Sumika's sensitivity and the bully's lack of consideration. Meanwhile, Sumika, a girl with glasses and a braid, looked on with a worried expression. She was described as a very special friend to someone. Elsewhere, a different group discussed the situation. They revealed that Sumika's friends had used their close relationship to gather information about the bully's actions, planning to use this information to their advantage. One of them, Kane, was praised for her cleverness. The scene shifted back to the cafe. One of Sumika's friends warned the bullies that their actions would have consequences, while another observed that the girl's loyalty to their friend was impressive. Sumika blushed, clearly touched by her friend's actions. Later, Sumika and her friends encountered Kotaro, one of the bullies. They confronted him about his behavior, leaving Kotaro and Sumika shocked by the intensity of their reaction. The girls worried about the negative impression they had made. Kotaro, a young man with a smirk playing on his lips, addressed someone unseen. He stated that he was glad to see them act with such determination, adding that he liked it. Three young women, their faces flushed and eyes wide, reacted to Kotaro's words with visible excitement and nervous anticipation. One of the women, her heart pounding, thought she might die from excitement. Another suggested that Kotaro's words were a compliment, believing that he would praise them even more if they defeated their bullies. The narration clarified that they misunderstood his words. Elsewhere, a woman with glasses observed Kotaro and his three companions from a distance, questioning who that guy was and noting that he was with three scary women. The three women, now seated, apologized for their previous behavior, stating that they didn't mean any harm. The woman with glasses reassured them, saying it was okay. Kotaro approached the woman with glasses, Kania, and her friends, offering support and encouraging her to speak her mind. Kania was annoyed that he touched her back. One of Kania's friends urged her to speak bluntly, using a nickname for another friend. Kania, blushing, prepared to speak. Kania and her friend, now emboldened, prepared to confront their bullies. The scene opens with a chaotic blur of motion, the sound of a forceful impact echoing as someone shouts, "You." The dust settles, revealing a group of bullies, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. One of them mutters, "E." Meanwhile, a group of girls, their faces alight with a mix of relief and determination, gather around a young woman with glasses. One of them says, "Well said, Sumika." Another adds, "I feel the same way." Later, the group of girls walks down the street, their conversation turning to the young woman with glasses and a young man named Kotaro. One observes, "And that's why you went to that cafe together." Another exclaims, "Wow. So, Sumika-san and Kotaro have the same interests." The conversation shifts to whether the young woman with glasses and Kotaro spend weekends together. One girl asks, "By the way, do you spend weekends together?" Another, relieved, says, "What a relief. That means she didn't outshine us and go out with him." As they walk, the young woman with glasses expresses her gratitude, saying, "Thank you all so much for today." One of the girls is confused, asking, "Huh? Why are you thanking us for that?" The young woman with glasses, tears welling in her eyes, smiles softly and says, "Girls." A final panel shows a close-up of the young woman's face, her expression one of quiet contemplation. She thinks, "It's really hard." A young man with a mischievous glint in his eyes watched a girl with glasses walk away. She seemed preoccupied, muttering to herself about the difficulty of competing with more beautiful girls, even though she harbored feelings for someone named Hinode-kun. The scene opens on a karaoke bar called Bug Voice, its exterior clearly visible. Inside, two young women and a young man are gathered around a table. One of the women explains that Akira, presumably another friend, cannot make it due to prior commitments. The conversation then turns to the punishment for the karaoke loser. The young man, Kotaro, is reminded of a previous karaoke loss, where he was forced to dress as a maid. He visibly recoils at the memory. The rules of the karaoke competition are established. The loser will be forced to dress up in a cosplay costume and take orders from the winner. The panel shows a variety of costumes available for rent at the karaoke bar. The two women discuss the parameters of the punishment, agreeing that it must remain within morally acceptable limits. Kotaro confidently grabs the microphone, declaring that he will sing first. One of the women plays the tambourine while Kotaro sings, while the other reminds them that second and third place will also face punishment. As Kotaro sings, one of the women comments on his confidence, excited to hear him sing for the first time. Kotaro sings passionately, the lyrics mentioning a light that shines and a smile weaving their story together. The women react to Kotaro's performance, one impressed by his improved singing and the other noting the masculine quality of his voice. They are also secretly recording the performance. Kotaro, a young man with a mischievous grin, stared at the karaoke machine screen. A score of 95, marked as excellent, flashed brightly. He seemed pleased with his performance. Meanwhile, two young women watched him. One, with short, dark hair, commented on his confidence in suggesting such a punishment. The other, with long, light hair, remained silent, a slight smirk playing on her lips. The dark-haired girl, Shigeru, grabbed the microphone, a glint of determination in her eyes. She declared it was now her turn, subtly reminding Kotaro that underestimating her was a mistake. Shigeru took the stage, her appearance transforming. She now wore a rockstar outfit, ready to perform a powerful Western rock song, surprising everyone. Her performance was electrifying. She scored a 97, leaving Kotaro and the blonde woman impressed. The blonde woman noted Shigeru's naturally pretty voice, perfectly suited to any song. The blonde woman, whose name is revealed to be Eri, stepped up next, taking the microphone. Kotaro watched, anticipating her performance. Eri's transformation was equally striking. She donned a traditional Japanese kimono, preparing to sing a ballad. Her powerful voice filled the room. Kotaro was captivated, impressed by her skill. He noted that he would happily pay to hear her sing again. The results were in, Eri scored a 97, tying with Shigeru. Shigeru was surprised, having expected an easy win. With the tie, Kotaro was declared the loser and would face the consequences of his challenge. He looked distraught, realizing the unexpected outcome of his plan. Kotaro, mortified, found himself the subject of Shigeru's unwanted attention. She was taking pictures of him in a humiliating outfit, prompting his desperate plea to stop. Meanwhile, another girl, seemingly named Shigeru, observed the photos with a pained expression, noting how pathetic and embarrassing Kotaro looked. And suggested a further punishment, a collar for Kotaro. The other girl, seemingly named Kane, questioned the idea of cat ears instead. Kane, however, insisted on following through with the punishment, stating that their plan wasn't over yet. Elsewhere, Kotaro was forced to sing a song. Kotaro and his friends arrived at a karaoke bar, completely bewildered by the situation. Shigeru's punishment was about to begin, much to Kotaro's horror. Shigeru, enjoying Kotaro's embarrassment, decided to make him wear a collar and walk around the shop. Kane's punishment for Kotaro involved a karaoke performance. Kotaro was forced to sing a love song, replacing the original subject with Kane's name. Despite Kane's satisfaction with the punishment, Shigeru warned that the ordeal wasn't over yet. A young man, his face contorted in a grimace of determination, stood before a microphone. He clutched it tightly, his knuckles white. His words, though barely audible, spoke volumes. It was time for his revenge. Meanwhile, two young women sat together. One, with long, flowing hair, leaned back, a smirk playing on her lips. The other, her expression more subdued, looked down at her hands. The woman with long hair had been holding back, saving her strength for this special moment. A young person, dressed in a sailor uniform, dramatically gripped a microphone, their arm raised high. They announced, "Listen up. Fumitan's Great Unraveling." A television screen in the background showed two girls in similar uniforms performing on stage. Two women watched the performance. One, with long blonde hair, commented that the performer was Kotaro's favorite VTuber, a fact she'd heard from Sumika. The other, with shorter, darker hair, looked surprised, questioning if that was indeed Fumitan. The young person continued their frenetic performance, singing enthusiastically. Their words were a compliment to Fumi-tan's appearance, inviting her to continue dancing. The blonde woman observed, impressed by Kotoro's lung capacity. The other woman, meanwhile, was captivated by the song's complex rhythm. The performance continued, growing increasingly intense. The singer's voice rose in volume and pitch, their expression becoming more strained. The singer, now visibly agitated, shouted at the two women to be quiet and listen. The women were startled by their outburst. The singer finished their performance, achieving a perfect score of 100 points. They looked exhausted but satisfied. The two women reacted to the perfect score with a mixture of awe and disbelief. The singer, still catching their breath, reflected on the risks involved in performing such a demanding song. The other woman expressed concern for their well-being. The screen displayed the evaluation results, 97 points for Kane and 96 for Shigeru. The blonde woman looked slightly disappointed, while the other woman looked relieved. Two girls sat on a couch, one looking dejected. There's no way to get over 100 points, one of them said, expressing her frustration. The other girl smirked. And I already have the right costumes for you. A boy then appeared, holding up a sailor uniform. Girls, it's time for your punishment. One girl was dressed as a maid, the other in a bunny girl outfit. The maid sighed, ugh. I don't like these cute clothes. I'd rather wear revealing clothes than this. The boy watched them, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Alright, time for revenge. What should I make them do first? One girl wondered what shameful request he would make. The boy instructed them. Alright then, give me a microphone, I want you to sing a Fumi-tan song for me. One girl responded with a questioning huh? He explained, yes. I'm very inspired. Today I'll only sing Fumi-tan songs. The other girl asked, is that all? You want to sing again? One girl offered the microphone. Alright. Do you want me to give you the mic? The boy, however, was exhausted after singing. But after the song, I felt quite exhausted. My arms and legs are shaking. I can't hold the mic. The bunny girl held the microphone to her chest. Like this. The maid observed, commenting on the bunny girl's actions. The maid exclaimed, Kane. It's incredible that you can convince him without feeling embarrassed. The bunny girl was accused of sabotaging the singing. You? Are you trying to sabotage my singing? The maid explained, although you have your own desires, you are embarrassed and unable to act on them. The bunny girl responded with a thoughtful Kanade, dressed in a maid outfit, stared intently at her opponent. A determined glint shone in her eyes as she declared her unwavering resolve, she would do whatever it took to win this contest. Meanwhile, Shigeru watched Kanade with a mixture of surprise and bewilderment. He couldn't believe how confidently Kanade was speaking into the microphone, despite it being awkwardly stuck to her. Kanade, unfazed by Shigeru's observation, continued, asserting that her methods were not the only way to achieve victory. And with a sudden, unexpected move, she forcefully shoved the microphone between her legs, startling Shigeru. This time, I won't let you underestimate me, she declared. Shigeru's eyes widened in shock as he saw Kanade's underwear. Hey, Kanade. I can see your underwear. Aren't you ashamed, he exclaimed. Kanade, however, remained unperturbed by Shigeru's embarrassment, coldly stating that she didn't care, it only made the competition more interesting. She warned Shigeru that his naivete would lead to regret. Shigeru, still flustered, admitted he hadn't anticipated their aggressive actions, but he sensed the seriousness of the situation. A staff member rushed in, informing them that there were only 10 minutes left in the competition and apologizing for the broken loudspeaker. Kotaro found himself in a compromising position, surrounded by two women. One, dressed in a bunny girl costume, held a bottle to his lips, while the other watched with a mixture of shock and amusement. Kotaro's face was flushed, and he appeared to be struggling against the situation. Meanwhile, a female employee watched the scene unfold with wide, horrified eyes. Her jaw dropped as she exclaimed that she'd never seen anything like it before. A narration box declared that Kotaro would be remembered as the worst human being in history. Under a rain-soaked umbrella, a girl with pigtails, brimming with excitement, approached Kotaro. She excitedly invited him to karaoke. Kotaro, however, declined, explaining that it was raining and he preferred to stay home and watch a live show. He felt it was unfair that his friends went out the previous day while he had practiced. The girl, persistent, pleaded with him, mentioning that she heard about the incident where his friends dressed him up as a girl. Kotaro, visibly uncomfortable, wondered why they shared everything with each other. Ignoring his protests, she grabbed his arm and pulled him along, urging him to go with her. He protested, telling her to stop pulling him, causing the girl to lose her balance and fall. Kotaro reacted instinctively, catching her. The impact sent the girl sprawling into a puddle, causing her to cry out in pain. Kotaro apologized profusely, concerned about her well-being. She reassured him that she was fine, only suffering a minor scratch. Despite her insistence, Kotaro scolded her for her clumsiness, reminding her that she was an athlete and should be more careful. He lacked a bandage, however. The girl blushed, surprised by his concern. She noted how much he cared. Having no other choice, Kotaro invited her to his house to treat her injury. Kotaro returned home, announcing his arrival with a triumphant "I'm back." He found a young woman, her school uniform soaked, standing timidly in the entryway. He offered her a towel, noticing her distress. She mumbled her thanks, and he suggested she follow him to treat her injuries. He tended to her minor wounds, a quiet understanding passing between them. She expressed her gratitude, her cheeks flushed with a mixture of relief and something else. He suggested she shower, noticing her damp clothes. She agreed, relieved at the suggestion. Alone in the shower, she reflected on the unusual turn of events, her thoughts drifting to the scenarios she'd read in adult manga. The memory of a particular scene, a boy and girl unexpectedly sleeping together, filled her mind. Her imagination ran wild, picturing a similar scenario with Kotaro, her embarrassment growing with each passing moment. She decided to put on perfume and emulate the sensual girl from the manga, hoping to create a romantic atmosphere. However, she only had a sweatshirt to change into, dashing her hopes of a sensual transformation. Kotaro's face was etched with worry as he contemplated the situation. He wondered what Kane and Shigeru would do if they were in his place. He steeled his resolve. It was decided, he would attack with everything he had. He knew that if he didn't act now, he would lose to Kane and Shigeru. Their interference was unwelcome, but this was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Kotaro apologized to Kotaro, explaining that his sweatshirt was wet, so he had to change. Undeterred, he declared that he would face his opponent in his underwear. His mother, noticing his state, offered to get him a change of clothes. Kotaro was surprised. Kotaro's mother apologized for not hearing him arrive, explaining that she had been locked in her room due to remote work. Realizing he wasn't alone, Kotaro felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had risked everything for nothing. His mother offered him a change of clothes, noting that he seemed to have forgotten something at school and would likely be back soon. Kotaro's mother pointed out that his clothes wouldn't fit, so he would have to wear Kotaro's sweatshirt. He was surprised to find it was Kotaro's sweatshirt. He put it on, pleased with the unexpected turn of events. Akira Mikazuki, Kotaro's mother, casually mentioned that Kotaro had been mean to him in elementary school. Kotaro was shocked. He didn't know his mother knew about the incident at the sports festival. Before Kotaro left, she had asked him about the girl from the sports festival. His mother's knowledge of his past actions left him feeling anxious and uncertain about what to do next. Two young women sat across from each other at a table. One, with pigtails, expressed surprise that the person who bullied Kotaro was a girl. The other, a woman with short, straight hair, clarified that it wasn't bullying, but rather a series of humiliating punishment games. The pigtailed girl apologized, shocked by the revelation. The pigtailed girl reacted with horror to a flashback showing Kotaro being forced into embarrassing poses by his bullies. She declared there was no excuse for such actions. The short-haired woman questioned who had orchestrated the incident, specifically mentioning stripping Kotaro, putting him in a wrestling hold, and forcing him into embarrassing poses. She wondered if the punishment was excessive. Overcome with guilt and sorrow, the pigtailed girl confessed her love for Kotaro, emphasizing that despite her attempts to be good, she still felt responsible for his suffering. She apologized profusely. The short-haired woman was shocked and speechless, unsure how to respond to the girl's intense emotional outburst. The pigtailed girl apologized again, wishing she had been honest from the start. The short-haired woman accepted the tissue, noting the pigtailed girl's unexpected sensitivity. Akira, a young woman with short dark hair, stood in a classroom, addressing two younger girls. She explained that she wanted to show them something, while one of the girls, seemingly surprised, questioned her. The scene shifted to a Buddhist altar, featuring a framed photograph of a young man. A thought bubble above the image indicated a question about the altar's significance. Akira continued her story, explaining that her husband had been like a father to Kotaro, always taking care of him. The other girl listened, expressing surprise and a lack of prior knowledge. Akira reflected on her busy work schedule, admitting that it had kept her away from Kotaro, potentially contributing to his loneliness. Meanwhile, a flashback showed Kotaro looking sad after his father's death. She explained that she had wanted to be by Kotaro's side as much as possible, but her work kept her away. The image showed Kotaro sitting alone, seemingly forlorn. One day, however, Kotaro came home with an unusually bright expression, telling his mother about a fight he'd had and won. Akira was initially worried when Kotaro came home half naked, but his happiness surprised her. A few days later, Kotaro revealed that he had lost to two other strong opponents, but he was excited about the challenge and wanted to beat them. Akira expressed gratitude to the other girl, noting that Kotaro's smile had returned after he met her. The other girl, blushing, expressed her own happiness. The two girls shared a moment of quiet understanding and happiness. Akira's eyes widened in shock as she listened to the other girl's words, her cheeks flushed crimson. A blush crept up her neck as she stammered a soft ah. The other girl, calmly seated across from her, continued, explaining that once she understood Akira was a girl, many things became clear. Specifically, why Akira had wanted to touch Kotaro's body. The implication hung heavy in the air as Akira's eyes darted around nervously, a mixture of embarrassment and dawning understanding on her face. The other girl then revealed her own experiences with similar punishment games, explaining that such games provided the perfect excuse for intimate physical contact. A series of panels showed her past experiences with her husband, highlighting the playful, yet intimate nature of their interactions. She casually mentioned that she found this type of interaction enjoyable. She apologized for making Akira cry, offering to share something Akira might like. The scene shifted back to the two girls at the table, the atmosphere now considerably lighter. Kotaro returned, and the other girl shared additional tips on how to take advantage of Kotaro's physical weakness, suggesting the use of oil to make his body more slippery. Akira listened intently, a newfound determination hardening her expression. The scene then shifted to a conversation between Kotaro and his mother-in-law, revealing that the mother-in-law was the source of the punishment game ideas. Kotaro was shocked and dismayed to learn this. Three young women, dressed in school uniforms, stood before a mountain range. One expressed apprehension about their presence there, while another excitedly marveled at the majestic view. As they continued their journey, one of the girls complained about the cold weather and expressed a desire to return home. Another, however, insisted they continue, planning a skiing trip for the following day. Their supervising teacher, Mizuki, announced that dinner groups would be formed by drawing lots. One of the girls voiced her desire to be in the same group as Kotaro. A girl drew the number 4, which she considered an ominous sign due to its association with death in Japanese culture. Later, she encountered Kotaro, and upon discovering they had both drawn the number 4, she was surprised to find herself in the same group as him. Overjoyed at the prospect of spending time with Kotaro, she declared that 4 was now her favorite number. Another girl looked on, amused. Another girl expressed her excitement at being in the same group as Kane and Kotaro, anticipating an enjoyable school trip. Meanwhile, another girl, Sumika, was disappointed to have drawn a different number, lamenting her bad luck. The group began preparing for dinner. 2 of the girls were assigned to cook the curry, while the others would handle the rice. One girl, Kane, displayed impressive knife skills while preparing vegetables, while another girl commented on her haste in planning a future with Kotaro. One girl, sporting glasses and a determined grin, saluted smartly. "Leave it to me," she declared, while another, wearing an apron, looked flustered. I forgot the curry powder," she exclaimed. She continued, "I'll get it right away, you go ahead with the preparation." The apron-clad girl, now outside, spotted Kotaro and his partner preparing rice nearby. She questioned her companion, "Hey, Kotaro, what are you doing?" Her companion responded with confusion, "What are you talking about?" Kotaro, a young man with a surprised expression, was accosted by a woman with glasses. She aggressively questioned him about his preferences among 3 girls, Kang, Shigeru, and Akira. Meanwhile, a blonde girl, holding a bag of what appeared to be onigiri, reacted with confusion to the woman's earlier question, finding it strange. Another boy, observing Kotaro from a distance, explained that rumors about Kotaro's attitude were circulating, leading people to believe he liked boys. Kotaro, however, seemed perplexed by this. The boy continued, suggesting that the girl's interest in Kotaro was significant. Kotaro, blushing, appeared taken aback by this revelation. Even if the world were upside down, the possibility remained. The boy's words caused Kotaro to question his own feelings, while another boy nearby expressed disbelief. Kotaro reflected on the situation, thinking that if they were talking about girls, someone like Sumika would not bother him. He considered Sumika a good girl. Elsewhere, another girl, observing Kotaro and Sumika from afar, wondered aloud if Sumika was interested in Kotaro, noting the quiet atmosphere. Kotaro's friend chided him for his joking, while the other girl continued to ponder Sumika's feelings for Kotaro. Kotaro, however, insisted that he only saw Sumika as a friend, while his friend noted his apparent obliviousness to the situation, and his own feelings for Fumiton. Sumika, walking away, reflected on Kotaro's apparent preference for Sumika, concluding that she would have to accept defeat. Sumika, a young woman with long, light hair, stood alone, a faint tremor in her hands as tears welled in her eyes. A quiet determination flickered within her gaze, however, as she whispered to herself, clinging to a fragile resolve, I'm okay. I can do this. She was clearly struggling internally. The weight of the situation pressed down on her, as she reflected, this is a problem. I don't know how to act in front of Sumika anymore. Meanwhile, Kane, a girl with dark hair and glasses, cheerfully stirred a bubbling pot. The contents were dark and ominous, with skull-like shapes swirling within. We don't need curry powder. I've made the curry by adding other spices, she declared, oblivious to the unsettling appearance of her creation. Kane continued to enthusiastically present her culinary creation, oblivious to Sumika's apprehension. Don't you think it smells like a lot of spices? She asked, completely missing the subtle horror on Sumika's face. Sumika, in turn, could only manage a hesitant, Sumika's discomfort grew. She wrung her hands, a mixture of anxiety and uncertainty clouding her features. No, I'm sorry. I really don't know what face to make right now. She confessed to Kane, her voice laced with distress. The scene shifted to a group of boys tasting the curry. One of them, visibly surprised, exclaimed, "What is this curry?" Another commented, "The taste of the curry without curry powder created by Sumika exceeded all expectations." A third boy, however, voiced his disapproval, "That's an insult to homemade curry." The scene opens on a traditional Japanese hot spring, nestled within a rustic wooden structure. 2 young women, their bodies partially submerged in the steaming water, relax amidst smooth, gray stones. A third woman stands at the edge of the bath, wrapped in a towel, observing the scene. Inside the bathhouse, 2 of the women, Kane and Akira, engage in lighthearted banter. Kane suggests an endurance contest, to which Akira playfully responds, surprised by the size of the bath. Their conversation trails off as they notice a sauna adjacent to the hot spring. Kane, now alone, appears pensive. She assures her companion that everything is all right, but her expression betrays a hidden concern. The other women notice Kane's unusual behavior, commenting on her distracted demeanor as they enter the sauna together. Kane's inner turmoil is revealed in the thought bubble. She questions whether she should be more obedient. Her friends continue to express concern, noting that Kane seems to be losing her identity. Kane reflects on her potentially domineering attitude and its effect on her relationship with Kotaro. Sumika arrives at the sauna, inviting Kane to join them. Kane, still visibly troubled, enters the sauna. Akira notices Kane's intense gaze and questions her behavior. The chapter ends with Akira complimenting another woman's physique, creating a lighthearted contrast to Kane's internal struggle. Shigeru blushed at the compliments she received from Sumika, who showered her with praise about her skin, beauty, and figure. Kane, also present, added her own agreement, noting that Sumika's compliments were quite good. Kane thanks Sumika for the compliments but added that, to be fair, Kane considered her a role model due to her wonderful qualities. Sumika, however, deflected the praise, stating that Kane hadn't yet realized her own potential and was actually quite pretty. Kane responded by asking her to stop flattering her, as it was embarrassing. The scene shifted as Kane suddenly became more assertive, complimenting Sumika's beauty and stating that she was trying to flatter her. Shigeru, observing from the side, questioned Kane's actions. Kane continued her compliments, highlighting Sumika's features that attract men, and even her large eyes. Sumika, flustered, insisted she wasn't pretty at all and asked Kane to stop. In the steamy confines of a bathhouse, Kane, a woman with long, flowing blonde hair, confronts Sumika, a shorter woman with dark hair, her expression sharp and accusatory. Is that how you plan to win him over? Don't act stupid, she snaps, her words laced with irritation. Sumika, taken aback, could only utter a confused huh as Kane's anger escalated. The scene shifts, showing Sumika and another girl, both visibly distressed, as Kane's temper flares, prompting a desperate plea from Sumika's companion to stop her. Kane grabs Sumika's face, her grip firm but not unkind. Stay still. I'll just apply this lotion. She explains, her tone softening slightly as she begins to tend to Sumika's skin. Meanwhile, another girl in the background calls out to Kane, pleading for forgiveness. The other girls watch, surprised by the sudden shift in atmosphere. One of them comments on the unexpected calm, noting that they don't seem to be fighting anymore. Kane, meanwhile, continues her ministrations, pointing out Sumika's glowing skin and explaining that it's time to moisturize. Kane continues her pampering, now focusing on Sumika's hair. She comments on its beauty and explains that she'll take care of it, starting by drying off the excess moisture with a towel. After drying Sumika's hair, Kane styles it, explaining that she'll use hair oil and then blow dry it to make it soft and silky. Sumika, clearly enjoying the attention, lets out a contented sigh. The transformation is complete. Kane asks Sumika what she thinks of her new look, a hint of pride in her voice. Sumika, looking at her reflection, is speechless, awestruck by the change. Kane's pride turns to a different kind of emotion as she urges Sumika to recognize her own beauty. Meanwhile, the other girls observe the scene, one of them questioning the nature of Kane's sudden change of heart. Sumika, overwhelmed with emotion, expresses her gratitude to Kane for her encouragement. Tears well up in her eyes as she acknowledges the kindness she has received. The scene shifts again, showing Kane and the other girls. Kane's initial anger seems to have completely dissipated, replaced by a genuine affection for Sumika. The other girls comment on the situation, highlighting the unexpected turn of events and questioning the nature of Kane's actions. Two young women, Kane and another girl, sat in a bathhouse, wrapped in yukatas. Kane shivered, complaining of the cold. She mentioned wanting to return to the sauna. The other girl, however, seemed preoccupied, sighing quietly. The second girl, her face etched with worry, reflected on her unusual behavior. She resolved to take matters into her own hands. A determination hardening in her eyes. During the upcoming school trip, she planned to confess her feelings to Rotaro. Meanwhile, two young men, one of whom sneezed, stood near a door. One of them declared his intention to compete with elegance, in his own way. Kotaro and Kane sat on a park bench beneath a large tree, the night sky speckled with stars. Kane, her expression thoughtful, mentioned a local legend. A legend about a heart-shaped hole in a tree, said to unite lovers who confess their feelings beneath it forever. Kane wondered aloud about the many trees with similar holes nearby. Shigeru, a student council vice president, appeared, observing the couple. Kotaro, startled, questioned her presence. As Shigeru confessed her feelings for Kotaro, she explained that she wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics, but also revealed her identity as the student council vice president, adding that any impure relationship would result in suspension. Shigeru, increasingly agitated, threatened to have them both suspended if they didn't confess their love under the tree, framing it as a bad omen if they weren't together forever. Leaving Kotaro and Kane utterly bewildered by her forceful intervention. Despite the unusual circumstances, they decided to confess their feelings for each other. And Shigeru, though initially displeased, ultimately deemed the outcome much better. She reflected on the situation, noting that it would have been better if she hadn't interfered. Shigeru then considered the upcoming forest camp and her plan to confess to Kotaro, viewing the current situation as a good omen. And what the agenda for the next few days held. The next day arrived, showing a snowy mountain slope with skiers enjoying the winter sports. Kotaro and a girl in a pink ski outfit chatted while another girl looked on. Kotaro's companion suggested that if skiing was his strong suit, they should compete again. Meanwhile, another girl was asleep in bed due to a cold. Kotaro inquired about Shigeru's whereabouts, expressing disappointment at her absence. On the slopes, two skiers performed an impressive jump, prompting an exclamation of amazement from a girl in camouflage gear. The girl in camouflage gear watched in awe as the skiers soared from a great height. She marveled at their skill, wondering who they were. Then, a girl with dark hair and goggles appeared, cheerfully greeting them. The girl, Sumika, explained that she had come down too fast. Sumika modestly described her skiing skills, attributing them to years of practice with her family. The other girls were impressed. Kotaro invited Sumika to join their upcoming skiing competition. Sumika, initially hesitant, agreed to participate in the competition, excited by the prospect of a more fun and challenging event. The other girls also agreed. 30 minutes later, Sumika and the girl in camouflage gear exited a ski lift, expressing some nervousness. A group of 4 young people stood at the top of a snowy ski slope. The air was crisp and cold. One of them, a girl with long hair, shivered slightly and announced, "We're here. It's definitely chilly here." 2 of the group, a girl in a camouflage jacket and a boy, discussed their plan. The girl suggested, this time, how about we simply say the winner can give an order to the loser? The other agreed. The girl in the camouflage jacket, after a moment of thought, quietly said, "All right." She considered the implications of winning the competition. Winning would allow her to give Kotaro an order, and she had a specific plan in mind. She thought, if I get the right to give orders, the rest will be easy. A victory would also provide her with an opportunity to confess her feelings to someone without interruption. She mused, we might reach a point where I can confess without being bothered by Akira and others. However, a new problem arose. The girl in camouflage admitted to her friends, but now there's another problem. This lack of skill threatened to derail her entire plan. She worried, but if I don't win here, all the plans will be ruined. Her fear of high speeds was significant. She confessed, "I'm the type who can't even go on roller coasters. I just can't get used to it, every time I feel like I'm going to wet myself." Kane, however, was determined. She retorted, "You suddenly want to exclude me from the competition. I'll definitely defeat you." Another girl, noticing the tension, suggested, "Let's compete with Kane-chan as well." Kotaro, a young man with short dark hair and goggles perched atop his head, stood with his hand to his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muttered, "Oh, okay." A map of a ski slope was shown, detailing the course. Instructions were given, they would pass through the ski lift pillars, and the turn after the steep slope would be the finish line. Someone asked, "So, are you ready?" Two girls, Kane and Sumika, launched themselves down the snowy slope. "Let's go," one of them exclaimed. Their descent began. Sumika observed Kane's impressive technique, noting her considerable skiing experience. Kotaro skillfully navigated the steep slope with tight turns, his gliding technique impressive. Meanwhile, Kane maintained a straight path, her speed increasing dramatically. Her courage was evident. Sumika, struggling to keep up, felt the intense speed and expressed fear, desperately wanting to stop. She tried to accelerate but felt she was about to fall, the speed being too dangerous. The competition was entering its final phase. Would Kane make it through safely? Kana and Sumika, two young women, raced down a snowy slope on skis, the speed blurring the landscape into streaks of white and gray. Sumika, lagging behind Kana, exclaimed that the speed was too fast and scary. Sumika, struggling to keep up, confessed that skiing was the only thing she could compete with Kana in. She couldn't afford to lose. She noticed Kana was right beside her heart pounding in her chest. Sumika considered postponing the competition, even if it meant losing, but the thought of pushing herself to her limit filled her with dread. She cried out in exertion, fearing failure and the disappointment of Kotaro, her partner. Ignoring her fear, she resolved to move forward fearlessly. With renewed determination, Sumika pushed herself harder, her skis carving a sharp turn through the snow. Kana, watching from behind, was astonished by Sumika's sudden burst of speed and skill. Kana reached the finish line first, but Sumika was close behind. Kanade, a young woman with dark hair, skied down the slope with determination, her eyes focused on the finish line. She pushed herself to her limits, the wind whipping past her face. But ultimately fell short, collapsing in exhaustion at the base of the hill. Phew! I lost. She breathed, a mixture of disappointment and relief evident in her expression. Another girl, with bright pink hair, approached her, offering words of encouragement. "You truly have great courage, you're amazing," she exclaimed. Meanwhile, another skier, a blonde woman named Kane, raced down the mountain at breakneck speed. So scary, she thought, her heart pounding in her chest as she narrowly avoided a collision. What should I do? Although I barely made that turn, I suddenly sped up, she realized, struggling to maintain control. Her speed proved too much, Kane lost control, her skis slipping out from under her, sending her tumbling head over heels down the slope. She gasped, fear gripping her as she careened towards an obstacle. From below, the pink-haired girl and another onlooker watched in horror as Kane's trajectory became clear. "She's going to crash into the pole," the pink-haired girl cried out in alarm. "Oh no! Kane lost balance," the other exclaimed. A young man with glasses, Kotaro, reacted instantly. "Idiot! When will you stop showing off so much?" he shouted, sprinting towards the impending collision. With a burst of speed, Kotaro reached Kane just as she was about to hit the pole, grabbing her and pulling her into a tight embrace. The impact of their combined momentum sending them careening off course. The force of the collision sent them tumbling down the mountainside. They slid down the snowy slope, finally coming to a stop near a rocky outcrop. The two girls watched from afar, relieved but also slightly concerned. "They went off the track, we have to catch up with them," one of them said, pointing towards the pair. Kanade, breathless and flushed, lay in the snow, her eyes fixed on Kotaro. He had just saved her from a dangerous fall. She let out a relieved sigh, phew, ah. Kotaro, still catching his breath, sat beside her. Kanade, ever prone to mishaps, muttered about her clumsiness. She questioned how he knew she was in danger, a puzzled frown creasing her brow. Kotaro's name echoed in her mind, Kotaro? Kotaro explained that he had been watching her, noticing her unstable skiing. He pointed out her poor skiing skills, a teasing glint in his eyes. Kanade's face flushed again. The conversation shifted to a shared memory from their childhood. Kanade remembered a reckless skateboarding race, and Kotaro recalled her sudden nervousness just before the race, a detail she had forgotten. Kotaro recounted how Kanade had almost had an accident then, her hands trembling and tears welling up. He noted that her habit of hiding her fear hadn't changed. He scolded her gently for always trying to appear cool and hiding her vulnerabilities. Kanade's cheeks burned with a mixture of embarrassment and something else. Kanade revealed her reasons for always striving for perfection, stemming from a desire to meet the expectations of others and avoid disappointing them. She reflected on the pressure she felt to always excel. A flashback showed Kanade's past, highlighting the constant pressure she faced to live up to others' expectations. The weight of those expectations was clearly visible on her face. She confessed that Kotaro was the only one who truly saw past her facade. Kanade, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, confessed her feelings for Kotaro. Kanade sat on the ground, her camouflage jacket slightly rumpled, a picture of quiet exhaustion. Her long hair partially obscured her face, but the slight tremble in her hands betrayed her inner turmoil. Kotaro, his face smudged with dirt and a look of bewildered confusion, stared at her. A question mark hung unspoken in the air. Kanade winced, her cheeks flushing crimson. She had accidentally confessed her feelings to Kotaro, and now, deeply embarrassed, she stammered an apology, explaining that she hadn't meant to do it there. Her gaze falling upon a tree trunk marred by numerous crudely carved hearts. A look of utter bewilderment crossed her features as she whispered a confused "huh?" Kotaro, observing the scene, noted the unusual situation. The tree, a so-called mythical love tree, was covered in hearts, far exceeding the expectations of a typical confession. Leaving both Kanade and Kotaro questioning how they ended up in such a bizarre place. He quietly addressed her as Kane. The reason for Kotaro's confusion was revealed. In Japanese, the words for I like you and skiing sound almost identical, leading to a comical misunderstanding. Meanwhile, another friend, Koyaro, appeared, concerned for their well-being after their fall. He asked if they were all right, particularly if Kane had hit her head. A young woman with long, light hair lay in a hospital bed, her eyes closed. A faint question mark floated above her head, suggesting a state of confusion or disorientation. A series of panels depict the woman's internal monologue. She recalls a failed confession, lamenting its outcome and her subsequent unconsciousness. The woman's eyes snapped open as she saw Kotaro, a young man with short, dark hair, entering the room. Her surprise was evident in her wide eyes and exclamation. Kotaro expressed relief at finding her awake, while she expressed gratitude for his presence and concern for his well-being, revealing that she had been worried about him. Kotaro's expression shifted subtly, a hint of something unsaid hanging in the air between them. As he brought up the recent skiing competition he won, the woman's expression turned thoughtful as he mentioned a penalty. Kotaro explained that his victory wasn't a true win because his focus was on her well-being, not the competition itself. The woman responded, acknowledging the rules but also expressing a hint of romantic interest. As a penalty for his victory, the woman playfully requested that Kotaro hold her hand for a while. Kotaro's surprised reaction to her request is shown in a series of panels, highlighting his shock and confusion. He reluctantly complied, and she thanked him, ending the scene on a slightly awkward but heartwarming note. Kotaro sat alone, lost in thought. He contemplated confessing his feelings to a girl, but felt he was too immature, still unsure of himself. Kane awoke to find Sumika standing over her, relieved to see her friend conscious. Hinode's unexpected arrival surprised them both. Sumika expressed her astonishment at the coincidence. Hinode, feeling awkward, quickly apologized for interrupting and left, leaving Kane and Sumika alone once more. Sumika expressed gratitude for Hinode's visit, while Kane, still flustered, blushed deeply. Sumika noticed her friend's red face. Kane reflected on the awkwardness of their brief handholding, feeling embarrassed by the situation. Kotaro walked down a hallway, wondering if Kane's actions held any deeper meaning. He puzzled over her request to hold hands, considering it an odd request. Kotaro dismissed Kane's unusual behavior, rationalizing it as her typical nonsensical tendencies. Later, Kotaro found himself reconsidering Kane's words, wondering if her statement, I like you, was a genuine confession of romantic interest. A young man, his shoulders slumped, walked down a school hallway, a nervous tremor in his step. He internally questioned his apprehension, wondering why he felt so uneasy. The thought of confronting his bullies lingered in his mind, a source of his discomfort. A few days after the school trip, the quiet residential streets of the town hummed with the usual morning bustle. Kotaro, his body still stiff from the recent school trip, began his morning run. He noticed a person in the distance, seemingly staggering. As he drew closer, he recognized Shigeru, his face partially hidden behind a mask. A blush colored her cheeks. Shigeru explained that she had bought drinks and had come down with a fever during the school trip. Kotaro noted her runny nose, concerned by her condition. Kotaro expressed surprise and concern, pointing out that she should have asked her family to do the shopping for her while she was sick. Shigeru, embarrassed, deflected his concern. She quickly said goodbye and started to leave, but he offered to carry her bags home, concerned for her safety while she was unwell. Shigeru, touched by his concern, accepted his help. She felt guilty about potentially burdening him. Kotaro insisted, stating that he would feel guilty if anything happened to her. He carried her bags, and she expressed relief at his kindness. Later that day, Kotaro found himself preparing rice soup, despite his internal grumbling about having to do it. Kotaro, a young man with short, dark hair, walked down a hallway, carrying a tray with a teapot and cups. He moved with a quiet determination, his expression unreadable. He approached a room and knocked softly. A muffled "ha" came from inside, followed by a surprised greeting. Kotaro announced that the rice soup was ready. Inside, a young woman with long, dark hair lay bound to a bed. Her name was Akari. She was clearly distressed, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion. She wondered what was happening. Akari explained that she had been attempting a bizarre online tutorial involving a turtle rope and had gotten herself tangled. Kotaro, though initially surprised, was amused by her predicament. Kotaro gently began to untie Akari, telling her to stop talking nonsense and lie down. Akari, relieved, simply murmured "oh." He reflected on how easily she had listened to him, surprised that she wasn't angry. He then offered her the rice soup he had made. Akari, still weak from her fever, struggled to eat by herself. She requested that Kotaro feed her. Kotaro obliged, carefully feeding her the soup. He warned her not to get too cheeky. Akari savored the soup, commenting on its deliciousness and unique flavor. It was a chicken broth rice soup, a secret recipe from Kotaro's father. Akari ate heartily, expressing her delight at the taste. She finished the soup, thanking Kotaro profusely. A young woman, her back to the viewer, sat on the floor, wrapped in a towel. Beads of sweat glistened on her skin. She muttered to herself about how much she had eaten and how much she had sweated. Meanwhile, a young man, Kotaro, watched her with concern. She explained that she couldn't reach her back to dry herself, and the cold was worsening her discomfort. Kotaro offered to help, and the woman, visibly distressed, explained that the sweat was making her cold and she was having trouble breathing. He expressed his hope that this was the last time this would happen. He gently began to dry her back, assuring her he would be quick. She let out a soft moan. The woman noted that his hand was warm and large, finding it pleasant. Kotaro, however, felt a sense of unease, thinking the situation was strange. Kotaro noticed her mocking smile reflected in the window for a while. He told her to stop teasing him and that he was leaving. She was surprised by her own lewd expression and apologized. He told her to go to sleep, as her parents would be back soon. She corrected him, stating that her parents would be gone for 2 months. She explained that her mother was a journalist traveling all over Japan, her older brother was studying in Tokyo, and her father had been overseas for business since his business became successful. She was alone. Kotaro thanked her and reflected on how everyone was desperate to avoid returning to poverty. A young woman with dark hair sat alone, a melancholic expression on her face. She murmured, barely audibly, that it must have been hard. The scene shifted to show her smiling warmly, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. She reflected on how happy she had been, remembering a time when she had last tasted homemade rice soup. A young man, holding a video game, entered the room. He expressed surprise, then she explained that it was the latest game release. He stated his desire to play it, and she offered to make him rice soup as a thank you. He began playing, and she watched him, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She quietly agreed that it was fine, her gaze lingering on him. He leaned in, and she looked away, flustered. She protested that he wasn't saying anything kind, but he denied it. A few hours passed, and they argued while playing video games. She declared that whoever fell for the trap was to blame, and she was leaving. Kotaro sat at his desk, the weight of impending final exams pressing down on him. A sigh escaped his lips as he struggled to focus, his gaze drifting towards the window. He pondered his feelings for Kane, the girl he liked, and the awkward situation he found himself in. He felt he had no choice but to confess his feelings, spurred by Kane's earlier words. Meanwhile, Manami slumped over her desk, overwhelmed by the approaching finals. The pressure was clearly taking its toll. Akira and Manami discussed their poor midterm grades and the need to study more seriously. Akira's concern was heightened by Kotaro's presence, which seemed to distract Manami. Kotaro, brimming with confidence, proposed a competition, a contest to see who could achieve the highest score on the final exams. Manami and Akira reacted to Kotaro's challenge. Manami, averse to studying, considered avoiding the competition altogether. Manami's apprehension grew as Akira pointed out Kotaro's perfect score on the entrance exam, highlighting the difficulty of beating him. Kotaro's proposal had a hidden condition: the loser would reveal who they had a crush on. This revelation shocked Manami and Akira. Kane, observing the situation, placed her hopes on Kotaro, believing he was the most likely to win. Kane accepted Kotaro's challenge, setting the stage for a high-stakes academic competition with romantic consequences. Kotaro, a young man with a determined expression, addressed Kane and another girl. He informed them that Kane was their only hope, but from that moment on, she would be second best, and it would be a shame for her. He then turned to the other girl, stating that she needed to study harder. Meanwhile, Kane looked downcast, while the other girl seemed unconcerned, even suggesting that Kotaro was acting as if he had already won. Later, Kotaro reflected on Kane's agreement to participate in the competition. He admitted to being a bit insistent in proposing it. He felt relieved, believing he wouldn't have any problems with the English exam. He secretly hoped that winning would allow him to discover Kane's romantic feelings and finally resolve his uncertainties. A notification appeared on Kotaro's phone, a message from Akira. He opened it to find a revealing selfie from Akira. The message was teasing, Akira claiming that strong stimulation had distracted Kotaro from his studies. Kotaro was flustered, wondering why she would send him such a thing. Akira, lying in bed, smiled mischievously at her phone. She was pleased with her actions. She thought sending the photo would help Kane and be a distraction for Kotaro. She worried that he might get scared, and that she wouldn't be able to handle the situation alone, especially since he might see her as a naughty girl. She also needed to inform Kane and Shigeru. Akira's message to Kotaro explained her actions. She sent the photo to distract him from his studies. Kane and Shigeru reacted to the message with shock and disapproval, questioning Akira's motives. A young woman with long, light hair sat at a desk, a determined glint in her eyes as she tapped away at her phone. She smirked, a mischievous plan forming in her mind. She mused to herself that she could send an unlimited number of compromising photos to Kotaro, using the excuse that he was a nuisance. Kane, in charge of Kane's exclusive care, opened the door to reveal Kane, already agitated. "I'm not going to lose. Get over here," she insisted. Kane continued her demands, instructing Kane to call the photography team and prepare her lingerie in bed. Moments later, Kane, now lying in bed, apologized for the inconvenience as the photography team bustled around her. The photo shoot commenced, with Kane striking a pose. She then sent a suggestive photo to someone. Meanwhile, a young man received the picture. His eyes widened in disbelief. "What on earth is this?" "That's not a selfie," he exclaimed, realizing the girls were trying to disrupt his studies. The message accompanying the photo read, "Akira told me to send you a selfie, so here's one from me." He responded curtly, "I don't give a shit. Don't send it to me again." The young man, however, was annoyed. He muttered to himself, "I guess I'll just ignore them. Maybe it was a mistake giving them my contact info." His phone buzzed again, another call, this time from Shigeru. She too? What could she be up to, he wondered. He answered, only to hear Shigeru's voice. "Ah, I thought you were ignoring me," she said. He responded, "Well, at least over the phone she can't send me erotic photos." Kotaro, a young man with dark hair, sat at his desk, phone pressed to his ear. His expression was one of frustration, his brow furrowed in a deep frown. He muttered to himself about the pointlessness of his current actions. While on the call, he received a barrage of messages. He explained that while he wasn't actively reading them, it wasn't a case of ignoring them, rather, it was a conscious decision to avoid them. He paused, remembering something. He was about to hang up when he received another message, causing him to exclaim in surprise. The message was from Shigeru, a young woman with dark hair, who coyly asked if he could see her. The image showed her in a suggestive pose, barely clothed. It was a video call. Shigeru, still in her provocative pose, asked if he wanted to see it. Kotaro's jaw dropped in shock, he had been completely caught off guard. In a fit of panic, Kotaro frantically tried to end the call, knocking over his phone in the process. He yelled in frustration and fear. Shigeru, watching from her end, noted that she had almost shown in too much. She was excited by the near miss. Meanwhile, Kotaro's attempts to study were completely disrupted. Shigeru spent the night sending suggestive images, while Kotaro ignored her. The next day, at school, Kane asked Kotaro if he had been studying. He confirmed that he had, explaining that his anxiety had been so high that he had prayed every day to ease it. Kane commented on the ineffectiveness of Kotaro's previous study methods. Two young women sat slumped over a desk in a classroom. One rested her head on the table, while the other stared blankly ahead, her arms crossed. A cold sweat beaded on their brows as their breaths hitched in their throats. It was clear they were both severely sleep-deprived. The exhaustion was palpable, their bodies trembled slightly. The girl at the desk confessed that her fingers had taken on a life of their own, and she couldn't stop them. A week after the school's entrance exam, two female students, Kane and Akari, discussed the upcoming results. Akari suggested they check the posted results together. They found themselves anxiously awaiting the results, expressing their nervousness due to lack of sleep before the exam. Kotaro, a male student known for his antagonistic behavior, gleefully anticipated their reactions to the results, looking forward to their embarrassing confessions. Kane and Akari, along with other students, headed to see the results. Kane wondered if Kotaro would be victorious, feeling nervous about the outcome. Upon seeing the results, Kane and Akari's expression shifted to shock and disbelief. The list of names and scores was shown, leaving Kane speechless and questioning what she was seeing. The results showed that Kane had achieved first place. Kane, overwhelmed by her unexpected victory, reflected on the effort she had put into studying, realizing that her hard work had paid off. She happily admitted to studying diligently, unlike her usual last-minute approach. Kotaro, witnessing Kane's victory, was stunned and fell to his knees in disbelief. Shigeru, a girl who achieved 9th place in an exam, is being teased by a friend about her unusual sleep schedule. Shigeru explains that she studied hard until the morning to pass the entrance exam. Elsewhere, a group of students, including a boy named Suho, are talking. His friends pressure him to reveal the identity of the girl he likes. Two girls discuss the importance of knowing one's romantic rival. Suho, meanwhile, is visibly uncomfortable. Suho, blushing, confesses to liking Fumitan. His friends are surprised. Suho tries to clarify his statement, but his friends misunderstand, pressing him further about who he likes. He then emphatically declares his deep admiration for Fumitan, much to the shock of his friends. Suho explains that his feelings are genuine, stemming from his enjoyment of Fumitan's live streams. His friends are stunned by this revelation. Suho, frustrated, asserts his right to choose who he loves, and runs off. His friends are left speechless. The girls realize that the object of their envy was a virtual streamer, Fumitan. Finally, two of the girls decide to meet up later to discuss the situation further. The scene opens with a high-angle shot of a building's rooftop, a solitary lighthouse-like structure piercing the cloudy sky. Inside, three young women, Shigeru, Kotaro's crush, and another girl, are gathered, clinking glasses in a celebratory toast. Shigeru and her friend discuss Kotaro, with Shigeru expressing her determination to win his affection, while her friend reveals that Kotaro's crush is on Fumitan. The friend suggests a competition to see who can win Kotaro's heart, and Shigeru readily accepts. Shigeru, brimming with confidence, declares her belief in her own charms, while the other girl reveals her own observations of Kotaro's kind side, noting his protective nature and gentle gaze. The team announced their plans to increase content creation. And, to that end, they were actively seeking additional cleaners, redrawers, and proofreaders. Those interested, and possessing the necessary skills and English grammar proficiency, were encouraged to contact them via Discord. Kotaro stared at the meager sum on his desk, 2 1,000 yen bills and a handful of coins. He didn't have enough money. A stark reminder of his financial woes. The image of a tank and a girl in military attire flashed in his mind. He knew he needed to find a way to get more money quickly. Exclusive Fumitan products would be released soon, and he was determined to complete his collection. He bowed deeply before his new employer, his apron slightly askew. "I'm Hinoi Kotaro, I'll be in your care from today." Kotaro's introduction was met with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. One of the older workers noticed a pin on Kotaro's chest and asked what it was. The older man's eyes widened in recognition. "Is that a limited Fumitan badge?" They sold out instantly. The boss, clearly a fan himself, expressed his delight at Kotaro's application, noting the shared interest in Fumitan and the restaurant's name. Kotaro, however, pointed out the incongruity. The restaurant was a simple barbecue place, not related to Fumitan. He apologized for replying due to the name, but the boss, Kakoka-chan, reassured him, explaining that someone else would show him the ropes. Kakoka, a young woman with blonde hair, introduced herself to Kotaro. The boss entrusted Kakoka with training Kotaro, and she readily agreed, giving him her name and asking him to call her Kakoka. Koka-chan, a friendly and adorable waitress with an excellent reputation, greeted a group of young men. One of them, eager to begin their plan, declared his intention to take down the sign first. While another observed her strength and capability, noting that she even had dedicated customers. A third man, seemingly more timid, questioned whether she was truly as strong as she seemed. Kota, a new employee, received training from Koka-chan on how to operate the cash register. Koka-chan confirmed that she had taught him everything he needed to know. and then presented him with his employee ID card, revealing his nickname, Kota, which she had playfully added a heart to. Koka-chan explained that she added the heart because she found Kota cute, and from that day on, he would be known as Kota-kun. Kota, slightly surprised, simply nodded. Kota thanked Koka-chan for the ID card. She complimented his drawing skills, pointing out the addition of Fumitan to his name tag. Kota explained that he wasn't a fan of being called Kota-kun, but he would endure it for Fumitan. He then stated his intention to learn the menu before the store opened. Koka-chan agreed, adding that Fumitan's popularity was such that many people came to the store for her. Koka-chan found Kota's dedication to learning the menu curious. Kota efficiently served customers, clearing plates and taking orders without making any mistakes. An older chef observed Kota's work, impressed by his efficiency. Koka-chan, nearby, commented on the strange but talented nature of Fumitan's fanbase, explaining that people like the chef were the reason for her popularity. Kakoa-chan, a young waitress with a cheerful disposition, served a customer at a small restaurant. Her boss, a jovial older man with a bald head and a headband, commented on her excellent training of a new employee. Kakoa-chan, still smiling, efficiently took another order from a female customer. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair and a slightly disheveled appearance sat alone at a table, nursing a glass of wine. He seemed to be waiting for someone, a subtle nervousness in his demeanor. Kakoa-chan approached the man, and he awkwardly attempted a cheesy pickup line, asking for her contact information. She reacted with visible displeasure, finding his advances pathetic. Suddenly, another young man, Kota-kun, appeared, interrupting the encounter. He looked angry and concerned, demanding to know what was happening. The man, clearly flustered, tried to explain himself, but Kota-kun angrily pulled Kakoa-chan away from him, protecting her. A tense scene unfolded in what appeared to be a small shop. A man with dark hair and a floral shirt, his expression one of disbelief, stared at another man wearing an apron. The apron man, seemingly unfazed, simply scoffed, "Humph." The man in the floral shirt, clearly agitated, tried to explain himself. A young woman with blonde hair, her face a picture of concern, urged him to calm down. Meanwhile, the apron man, Kota, remained defiant, accusing the other of an unforgivable sin. Kota's attention was drawn to a bracelet on the other man's arm. He recognized it instantly as belonging to Fumitan, a popular idol. The realization dawned on him, this was no ordinary altercation. Kota vehemently scolded the man, emphasizing the gravity of his actions. He pointed out that even Fumitan herself would disapprove of his behavior. The man, clearly shaken, listened intently. Two young women, fans of Fumitan, appeared, adding their voices to Kota's reprimand. They reinforced the idea that Fumitan's strength demanded respect and that the man's actions were unforgivable. Meanwhile, Kota's boss rushed in, having heard the commotion. He immediately assessed the situation and instructed Kota to call him if there were any further problems. The man in the floral shirt, deeply affected by Kota's words and the overall situation, broke down in tears, admitting his actions were unforgivable. Kota's boss, while still upset, decided not to intervene further, leaving the resolution to Kota. The young women also urged the man to apologize to Kota. Later, Kota and the blonde woman, Koka, discussed the incident. Koka praised Kota's handling of the situation, while Kota apologized for the trouble he caused. Koka reassured Kota that everything was resolved amicably, despite the boss still being upset. The chapter ends with Kota reflecting on how he could have handled the situation better. Koka, a young woman with blonde hair styled in pigtails, approached Kota. Her eyes shone with admiration as she expressed her gratitude for his help, commenting on how manly and handsome he looked during the incident. Kota, slightly surprised by her words, responded. Koka then explained that, as a fellow high school student, she felt comfortable using informal language with him. She also revealed that she had something she wanted to tell him. Koka observed Kota, noting his athletic build and speculating about his background. She pointed out that he seemed to have experience in both sports and martial arts. Her curiosity piqued, Koka admitted that Kota had intrigued her from the very beginning. Koka continued her observations, pointing out Kota's instinctive combat stance and his impressive strength, demonstrated by his ability to effortlessly lift a heavy iron sign. She was clearly impressed by his skills. Koka, still analyzing Kota, noticed his reaction to her words and identified his defensive posture as a wrestling move. She called out to him, startling him. Kota was surprised by Koka's perceptive observations. He admitted that he gets nervous and acts strangely when upset. Koka continued, expressing her confusion over Kota's constant flattery and his generally cold demeanor. She found his behavior strange. Kota apologized for his rudeness, prompting Koka to explain that his cold response from the start had been bothering her. She couldn't take it anymore and expressed her frustration. Koka, a young woman with blonde hair styled in loose waves, stood trembling, tears streaming down her face. Her expression was one of profound distress as she pleaded, wanting to be treated with more kindness. Kotaro, a young man with short, dark hair, looked at Koka with concern. She explained that despite her efforts to appear attractive, he always kept his distance. Koka's frustration was palpable. She couldn't understand why he wouldn't reciprocate her feelings. Kotaro, however, was resolute in his decision to go home. Koka, desperate for his attention, insisted he acknowledge her charm, even if just for a little while. Koka's pleas intensified, her desperation growing. She begged him not to make her feel more insecure. Seizing an opportunity, she invited Kotaro out as a welcoming gesture, hoping to break through his reserve. But Kotaro remained hesitant, urging her to calm down. Meanwhile, another young woman, Akari, appeared, her face etched with worry as she called out to Kotaro and Koka. Kotaro and Koka were surprised by Akari's sudden appearance. Akari questioned what the two were doing. Akira, a young woman with fiery red hair, confronted Kotaro and Koka. Her expression was sharp, and she demanded to know why Koka was with Kotaro. Koka, a petite girl with blonde hair, explained that she had simply come to see how Kotaro was doing, having learned from his mother that he had a part-time job. Akira, surprised by Koka's presence, questioned her intentions. Koka revealed that she and Akira had met during a high school wrestling tournament, a fact that visibly startled Koka. Akira, however, abruptly silenced her. Koka, visibly shaken, explained that she had quit wrestling. Akira pressed her, wanting to know why, and Koka's distress grew palpable. Revealing that she had quit because she hated the tight and ridiculous costumes. Akira was shocked by this unexpected reason. Kotaro, observing the exchange, commented that this was Koka's true personality. Koka, reflecting on her past, called it a shameful past. Akira, however, refused to let Koka belittle wrestling, reminding her of their past rivalry. Koka's frustration mounted. Koka insisted she could beat Akira at anything, and Akira questioned whether their last match had bothered her that much. Kotaro urged them both to calm down. To prove her point, Koka challenged Akira to a table tennis match. She was clearly determined to win. Koka easily won the match, much to her own surprise and Akira's chagrin. Kotaro, meanwhile, wondered how he got involved in this. Akira, a girl with blonde hair styled in twin tails, enthusiastically played a rhythm game, her body moving with the beat. She shouted in triumph as she achieved a combo. Her opponent, Kokona, watched with a mixture of disbelief and annoyance. Kokona, defeated once again, slumped in frustration. A few minutes later, she and Akira moved on to a claw machine game, Kokona already dreading the next challenge. Tears welled up in Akira's eyes as Kotaro, a young man with short dark hair, approached her. He noted her distress, her face betraying her emotions. Kokona, witnessing the interaction, urged Kotaro to leave, feeling uncomfortable with the situation. She couldn't bear to watch Akira's emotional state. Kotaro, however, surprised Kokona by stating that Akira was cuter than another girl, Akira. Kokona's expression showed a mixture of surprise and slight annoyance. Kotaro apologized for upsetting Akira, explaining that his self-esteem had recovered thanks to her. He then decided to head home. Kokona, however, was visibly upset as Kotaro prepared to leave, pleading with him not to go. Kokona confronted Kotaro, accusing him of foolishness and cruelty for his earlier comment. She questioned their obsession with cuteness. Akira suggested another competition, the winner getting to hear Kotaro's compliment again. Kokona, determined to win, agreed. Kotaro, however, expressed his desire to go home, wanting no further part in their competition. Kokona, resolute, declared her intention to win this time. Akira, a girl with short blonde hair, confidently proposed a challenge to Kotaro. She declared that once their current ordeal was over, he could go home. Kotaro, a boy with dark hair, seemed hesitant, but Akira insisted that the competition was fair. She then threatened to publicly announce Kotaro's name if he tried to escape. The challenge, it turned out, was a wall climbing competition using projection technology. Two figures, presumably Kotaro and another boy, began to ascend the wall. The rules were simple: the first to tire and fall lost. The projections on the wall lit up randomly, and the climbers had to grab onto them in order to proceed. Akira explained the rules to Kotaro and another girl, who seemed excited to participate. They decided to change into athletic clothes before beginning. Akira and Kotaro changed into athletic wear. Akira thanked Kotaro for waiting. Kotaro stared, slightly awestruck, at Akira's athletic physique as she stood before him. Akira's well-toned body was the subject of another girl's observation. The girl, whose name is implied to be Kokoro, commented on Akira's physique, noting that it was impressive. Kokoro then expressed surprise at Akira's chest size, prompting Akira to ask if she was alright. Another girl, seemingly concerned, asked what was wrong with Akira. Two young women, one with blonde hair and a slightly surprised expression, the other with reddish-brown hair and a curious look, engaged in a conversation. The blonde woman seemed to be questioning the other's sudden change in demeanor, while the other explained that her behavior was due to the blonde's less than subtle questioning. A young man with short, dark hair nervously approached a climbing wall, his shoulders slightly hunched. He seemed hesitant as he pressed a button on a nearby machine, while two women, one of whom was the blonde from the previous scene, watched him from the climbing wall, one encouraging him to begin. The blonde woman, identified as Kakota, swiftly ascended the climbing wall, her movements fluid and practiced. She reached the top with ease, declaring victory. Another young woman, watching from below, noted Kakota's speed and experience. Meanwhile, the reddish-brown-haired girl, Akira, began her climb, her determination evident despite her less skilled approach. The young man from before observed, noting her strength but lack of technique. Akira continued her climb, showing signs of fatigue. Kakota, observing from above, noted Akira's exhaustion and saw an opportunity. Kakota subtly encouraged Akira to continue, feigning concern. Akira, however, saw this as a chance to prove herself, her resolve hardening. Akira persevered, her strength impressive. She recalled that the boys in her class had taught her how to climb, fueling her determination. Kakota watched, impressed by Akira's unexpected resilience. Akira completed the climb, surprising Kakota. Kakota, however, seemed more interested in the young man watching them, wondering about his reaction to her victory and her own feelings towards him. Akira, still determined to win, attempted a more difficult route. She muttered to herself about not wanting to be disliked by the young man if he became interested in her. Akira slipped and began to fall from the wall. Kakota watched, a triumphant expression on her face as she realized she had won. A young woman with shoulder-length reddish-brown hair struggled on a climbing wall, her face contorted in exertion. She grunted with effort, her grip slipping on the holds. Below, a young man with short dark hair watched, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He commented on her underestimated efforts from the beginning. The woman cried out in frustration, "Ugh, ah." Meanwhile, another girl with blonde hair and pigtails watched, her expression a mix of amusement and slight annoyance. She scoffed, stating that Kotaro wasn't so easily impressed by someone like her. The reddish-brown-haired girl, having completed the climb, was met with a dismissive comment from the blonde girl. The blonde girl pointed out that Kotaro wouldn't even consider her a potential girlfriend, despite her physical development. The reddish-brown-haired girl reacted with shock and disbelief. The blonde girl, seemingly unfazed by the other's reaction, continued to climb, expressing her frustration at being mocked. She pointed out that despite her age and job, older people always treated her well, yet she had never had a boyfriend. The blonde girl continued her ascent, seemingly unbothered by the previous exchange. She reached for another hold, but lost her footing, beginning a fall. The reddish-brown-haired girl reacted quickly, reaching out to catch her. The blonde girl's shirt ripped during the fall, revealing her bra. She cried out in surprise. The reddish-haired girl apologized, explaining that she was worried about the blonde girl falling and hurting her neck. Other onlookers, including the young man from earlier, reacted to the unexpected turn of events. The blonde girl, now on the ground, was embarrassed by the exposed bra. The young man approached, concerned for her well-being. The reddish-haired girl examined the blonde girl's bra, realizing it was padded. The young man and other onlookers also expressed their surprise and concern for the girl's well-being. A young woman with blonde hair, tears streaming down her face, clutched at her shoulder, whispering, "I'm out." Two other young people watched her go, one of them shouting, "You two are such fools." The other, more concerned, responded, "Wait, Kotaro, let her go for now. I can't leave her like this. One of her breasts just fell off. She must be hurt." A lone figure, silhouetted against the night sky, let out a soft moan of distress. Kotaro, a young man with dark hair, checked his phone, relieved to finally be heading home. Akira, a girl with reddish-brown hair, playfully tried to keep him from leaving. He tried to leave, but Akira's suggestion to suplex his annoying father to solve everything made him pause. She argued that it wouldn't solve anything. Before leaving, Akira boldly demanded that Kotaro tell her she was cute. He looked at her, confused. Akira playfully reminded him of their agreement that he would call the winner cute, leaving Kotaro flustered and embarrassed. He remembered their agreement and reluctantly complied. He conceded, calling Akira cute, much to her delight. He immediately tried to leave again. He asked if she was satisfied now, but Akira suddenly collapsed to the ground, causing Kotaro to rush to her aid. Akira, tears welling up in her eyes, expressed her shock at his cold demeanor after she had done what he asked. She had almost fallen. Kokona, a girl with short, reddish-brown hair, confronted Kotaro, a boy with short, dark hair. Her legs trembled slightly as she accused him of being insensitive to her feelings, noting his lack of reaction to her earlier display of affection. Kotaro, in turn, suggested that she should be more aware of her own emotional expressiveness. Kokona's thoughts lingered on Kotaro's insensitivity, and she worried about another girl, possibly named Akari, trying to steal him away. Meanwhile, Kotaro walked away, seemingly oblivious to her feelings. Kokona imagined a scenario where a girl confesses her love to Kotaro. She mused that his apparent weakness for fictional characters might make him susceptible to real-life romantic advances. Kotaro checked his phone, lamenting that he would be late for Fumitan's livestream. Meanwhile, Kokona steeled her resolve, determined to act before someone else captured Kotaro's attention. Kokona impulsively hugged Kotaro from behind. He looked surprised but didn't push her away. Kokona, still hugging Kotaro, triumphantly declared that she had gotten her revenge. Kotaro, however, was completely bewildered. Kokona explained that she had spat on Kotaro, a gesture she considered a form of revenge. Kotaro, however, was confused and disgusted by her actions. Kotaro reacted with disgust to Kokona's explanation, while Kokona insisted that her actions were not what he thought they were. Kokona, realizing her mistake, ran away, calling Kotaro silly and saying goodbye. Despite her impulsive actions, Kokona's hug had a positive effect on Kotaro, leaving him blushing and hopeful. Kotaro, a boy whose mental maturity is that of a grade schooler, begins to realize something as he stares at the ground. His eyes widen slightly as a dawning comprehension crosses his features. He looks up, a mixture of confusion and dawning understanding in his gaze, as he processes the implications of what he has just witnessed. Sumika, a young woman with glasses and braided hair, nervously clasped her hands together. A classmate approached her, asking if she wanted to practice for the upcoming inter-class PE competition. Sumika hesitantly agreed, explaining that while she appreciated the offer, she felt insecure about participating in these kinds of events. She mentioned that thanks to her classmates' help, they were able to participate in the three-legged race at the school festival. Overcome with emotion, Sumika declared that she was done running away from challenges and wanted her classmates' help once again. Her classmate readily agreed, assuring her that the competition was decided by drawing lots. Another classmate, observing the interaction, expressed surprise and gratitude for the offer of help. Sumika's classmate drew a lot, revealing the word sumo. Both girls reacted with shock and disbelief to the result. Sumika's classmate explained that the school offered a variety of sports, and this was a completely unexpected event. Sumika's classmate reassured her, stating that there was no need to run away from the competition. He offered to train her. He firmly told Sumika, there are no buts. Kagano Fuji emphasized the importance of starting with a good foundation and promised to begin special training the next day. The next day after school, Sumika, wearing a mawashi, sumo loincloth, for the first time, felt embarrassed but determined. Kagano Fuji, a young man with short, dark hair, explained to a girl with short, dark hair and glasses that he had obtained permission to use the dojo for sumo training. She expressed gratitude for his efforts. He proposed a collision practice exercise, instructing her to push him with all her might. She looked apprehensive, questioning his request. The girl, hesitant but intrigued, noted that she wasn't ready yet. Fuji, however, encouraged her to try, emphasizing the importance of serious training. The girl pondered the importance of mental preparation before a sumo match. A nearby sumo wrestler reminded them to use mawashi before the match, revealing his own forgetfulness. He explained that wearing the mawashi was crucial for maintaining the serious mindset needed for the training. The girl blushed, understanding his point. The girl, Kagano Fuji, felt embarrassed but determined. She thanked Fuji for his guidance. With renewed resolve, Kagano Fuji prepared herself to respond to Fuji's serious training. She braced herself for the upcoming collision. Fuji charged, and Kagano Fuji was thrown backward with a loud yell. The impact was significant. She landed in his arms, the force of the collision leaving her breathless. Fuji held her close. She adjusted her stance, tightening her sides and lowering her center of gravity as instructed. Fuji praised her progress. Two girls, one with long blonde hair and the other with shorter, dark hair, watched from a doorway, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and concern. "What are those two doing?" one of them whispered, her eyes wide. The blonde girl, peering into the room, explained, "He's training her for the interclass PE competition." The dark-haired girl frowned, her discomfort evident. "Let alone sweat so much in a mawashi. I don't want to get dirty with sand." I don't see it that way, but..." she mumbled, while the blonde girl responded, "They must be really close. That's envy-worthy." The scene shifted to a boy and girl engaged in what appeared to be a practice sumo match. The girl, clearly struggling, was being instructed by the boy. "When you fight Kotaro Idesmo, it means he pulls the mawashi between your legs and..." "Does it really make sense to someone realize that?" the boy explained, while the girl watching from the side muttered, "Wait a moment. That's quite..." The boy, after a brief struggle, managed to push the girl. "Well done, you managed to push me. Next time, I would like to have a real match," he said, as she replied with a simple thanks. The dark-haired girl from the doorway observed the sumo practice, a thought bubble revealing her internal conflict. There's no need to go to such lengths, she thought, while the boy, seemingly lost in thought, imagined a figure in traditional sumo attire. The blonde girl, however, seemed more enthusiastic. "Since we're here, I'd like to have a jyoji to boost our motivation," she suggested, but the dark-haired girl retorted, "I've heard enough." The scene shifted back to the two girls at the doorway, their conversation continuing. "Why are you suddenly here? Since when have you been here?" the dark-haired girl asked, while the blonde girl explained, "It's our friend who's putting in the effort." "What's wrong with helping in her training?" the blonde girl continued, her voice filled with determination. "I want to be helpful. I would even like to face Kotaro in sumo if possible." The dark-haired girl, though hesitant, conceded, "I don't fully understand, but if Sumika is happy, I guess it's okay. Thank you both." The dark-haired girl, sighing, accepted her role. "All right. I'm in position," she said, as the boy prepared for the next round. "Well, Shigeru, it's your turn," he stated, while the dark-haired girl internally questioned her situation. "Why am I the one who has to do this?" Kotaro, a young man with short dark hair, grappled with Sumika, a girl with shoulder-length dark hair, in a wrestling match. Sumika's face was contorted in a grimace of exertion as she struggled against his hold. He managed to pin her to the ground, his grip tightening. Sumika's eyes widened in surprise as she gasped for air. Their bodies were close, and Sumika let out a small, involuntary moan. Another girl, observing from a distance, noted the closeness of the two and their sounds. The observing girl, Kania, shouted, reminding Kotaro of the purpose of their training session, to improve his wrestling skills, not to get too close to Sumika. Kania's words caused Kotaro to release Sumika, who looked flustered and embarrassed. He apologized, explaining that he hadn't meant to get so close. Later, Kania suggested that Sumika train with her, noting that her next opponent would be male. Sumika was hesitant, but Kania insisted, pointing out the benefits of training with a different style of wrestler. Sumika's internal monologue revealed her surprise at Kania's suggestion to train in a bikini. Kotaro, too, was surprised by the idea, questioning the practicality of such attire for training. Despite her initial reservations, Sumika agreed to train with Kania, who emphasized their friendship. However, Sumika noted that Kania's demeanor didn't seem very friendly. Kania's true intentions were revealed. She wanted to train Sumika seriously and avoid any further inappropriate contact with Kotaro. Meanwhile, Kotaro and Sumika's friends worried about Kotaro's sumo wrestling style. The training session between Sumika and Kania began, with Sumika initially struggling against Kania's more aggressive style. The intensity of the match was evident in the dynamic action shown. Sumika and Kane engaged in a fierce physical confrontation at the poolside. Kane, with surprising strength, managed to overpower Sumika, throwing her to the ground, leaving Sumika defeated and sprawled on the wet ground. Defeated, Sumika admitted her inability to compete with Kane's superior strength. Kotaro, witnessing the match's conclusion, approached the girls, his expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. He questioned Kane about her unexpected display of power. Kane explained that Sumika's leg strength was remarkable, exceeding expectations for a girl her size. She noted Sumika's untapped potential in sumo wrestling. After the match, Kane brushed off Kotaro's inquiries about her own abilities, downplaying her performance. Under Kotaro's guidance, Sumika continued her rigorous training regimen, with Kane and Shigeru setting aside their jealousy to fully cooperate. Meanwhile, Sumika's classmates lamented their participation in the upcoming inter-class physical education competition, particularly the sumo wrestling event. Sumika and her friend discussed their lack of seriousness towards the upcoming sumo competition, intending to quickly finish the event. This newfound strength filled Sumika with confidence for the upcoming competition. Sumika encountered a classmate who expressed surprise at seeing her participating in the sumo competition. Akira, clad in athletic wear, explained to her friend that due to the low number of participants in the sumo tournament, she was asked to join from another class. This revelation caused Sumika, who had recently lost her confidence, to realize that she would have to face Akira in the next round. The battle between Akira and Sumika was about to begin. In a gymnasium, two young women, one with pigtails and the other with long, straight hair, are seen. The woman with pigtails is having her mawashi tightened by the other. A look of discomfort crosses her face as she lets out a small ah. The woman tightening the mawashi comments that it seems like the other is used to having it tightened. The pigtailed girl explains that she's practiced wrestling, and the other girl expresses gratitude for the help. A young man in a kimono enters the scene. He introduces himself as Hinode Kotaro and explains that he'll be the referee for the day. Another girl, surprised, greets him. The long-haired girl from earlier explains that she participates in various sports as an assistant, calling herself a stamina monster. Kotaro seems surprised by the pigtailed girl's confidence in facing Kagano Fuji in sumo, given her usual demeanor. The long-haired girl expresses her support, noting that their relationship feels like a master-disciple bond. Kotaro suggests they start the matches, and the pigtailed girl excitedly agrees, revealing that she was specifically asked to participate by Sumika-san. The match begins. Kotaro shouts fight as the two girls grapple on the sand. One is thrown to the ground. Sumika, her eyes wide with disbelief, watched as the match concluded. She wondered aloud about the rigorous training her opponent, Kagano Fuji, must have undergone to achieve such skill. Meanwhile, Shigeru and Kane, two onlookers, arrived unexpectedly, questioning their presence at the sumo match. Their arrival prompted Sumika to reflect on Kagano Fuji's evident talent, noting that her training was clearly exceptional. Shigeru and Kane explained that they were there to support Kagano Fuji, revealing their close relationship and shared history. Sumika, surprised, learned that they all knew each other. Akira, another participant, was called to the ring. She felt a mix of excitement and nerves as she prepared for her match against Kagano Fuji. The referee positioned them, and the match began. Akira focused intently, determined to give her best performance. The others were also impressed by Akira's skill, commenting on the effectiveness of her unusual strategy. Akira's initial moves were successful, surprising everyone with their effectiveness. She wondered why no one was reacting to her actions. The intensity of the match increased, with both wrestlers showing impressive strength and skill. Akira's strength surprised everyone, particularly Sumika, who marveled at her opponent's power. Kagano Fuji's friends urged her to keep fighting. Akira, a girl with long, light hair, was being held by another girl, Kagano Fuji, who had shorter, darker hair. Kagano Fuji was about to strike Akira, but Akira shouted for her to stop. Kagano Fuji paused, considering her next move. Another girl, with blonde hair, urged her to continue, pointing out Akira's reliance on brute strength. Meanwhile, Akira's internal monologue revealed her determination to return the favor. Kagano Fuji, ignoring the blonde girl's advice, proceeded to grab Akira's chest. The blonde girl and another onlooker expressed their disapproval, while Akira wondered why they seemed to care more about her opponent than about her. Seeing no other option, Akira retaliated, grabbing Kagano Fuji in a tight embrace. Kagano Fuji cried out in surprise. Akira's internal monologue revealed that Kagano Fuji's large chest was pushing back against her. She grunted in exertion. Akira realized this wasn't a fair fight, Kagano Fuji was simply too strong. She could only resist. Meanwhile, Kotaro-kun watched from afar, while other girls encouraged Kagano Fuji to continue. Kagano Fuji was aware of the support. With a sudden burst of strength, Kagano Fuji threw Akira to the ground. But Akira, refusing to give up, quickly got back on her feet. The sumo wrestling match ended in a tie, leaving both competitors breathless. A referee, holding a small wooden board, announced the need to restart the match. One of the wrestlers, a young woman with dark hair, sat on the ground, clearly exhausted. While her friends and a second wrestler, a girl with lighter hair, offered words of encouragement and concern. The referee checked on both wrestlers' well-being, showing concern for their physical state after the intense match. One of the wrestlers, her face contorted in frustration, vehemently protested the tie, shouting that the result was unfair. Her outburst was fueled by a sense of injustice and disappointment. Meanwhile, another young woman, observing the scene, expressed her confusion and frustration at the situation. She felt that she was being unfairly treated as the villain, despite her attempts to support her friend. The two friends exchanged a look, a silent conversation passing between them. One of them acknowledged Akira's strength, suggesting that additional encouragement wasn't necessary. Overcome with emotion, the frustrated wrestler apologized for her outburst, expressing her loneliness and lack of friends. Tears welled in her eyes, revealing her vulnerability. One of the friends offered a bag of salt, suggesting that they all participate in the traditional post-match ritual together. The gesture was an attempt to mend the rift and foster a sense of camaraderie. The wrestler, still upset, confronted the referee, accusing him of bias towards her opponent. Her anger stemmed from a perceived unfairness in the match's judgment. Kotaro, a young man in traditional garb, confronted Sumika and Akira. He accused Kotaro of favoritism during a match, claiming he had given Sumika an unfair advantage. Sumika, a muscular young woman, appeared confused, while Akira, another young woman, listened intently. Sumika, angered by Kotaro's accusations, lashed out, delivering a powerful blow that sent him sprawling. "You're such an idiot, Kotaro," she shouted. Two onlookers watched Sumika's impressive throw. One commented on the flawless technique. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young woman threatened to throw someone else. Akira and Kotaro cleaned up the aftermath of the fight. Kotaro wondered aloud about the events that had just transpired. Later, Sumika's friends showered her with praise, highlighting Akira's remarkable composure and skill. Their collective admiration calmed Sumika down. Despite her victory, Sumika reflected on her match with Akira, acknowledging that she could have been defeated. Kotaro congratulated Sumika on her tournament win. He reassured her that she should feel proud of her performance. Sumika blushed, feeling embarrassed but also proud. She reflected on Kotaro's positive influence on her confidence, particularly since their first school tournament together. Kotaro gently touched Sumika's head, and she pondered whether his kindness stemmed from a special connection between them. Kotaro was punished twice that day despite being the referee. Meanwhile, Sumika questioned the situation, bewildered by the events unfolding before her. She wondered what Akira meant by calling the situation special. Kotaro, a young man with short, dark hair, rushed around his room, his eyes wide with panic. He exclaimed that he was going to be late for a meeting. His computer screen displayed Homero's Quest, an online game. He realized it was the game's home quest, and that he had recently become obsessed with it. He lamented that Akira and Kane were to blame for his tardiness, as they had kept him up late after school. Kotaro logged into the game, his in-game avatar appearing as a young mage in a whimsical outfit. He had started playing because of a collaboration item from Fumiton, but the game's depth had captivated him. He was greeted by Koryo, a player character in the game, clad in dark armor and a skeletal mask. Koryo had been waiting for Kotaro and expressed excitement about playing together. This was Kotaro's first time playing an online game. Koryo apologized for the wait, explaining they were hunting a boss. Kotaro learned that Koryo was a senpai from the Fumitan Lovers Guild. A thought bubble revealed that the person behind Koryo's character was a 40-year-old man. Koryo asked if Kotaro was ready. Kotaro, while initially hesitant about his outfit's low defense, confirmed his readiness, noting Koryo's helpful guidance and encouragement. They encountered a large dragon, which roared as Koryo charged into battle. Kotaro cast a support spell as Koryo skillfully fought the dragon. The narration highlighted Koryo's high skill level in taking down powerful enemies with ease. A colossal, decaying dragon lay shattered on the ground, its once mighty form now reduced to rubble. Standing amidst the devastation was a figure clad in dark, skeletal armor, a grim reaper's visage concealing their face. They exuded an aura of quiet power, their stance unwavering despite the scale of their victory. Meanwhile, a young man with spiky hair and a cheerful expression watched from a distance, his eyes wide with awe. He expressed his admiration for the armored figure's incredible feat, noting their ability to defeat the boss without taking any damage. Another young woman, with long dark hair, stood beside him, sharing his amazement. The scene shifted to a young woman with short, dark hair, sitting at a computer. A blush crept across her cheeks as she read a message revealing the identity of the armored figure as Shigeru, a name that clearly held special significance for her. She expressed her delight at this revelation. Her thoughts then turned to Kotaro, the young man from the previous scene. She reflected on how she had recognized his in-game character immediately and found herself captivated by his skill and the way he played the game. She admitted to being hooked by his online presence. Back in the game, Kotaro, slightly injured, received a healing potion from Shigeru. Shigeru expressed concern for Kotaro's well-being, noting the damage he had sustained. The young woman watching from her computer expressed surprise and a hint of jealousy at Kotaro receiving such care. The young woman continued to observe Kotaro's actions in the game, noting his sincerity and kindness towards others. She found his behavior endearing and expressed her admiration for him. The scene shifted to a tavern, where several players were gathered, celebrating their victory. The atmosphere was jovial and relaxed. Kotaro and Shigeru, still in their in-game forms, raised their mugs in a toast, celebrating their success. Kotaro suggested they celebrate their victory and have some fun. Later, Shigeru revealed that this particular tavern was exclusive to players on their friends list, providing a private space for conversations. Kotaro apologized for something, hinting at a private matter he wanted to discuss with Shigeru. Kotaro, a young wizard with a worried expression, sat across from a skeletal warrior in a dimly lit tavern. The warrior, whose face was a skull beneath a dark hood, inquired if Kotaro had a sweetheart at school. A woman with dark hair, seemingly an elder, observed them from a nearby table. She chuckled softly, noting her ability to overhear private conversations due to her position. Kotaro, oblivious, nervously asked the warrior for stories about love. Suddenly, Kotaro was sent flying backward by a powerful blow from the warrior. The impact left him dazed and on the ground. The dark-haired woman rushed to Kotaro's side, concerned for his well-being. The warrior, seemingly unrepentant, stated that his attempts to show Kotaro something had failed. The scene shifted to a different location, showing the dark-haired woman at a computer. She muttered to herself about the real show beginning. Back in the tavern, the skeletal warrior abruptly asked Kotaro about his fetishes. Kotaro, shocked and flustered, reacted with surprise and a stammered question. He imagined Kotaro running away. Kotaro, a young man with rosy cheeks, donned a wide-brimmed wizard hat. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, a slight blush coloring his face as he pondered something. A woman's belly button, to be precise. Meanwhile, another young woman, her expression a mix of curiosity and slight apprehension, discussed the merits of showing off her own belly button. And the implications of this focus on a particular body part for their game. One of the women, visibly embarrassed, had her shirt lifted slightly by another, revealing her midriff. The scene was charged with a mixture of awkwardness and anticipation. As the thrill of the unexpected focus on belly buttons began to sink in. One of the women, already feeling the excitement, wondered how the game would play out. Kotaro, still in his wizard's hat, looked startled and confused as a skeletal figure, clad in dark robes, unexpectedly asked him about his favorite lingerie colors. The skeletal figure explained that such conversations were commonplace, prompting Kotaro to question the nature of adult conversations. While the other woman urged him to answer, emphasizing the importance of this seemingly trivial detail for their future plans. Kotaro remained perplexed. After some thought, Kotaro hesitantly offered his preference for black lingerie. Meanwhile, the other woman, delighted by this information, expressed her own preference for black underwear. Intending to wear black underwear and considered the implications of this new information regarding the belly button fetish situation. The skeletal figure seemed amused by the turn of events. The skeletal figure then asked Kotaro if he knew what a nikum was, leaving him and the other woman looking surprised and confused. Shigeru, a young woman in her underwear, found herself the subject of intense scrutiny from two figures in skeletal armor. Their gaze was unnerving, and she felt a cold sweat beating on her brow as she wondered why they were staring at her so intently. She stammered an apology, flustered by their attention, while a nearby young man, seemingly new to this situation, expressed his shock at the deceptive nature of the people around him. A young woman with long, light hair, dressed in a school uniform, looked thoughtfully at a book featuring a photo of a couple. She murmured to herself, "Photo shoot?" Yes. In another room, two women discussed the upcoming photo shoot. One, with dark hair styled up, explained that they still needed to choose a male model. The other, with lighter hair, suggested a student, and the first woman agreed. The woman with lighter hair showed the other a picture on her phone of Kotaro Hinode. She asked, "What about Kotaro Hinode?" Yes. They debated his suitability. One felt he was too handsome, while the other countered that his academic and athletic achievements made him ideal. They decided to propose him as a model, despite a minor concern. Kotaro, a student with dark hair, was surprised to be chosen for the photo shoot, especially since it was usually handled by upperclassmen. He wondered why he had to do this. The woman with lighter hair reassured him, explaining that she had brought in professional stylists and a makeup artist to help. She was excited to work with him, and they began the photo shoot. Kotaro and the woman stood outside Ginkowa High School, looking towards a bright future. Back inside, the women reviewed the photos. One wanted more dramatic shots that captured the essence of youth, while the other felt the current photos were too ordinary. They decided to do another take. The scene opens on a young couple, a boy and a girl, standing close together amidst falling cherry blossoms outside Ginkowa High School. Their hands are clasped, and a sense of youthful romance fills the air. Elsewhere, two other girls observe the couple. One comments on how the previous version of their school brochure was better, while the other suggests they try more variations. Meanwhile, the boy, blushing, thinks the girl is hopelessly naive about love. Inside a classroom, the girl sits beside the boy, who is studying. She gently touches his hand, and the narration emphasizes the school's focus on close collaboration to enhance learning. The girl hands the boy a secret letter. He is surprised and asks why she gave it to him in secret. The girl explains that she thought making the plot more interesting would reflect the school's values. She then urges him to focus on his studies. The letter is revealed to be an invitation to meet in the art room after class. The scene shifts to the art room. The boy is shocked by the suggestive pose of the girl, who is modeling for a painting. The narration highlights the artistic romance of youth unfolding in the art room. The boy protests, asking why he has to draw her half naked. The girl insists that this is normal for the art club, and the boy reluctantly agrees to continue. The girl falls to the ground, and the boy is on top of her. The narration states that increasing tension leads to love, and the scene becomes increasingly suggestive. The boy is concerned that the school brochure is too suggestive and inappropriate. Another girl comments that the adults should intervene appropriately. The girl who created the brochure thinks she did a good job, but perhaps exaggerated a bit. The chapter ends with a cliffhanger, prompting the reader to find out what happens next. A young man and woman, both in school uniforms, stood awkwardly before their principal. The principal, a stern-looking woman in a business suit, questioned them sharply, her expression conveying suspicion and disapproval. The woman explained that she had been asked to use the boy as a model for a school brochure. She apologized for the situation, admitting that it was inappropriate. The principal, unimpressed, scolded them for their actions, pointing out that even if they were dating, their behavior was inappropriate. The boy quickly denied that they were dating, shifting the blame to the girl. The principal, however, was not convinced, and pressed further, questioning the nature of their relationship and suggesting that even a casual physical connection could be problematic. The principal then launched into a surprising personal anecdote, revealing her own experiences with bondage and her unconventional views on relationships. The girl, taken aback by the principal's unexpected confession, insisted that their relationship was completely healthy and that they were simply taking photos for the school brochure. The principal, however, countered that their actions spoke louder than words and insisted on a more convincing demonstration of their healthy relationship. Reluctantly, the boy agreed to continue the photoshoot, understanding that this was their only option. The final panel shows a flash forward to the future, depicting the couple as adults, implying a long-lasting relationship. The boy reflects on the absurdity of the situation, highlighting the unexpected turn of events. A woman in a business suit stood at a bus stop, clapping her hands together rhythmically. A thought bubble above her head showed her thinking about a healthy relationship and marriage. Meanwhile, a young man nearby questioned her actions, asking, "Why are you clapping?" The scene shifted to a school building. Two young women, one in a wedding dress, were being photographed. One of the women protested, saying that such a ridiculous photo could not be used in the school's brochure. The other woman responded that the photos for the brochure had already been taken. A young woman in a bathrobe opened a door, a mug in her hand. She let out a sigh of relief, phew. She looked relieved, but also slightly embarrassed. Another woman appeared, telling her that she had been very angry and may have lost control. The first woman responded that it was worth it. The scene showed a framed wedding photo of the two women. One of the women commented on how unexpected it was that they had taken wedding photos in advance. Other women, presumably maids, gossiped about the couple. One maid warned the others not to talk about the young lady. The other woman in the bathrobe smiled happily, saying that she wouldn't be able to stop smiling if she stayed in the room. Akira, a member of the school's cultural festival organizing committee, enthusiastically presented proposals for the upcoming festival to her classmate, Kanade, the class representative. Kanade, with a more serious expression, listened attentively as Akira outlined their plans. The class brainstorming session commenced. Suggestions were made, and Kanade proposed writing them on the board to facilitate a class vote. Kotaro, however, cautioned against acting as if the decision was already made, suggesting a more open discussion. A discussion ensued regarding the popularity of Fumitan cafes, a collaborative cafe and game concept. One student expressed interest, while another considered checking it out. Hyde, a student, reacted with embarrassment to Kotaro's suggestion of a Fumitan cafe, finding the proposal rather embarrassing. Kotaro, undeterred, confidently presented his idea, while Kanade expressed a lack of concern about the proposal's potential for success or failure. Kotaro revealed he had prepared a presentation to showcase the appeal of the Fumitan cafe concept. He proceeded to give his presentation, even securing permission to use the projector. His enthusiasm, however, intimidated a teacher. Kotaro's presentation was detailed and well-organized, showcasing the various aspects of the Fumitan cafe. The presentation concluded, leaving a strong impression on those present. Akira was particularly impressed by Kotaro's presentation skills. The classroom buzzed with excitement. Kotaro, a boy with a nervous blush, announced his plan to open a cafe, causing a wave of enthusiastic approval from his classmates. One girl, her face flushed with excitement, exclaimed that it would be a goddess-like establishment. Kotaro's presentation continued, captivating the entire class. His classmates, mesmerized, seemed to have developed an immunity to his usual awkwardness. One girl noted that it felt like witnessing the birth of a new cult. Meanwhile, a girl with glasses, visibly sweating, watched in disbelief. She couldn't believe what was happening. She worried about the potential fallout from her social media posts, wondering what kind of expression she should make. The preparations for the cultural festival were progressing smoothly, but setting up a cafe for the VTuber portrayal was proving to be too much. Elsewhere, a group of students worked diligently on a large sketch for the cafe's sign. Kotaro, surprisingly adept at drawing, contributed significantly to the design. Akira, another student, was painting the sign, following Kotaro's instructions. She was meticulously following his directions, even when he insisted on a very specific shade of yellow for Fumitan's hair. Akira questioned the specificity of the hair color, but another student defended Kotaro's choice, emphasizing the importance of being respectful to Fumitan. Two girls, wearing aprons, presented some dishes they had prepared for the cafe to Kotaro for his approval. The scene opens in a home economics room. A plate of food, described as Fumitan spicy omelette with mint ice cream, sits center stage. 3 students, 2 girls and a boy, are in the room. The boy, Kotaro, expresses his gratitude for the meal. One of the girls, Fumi, remarks that the dishes she made are wild and crazy, and this is just the beginning. Kotaro is amazed by the delicious food. Another girl, Sumika, prepares a different dish, which Kotaro finds intriguing. The smell is described as out of this world. Sumika explains that it's an experimental dish. Kotaro asks if he can try some. He finds the taste awful, a Fumitan dish. Sumika, however, is pleased with his reaction, explaining that Fumi's food is so bad it makes you feel sick, and that creating a flavor like this is amazing. Later, Sumika and Fumi are talking. Sumika mentions that Kotaro is coming back. Another student is working on something. Kotaro is shown working intensely on something, seemingly a drawing of Fumi. He wants everyone to get their hands on this amazing work that captures her charm. Kotaro, a young man with short, dark hair, sat hunched over a desk in a dimly lit classroom. He meticulously worked on something, his brow furrowed in concentration. He had been working late into the night, and exhaustion weighed heavily on him. A wave of dizziness washed over him as he felt his eyes starting to blur. He wondered if he was starting to hallucinate from sheer tiredness. Suddenly, 3 girls in cat ear headbands appeared before him. They were dressed in sailor uniforms, and one of them, Fumi, beamed at him, praising his work. Kotaro, startled by their sudden appearance, could only stare in stunned silence. One of the girls, addressing Kotaro as Kotaro, explained that the 3 of them had stayed behind to help create Fumitan's costume. The girls then discussed the quality of the costume, with one expressing uncertainty about its suitability and another suggesting that a cosplay event might boost sales. Kotaro, his eyes wide with disbelief and a growing sense of unease, questioned whether they were making fun of him. One of the girls responded that she thought he would be happy, while another bluntly stated that he was just trying to inflate his ego. The situation escalated quickly. One of the girls, Akira, grabbed Kotaro, leading to a physical confrontation. Another girl, Kane, joined in, adding to the chaos. The argument continued, with the girls pointing out flaws in the costume and Kotaro becoming increasingly agitated. The tension in the room was palpable as the situation spiraled out of control. A young man, his face contorted in a furious expression, held a small object aloft. 3 girls with cat-like ears and tails watched him with wide, fearful eyes, completely captivated by his outburst. He declared that he wouldn't let them leave until they became Fumitan. The camera angle shifted dramatically, showing only a pair of legs and sneakers walking down a hallway. A young woman with glasses, walking down a school corridor, muttered to herself that this was not a gain. She had already gotten something in the classroom and everyone else had already left. The scene shifted back to the previous location. The 3 girls, now energized, danced wildly to a beat, their movements mimicking the choreography of a poster featuring a pop star named Fumitan. The furious young man cheered them on, shouting encouragement. One of the girls, Sumika, observed that by mimicking the choreography of Fumitan's debut single, they would get closer to becoming Fumitan. The other girls agreed enthusiastically. The young man, pleased with their progress, praised their efforts. The chapter ended with Sumika reflecting that if there's a hell, this might be it. On the morning of the cultural festival, the final touches were being put on a large poster featuring a vibrant illustration of a girl with cat ears and twin tails, a peace sign held out playfully. The caption below read, "The poster is ready." 2 students, one with glasses and a more serious expression, and another with a brighter demeanor, examined the finished poster. They praised its quality, noting it surpassed the work of any other class. One student expressed gratitude to everyone involved, highlighting the meticulous instructions that led to its success. The other student, clearly pleased, added that it was perfectly done. The student with glasses, Sumika, gazed at the poster with quiet pride, a thought bubble above her head revealing her inner satisfaction. It's such a beautiful poster. Sumika, pleased with the poster's beauty, decided to offer assistance with any remaining tasks. However, her joy at the completed artwork was paramount. As Sumika walked, another student warned her to watch out. Too late. Sumika tripped and fell onto a handcart, sending her sprawling across the floor. The poster, which was on the cart, went flying. Sumika landed hard, groaning in pain as the impact sent a jolt through her body. She cried out in pain, ouch. Horrified, Sumika realized the gravity of the situation. No, this can't be happening. Overcome with remorse, Sumika slumped to the ground, whispering, what have I done? Her friends rushed to her side, offering comfort and reassurance. They tried to minimize the damage, focusing on the fact that the poster was the main concern, and Sumika was ultimately fine, though upset about the mishap. Sumika, eyes brimming with tears, mumbled apologies. She was clearly distraught, her behavior suggesting a state of profound shock. A friend, trying to comfort her, assured her that she didn't need to worry. Meanwhile, the whispers of other students revealed that Sumika had been bullied in the past after an incident at the school festival involving a broken poster. Kotaro, a young man with a stack of posters, cheerfully announced that he had finished his work. His companion, however, remained visibly upset. The scene shifted to reveal the shattered remains of the poster, a clear indication of the damage done. Kotaro, noticing the destruction, looked surprised. Kotaro, in a state of disbelief, reacted with alarm, questioning if there was a rebellion or an attack underway. He seemed genuinely perplexed by the situation. Sumika, upon seeing the damage, apologized profusely to Kotaro, taking full responsibility for the incident. Kotaro, however, seemed to understand and attempted to reassure her. The two girls discussed the possibility of repairing the poster, but quickly realized the task was impossible given the extent of the damage. Kotaro, observing the scene, pondered the situation. Then, a sudden idea struck him. They could use the hole in the poster to create a new, unique design. Kotaro excitedly explained his idea to Sumika and her friends, who were initially surprised but quickly impressed by his ingenuity. Sumika expressed her gratitude, and Kotaro, feeling confident, enthusiastically declared his plan to make the best poster ever. Two girls huddled over a damaged poster, its pieces scattered on the floor. One, with dark hair, meticulously gathered the fragments. The other, with bright pink hair and a mischievous grin, excitedly suggested, and if we stick the scattered pieces of the front poster on as well, that could be interesting. Three boys in school uniforms discussed a solution. One, holding a microphone, spoke calmly. Another nodded in agreement, while the third, more animated, exclaimed, "Thank you to everyone, we found a solution. Let's rebuild the poster." The group collaborated on the poster's reconstruction. One boy offered help, saying, "That helps." "Thanks." Another girl, holding paint, suggested they needed a base drawing. A third boy, however, rejected this idea, stating, "No." With a confident grin, the boy began to draw directly onto the poster, ignoring the suggestion for a sketch. His friend, watching in disbelief, exclaimed, "Seriously? You're going to draw without a sketch?" He rapidly completed the outline, astonishing his peers. One girl gasped, "That was fast. It looks amazing." The artist explained his method, stating that a spontaneous approach would inject more energy into the illustration. And that this time, everyone would paint freely. Another boy questioned the riskiness of this approach, but a girl enthusiastically supported the idea, calling it a fantastic, colorful concept. The group enthusiastically agreed to the new plan. One girl would handle the final details, allowing everyone else to paint however they liked. Another boy, however, questioned the artist's strictness about color choices. But ultimately, they all agreed to proceed with the unconventional method. Sumi, distressed and teary-eyed, called out to Kotaro. Meanwhile, Kotaro, with a mischievous grin, approached a group of girls, who looked worried and pleaded for his help. Sumi explained that she was the one who had caused the problem, fearing that further involvement would only worsen the situation. Kotaro reflected on his mistake during the cultural festival preparations, realizing that his unilateral instructions were wrong and that collaborative work would have yielded better results. His friends agreed, pointing out his occasional selfishness. Kotaro apologized to Sumi. Kotaro thanked Sumi for pointing out his mistake and offered his hand, suggesting they overcome their failures together. Sumi, moved by his gesture and words, started to cry. The other girls enthusiastically agreed, emphasizing that working together would turn their failures into success. Sumi, overwhelmed with gratitude, thanked everyone. With renewed energy and collaboration, they decided to finish the poster together. The group worked together, cleaning up the spilled paint and starting anew. Finally, they completed the poster, celebrating their achievement. With a triumphant cry, Sumika ripped through the poster, revealing her improved artwork underneath. A group of students gathered around, their faces alight with excitement as they examined the new poster. One exclaimed that it was far superior to the original, a testament to Sumika's talent. Kotaro, a young man with a kind smile, approached Sumika. He praised her not only for fixing her mistake but also for improving the poster itself, expressing his appreciation for her friendship. Meanwhile, another group of girls looked at a phone displaying the poster. One girl wondered what Sumika was smiling at, while another admitted to feeling bold when seeing Kotaro's photos. A third girl revealed that she had a pre-wedding photo of Kotaro as her phone's wallpaper, expressing pride in her future husband's talent. Kotaro, full of energy, rushed off to the supply room, leaving a classmate to take a break while they waited for the room to open. Another classmate asked where he was going. A girl named Hinode explained that she was going to help Kotaro with the cleaning. Hinode found Kotaro asleep at his desk, exhausted from his work. Hinode noted that Kotaro had been working late the previous night as well, and was clearly running on empty. She confessed her feelings for him, appreciating his unwavering support and his presence as a bright light in her life. A young woman, Fumi, leaned over a sleeping boy, her face flushed. She whispered, "I love you." Having confessed, Fumi quickly retreated, her heart pounding in her chest. A mixture of excitement and nervousness washed over her as she scurried away. The boy stirred slightly in his sleep, mumbling, "Oh no, I shouldn't be sleeping." He awoke with a start, noticing something amiss. The erasers on his desk were scattered. Ha! The erasers were all messy. Did someone come in here? A thought crossed his mind. Speaking of which, I think I heard Fumi's voice near my ear. Koku, Kotaro's co-worker, arrived at the cultural festival, exclaiming in amazement at the spectacle. Meanwhile, Koku's friends discussed Kotaro's plans to make coffee at the festival, surprised by his unusual hobby. Elsewhere, Akira, a girl with cat ears, walked through a school hallway, sighing. Akira encountered Koku, who was dressed as a maid, and another girl. Tension filled the air as Akira confronted Koku for teasing her, while the other girl commented on Akira's bravery. Kotaro appeared, reminding Akira of proper serving etiquette. Kotaro then ordered Akira to watch Fumi-tan stream as punishment for her behavior. Her friends looked on in shock. Koku later found Kotaro, questioning him about the earlier incident. Kotaro then encountered the chief, who was deeply moved by Kotaro's dojin. The chief's emotional reaction to the dojin was evident, while Kotaro and Koku looked on. Koku invited Kotaro to get drinks together, and he seemed surprised but agreed. Kotaro, visibly uncomfortable, observed the scene unfolding before him. Two young women, Fumi and Aki, were engaging in playful banter, their light-hearted conversation a stark contrast to his own unease. Fumi, ever the shrewd businesswoman, was already planning her next move, aiming to use her charm to attract more customers. Meanwhile, Aki, seemingly oblivious to Kotaro's discomfort, expressed her worry about Fumi's antics, only to be reassured that it was all part of a plan. Fumi's playful demeanor hid a sharp business acumen. Kotaro, however, was less amused. He watched as Fumi's actions drew the attention of another customer, a man who seemed to be giving her a rather suggestive look. Kotaro's unease grew, wondering if he had inadvertently done something wrong. The customer, a gruff-looking man, approached Fumi, intending to order. His initial demeanor was brusque, but as Fumi continued her charming service, his expression softened. Fumi's exceptional service, exceeding expectations, impressed even the most hardened customers. Her skill was undeniable, and her reputation preceded her. Kotaro, observing from a distance, anticipated a scolding from his manager, but instead, he witnessed something unexpected. Kotaro's manager, instead of reprimanding Fumi and Aki, praised their excellent service and their ability to perfectly execute the Fumi-tan act. His surprise was evident. Kotaro's initial surprise quickly turned to confusion as he realized that the manager seemed to be attracted to both Fumi and Aki. He wondered about the true nature of his manager's intentions. The unexpected turn of events left Kotaro speechless. He was completely taken aback by the manager's reaction and the apparent attraction between the manager and the two girls. Kotaro left, leaving Fumi in charge, the unexpected events of the day leaving him both surprised and slightly bewildered. A woman with shoulder-length dark hair, wearing a stylish blouse and pants, peeked into a room, her expression curious and slightly mischievous. She called out, inquiring if Kotaro was present. Inside, two schoolgirls with cat-like ear accessories engaged in conversation. One explained that Kotaro was on a break. The other girl, Kanan-chan, wondered if Kotaro's mother was around. The two schoolgirls, now alone, discussed the tense situation. One suggested that the tension was too high. They proposed a game of rock-paper-scissors with Kotaro's mother as a way to alleviate the tension, with the loser performing a surrender pose. The girls contemplated the consequences of losing the game, realizing that the stakes were high regardless of the outcome. They felt doomed, no matter the result of the game. One girl, less enthusiastic, agreed to the game, with the condition that if she won, she would receive a chop from Kotaro's mother. The game commenced, with a dramatic boom sound effect accompanying the decisive moment. One of the girls won, forcing her to give Kotaro's mother a chop. Fumi-tan and her friends engaged in a playful high-five, but a hint of underlying tension was palpable. The playful atmosphere quickly shifted as Fumi-tan, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, proposed a challenge to her friends to strike a cute pose for her. One friend hesitated, but Fumi-tan insisted that they should all be nice to each other. The two friends, complying with Fumi-tan's request, struck the pose, eliciting a chuckle from Fumi-tan, who found their pose adorable. Suddenly, Kotaro burst into the room, surprised by the scene before him. He asked if they wanted to play another round. The girls, startled by Kotaro's sudden appearance, apologized profusely. Fumi-tan, however, seemed pleased with the outcome, finding the girls' reaction adorable. She had played rock-paper-scissors with them, and winning meant they would pose for her. Kotaro, protective of his staff, intervened, scolding the girls for their actions. The girls, embarrassed, apologized again, their faces flushed with shame. Kotaro's actions led to the girls being sent to the punishment room, a consequence he found regrettable. Despite the situation, Fumi-tan seemed amused by Kotaro's reaction, finding his protectiveness endearing. Kotaro, his face flushed, insisted it was nothing like that, while a woman with dark hair smirked, noting his expression was drastically different from his high school days, much to her amusement. He was informed that the Fumi-tan cosplay was a joke orchestrated by Kanani-chan and others, and that they were great girls. Kotaro was taken aback by this revelation. Kotaro vehemently denied that they actually liked him, his tsundere attitude surprising his mother, who observed his reaction with amusement. She noted that he was clearly aware of the woman's feelings. Meanwhile, two girls, exhausted from their cosplay stream, expressed their relief at being able to take a break. One confessed that pretending to be someone else was incredibly tiring. One of the girls felt her identity as Fumitan beginning to fade, and she worried about wanting to escape the persona. Kotaro suddenly appeared, startling the girls, who questioned his intentions. The girls feared being sent back to re-education, but Kotaro reassured them, stating he had something he forgot to tell them. Kotaro thanked them for their participation, noting that their efforts made the place feel lively. He explained that he had to say something embarrassing in front of them due to his mother's request, prompting the girls to tease him about his earlier denial. The girls, amused, prepared to continue their cosplay, with one stating that supporting her husband was a wife's duty. Kotaro, a young man with short dark hair, walked down a school hallway, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, three girls, one with cat ears, giggled amongst themselves. One of them mused that Kotaro seemed to be noticing her more lately, while another excitedly exclaimed that it was the first time Kotaro had ever thanked her. Suddenly, Kotaro rounded a corner and bumped into a young woman dressed as a maid. She gasped, startled. The maid, startled, cried out a warning as she stumbled back, nearly causing Kotaro to fall. But he caught himself, landing awkwardly. The maid, flustered, apologized profusely. He also apologized, equally flustered by the unexpected encounter. Their apologies overlapped, creating a moment of awkward silence before the maid's eyes widened in surprise. The three girls from earlier reappeared, their shocked expressions evident as they recognized the maid. One of them gasped, "That person." The maid, Mizuki, laughed, revealing that Kotaro had just caught her in an embarrassing situation. Mizuki explained that she was dressed as a maid for a cosplay cafe event at school, and that she was helping out a teacher. Kotaro, still slightly flustered, questioned why she was dressed as a maid. Mizuki teased him, asking if he was surprised to see her looking feminine after all this time. Kotaro vehemently denied it. Mizuki left to return to the cosplay cafe, leaving Kotaro alone with his thoughts. He wondered if Mizuki was actually a girl, and the three girls looked on in shock, remembering the final boss. Kotaro, along with two other girls in school uniforms, stood frozen in shock. A powerful enemy had appeared, and it was Mizuki, dressed as a girl. Kotaro's expression was one of disbelief and horror, his friends looked equally stunned. A young man, his expression clouded with a pensive sigh, walked down the street. He couldn't shake the image of Mizuki and that maid dress from the cultural festival, the memory left him restless. Again, his thoughts drifted, pulling him from his intended path. He decided to visit the bookstore to distract himself with reference books. Meanwhile, a young woman with long, dark hair hurried down the street, carrying a heavy bag. She appeared unsteady, dangerously close to the road. Just then, the young man spotted her and, with a shout of warning, rushed to her aid, pulling her out of the path of an oncoming car. Safe from harm, the young woman expressed her gratitude. The young man, however, was momentarily distracted by a fleeting thought of Mizuki in the maid dress again. Their conversation turned to Mizuki's attire, and the young man's surprise at seeing her in such a dress. Mizuki then revealed that she was wearing the same outfit as at the cultural festival, and pointed out the young man's actions at that event. She accused him of having touched her breasts at the festival, a claim that surprised him. Mizuki's anger escalated, questioning his motives for such actions. She threatened him, and he realized he had mistaken her for someone else. Kotaro, a young man with a concerned expression, questioned his friend, Ru, about his presence with Hataru. Ru, a young woman with short, dark hair, explained that she had been looking for him because they were late. Ru's friend, Mizuki's sister, Hataru, appeared, prompting Ru to realize that Mizuki's sister was with Kotaro. This led to a discussion about the implications of their relationship. Kotaro, overcome with embarrassment, apologized profusely for his earlier behavior. The conversation shifted to Hataru's gender presentation, with Kotaro noting her feminine figure and Ru observing that they were of different heights. Hataru scolded Kotaro for his inappropriate behavior, calling him a creep for looking at his brother like that. Kotaro, still apologetic, insisted he didn't need any apology and just wanted to disappear. He then offered a drawing as a further apology. Hataru revealed the drawing to be a picture of a puppy, apologizing for the earlier drawing of a bear. Kotaro, surprised by the drawing, suggested Hataru teach him how to draw as an apology for his earlier behavior. Two girls excitedly approached a young man, his expression a mixture of surprise and slight discomfort. One girl pointed at him, exclaiming about a drawing he had done, while the other girl recalled seeing his impressive work at a cultural festival. The young man, taken aback, questioned if the girls thought he had a bad head. The girl with dark hair, Hataru, explained that she always thought people who were good at drawing had pure hearts. Hataru continued, revealing that her middle school had an art club, and that she and her classmates had diligently copied drawings from library books to improve their skills. She then asked if his heavy bag was filled with art books, and that they had all worked together on a project as a class. The young man, intrigued, asked Hataru if he could take a look at her current work. Hataru, slightly hesitant, agreed to show him her drawing. She wondered what he would think of it. He pointed out that the way she drew the dog's legs made them look flat due to a lack of depth. Hataru, surprised, agreed that it was a valid criticism. He suggested adding shadows to the dog's back to give it more dimension. Hataru was impressed by his insightful advice. He then jokingly suggested that she should come over to his house to continue practicing, which made her blush. Hataru, a young woman with dark hair, smiled gratefully at another girl, her expression a mix of relief and slight embarrassment. She thanked her companion for the help, adding that she preferred if the other girl had held back a bit. Meanwhile, Kotaro, a young man with short dark hair, approached, asking if he could join their activity. He explained he was there to draw Hataru's adorable dog, a task he found unavoidable. Hataru and Kotaro began a drawing session. Hataru's drawing of a Shiba Inu progressed rapidly, impressing Kotaro. Kotaro complimented Hataru's skill, noting her sharp tongue and talent. He mentioned reading an article about many artists being eccentric. Hataru suddenly remembered the library book's due date, expressing her worry and offering to let her friend go in her place if needed. She explained that she had accidentally brought the book home. Her friend reassured her, noting that she seemed happy. Kotaro observed Hataru's behavior, noting her defensive nature and tendency to avoid asking for help due to a fear of appearing clumsy. He understood her actions. He reflected on her hardworking nature and her tendency to carry heavy burdens alone. He was glad to see her happy. Hataru, playfully, suggested taking off her shirt for a checkup, surprising Kotaro. Kotaro, slightly flustered, suggested a little guy bonding moment, to which Hataru readily agreed. One girl demanded the return of her innocent childhood self, while another girl, visibly distressed, questioned why she had to undress. The distressed girl conceded, admitting she had been a bit too teasing. Meanwhile, another girl watched, a smirk playing on her lips. As the girl undressed further, the observer commented on her captivating vibe, even while partially undressed. The observer, captivated by the other's pale skin and delicate build, found it hard to tell if she was a boy or a girl, regardless of their undressed state. The undressing continued. Completely undressed now, the girl asked if the other was satisfied. The observer, however, was still confused, noting the other's narrow waist and broad shoulders, and questioning their gender. The observer also revealed that they had figured out the other was wearing pads during a cultural festival. The observer apologized for getting a little dizzy, as the other girl pushed them away. The undressed girl admitted to teasing the other too much, as she quickly got dressed again. The observer was surprised to see the other girl return, holding a book. The girl explained that she had gone to the library and returned early, while the observer expressed disgust at the other's previous actions. Akira, a young woman with shoulder-length hair styled in twin tails, stood with a troubled expression. Her friend asked if she wanted advice about love, to which Akira mumbled a hesitant agreement. Two other girls, members of the school's wrestling team, discussed Akira's behavior. They noted her unusual actions around Kotaro, and one surmised that Kotaro was completely mesmerized by his first crush. Akira's face contorted in frustration. She thought to herself that she felt like she couldn't win at all. Akira reflected on her situation, acknowledging that being placed in wrestling with Kotaro felt like a punishment designed to make Kotaro hate her. She considered how to get Kotaro's attention, given that he already had a crush. Akira confided in her friend, explaining that she had recently broken up with her boyfriend and wasn't in the mood to offer relationship advice. Her friend, Akira's confidant, offered some rather blunt and unconventional advice, suggesting that more revealing clothing and physical contact might attract Kotaro's attention. She realized she had a wrestling match with Kotaro later that day and decided to put the advice to the test. During their wrestling match, Akira managed to pin Kotaro, winning the match. Kotaro was clearly frustrated by the defeat. Akira, pleased with her victory, began to consider what kind of punishment she could devise for Kotaro. Akira's body was sore from the match, leading her to consider asking for a massage. Her friends observed her, noting her plans for further physical contact with Kotaro. Akira, a young woman in a swimsuit, finishes her practice and heads home, complaining about a clueless guy. Her teammate, Kotaro, expresses similar sentiments. Suddenly, Akira clutches her leg in pain. She explains that her leg cramped up from practice. Kotaro approaches, concerned. Akira explains that when a leg cramps, pressing the knee and slowly bending the toes upward helps. Kotaro, apologizing for the unexpected touch, gently massages Akira's leg. The massage proves effective, much to Kotaro's and Akira's surprise. Akira, impressed by Kotaro's unexpected skill, comments on his kindness. Kotaro, in turn, advises her to take better care of herself to prevent future cramps. Their interaction is observed by another teammate, who seems jealous of their closeness. Kotaro apologizes for the interruption, while Akira notes that she's never seen such obvious jealousy before. The scene opens with a young woman, her expression a mixture of confusion and slight apprehension, examining a tube of massage oil. She seems uncertain about something. Meanwhile, a conversation unfolds between two other individuals. One, a woman, expresses worry about how another, a man named Kota, has been acting, particularly his flirtatious behavior with other girls. Kota, seemingly oblivious, insists that a regular massage is sufficient. The young woman from the first panel, now identified as Akira, is being urged by another woman to hurry up. Kota, hesitant, questions the appropriateness of what they are about to do, given the absence of their teacher. Akira dismisses his concerns. Kota sighs, admitting he should have decided on a punishment game beforehand. He resolves to continue, while another woman, observing the scene, expresses her belief that they are okay with the situation, though she feels she should have been more supportive of Akira. Akira lies on her stomach, recalling a previous encounter at the pool where Kota used oil on her back. She reflects on how pleasant that experience was. Kota begins massaging Akira's back, the oil glistening on her skin. Akira's expression shifts to one of intense pleasure. Akira's body is tense, more so than she realized. The massage is intense, and a noticeable sound accompanies the action. Kota notices this, and Akira tries to downplay it. Kota continues to massage Akira, stating his intention to loosen her muscles. He notes how tight her back muscles are. Akira is clearly enjoying the experience. Akira struggles to suppress her moans of pleasure as the massage continues. The intensity of the experience is overwhelming. The massage reaches a peak, and Akira's reaction is one of intense pleasure and slight distress. She is unable to contain herself. Akira, visibly flustered, blamed her friend for giving her such inappropriate advice. Meanwhile, another girl, seemingly amused by the situation, watched on. The scene shifted to Kota, who was trying to stop Akira from making those strange sounds, but also found himself blushing. He wondered if this was a good thing, as Akira, who was supposed to be innocent, was now making a lewd face. The next panel showed Akira and another girl in a compromising position, leaving the reader to wonder what exactly happened. Kota, overwhelmed by the situation, declared that nothing was embarrassing anymore, claiming he was fine. However, his expression betrayed his true feelings. Akira reflected on how a sweet kid who just wanted some innocent advice could end up in this situation. Meanwhile, Koda was being accused of acting strangely and turning into a pervert. Koda vehemently denied the accusations, while another girl, Hinode, seemed shocked by the turn of events. Akira, still flustered, insisted that she wasn't that kind of person. Koda reflected on how Akira's feelings weren't just sleazy, while another girl questioned the situation. Hinode angrily told Akira to stop calling her lewd. The chapter ended with Koda apologizing to Akira, promising to give her proper advice next time, and hoping she would return to her usual self. Another girl suggested they just forget what happened. Shigeru, a girl with short black hair and a hoodie, walked alongside a boy with short dark hair, who appeared apprehensive. She suggested they walk home together, as they were headed in the same direction, but he questioned why she was following him. Shigeru explained that her family was out, leaving her free time. She happily noted that this gave them the opportunity to walk home together without distractions. As they walked, a large, luxurious black car suddenly appeared, startling the boy. The boy and Shigeru both noticed the expensive car. Shigeru wondered aloud what kind of wealthy person would drive such a vehicle. A man emerged from the car. He was impeccably dressed in a white suit. Shigeru remarked that he looked the part of a wealthy person. The man greeted Shigeru enthusiastically, revealing himself to be someone she knew. The man complimented Shigeru's appearance, and the boy, surprised, asked if she knew him. Shigeru was shocked to realize that the man was Shigeru's father, a wealthy and flashy individual she hadn't expected. Shigeru's father offered her a designer bag as a gift, but she refused, not wanting to appear like a gold digger. He then revealed himself to be her actual father, much to her surprise, and inquired about the boy, assuming he was Shigeru's friend. A man with slick back hair and aviator sunglasses, dressed in a sharp white suit, boasted about his success. He explained that he gathered stones from foreign beaches, and somehow, they'd become incredibly popular online, leading to a lucrative business selling natural stone bracelets. His listener, unseen, expressed disbelief at his unexpected fortune. The man, now identified as Mitsuki Keita, explained that he just finished a meeting with some clients and was on his way home after a date with his son, Kotaro. His daughter, Shigeru, appeared, surprised to see him. Keita revealed that he was actually leaving for America in a few hours. He then presented a tandem bicycle, explaining that he wanted to make some memories with Shigeru before he left. Keita suggested they go for a tandem bike ride together. Shigeru, initially confused, looked on with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. Keita continued, explaining that he thought a tandem bike ride would be a fun way to spend time together before he left. He mentioned that Shigeru had always wanted a bike when she was younger, but he couldn't afford it then. Shigeru's disbelief and anger were palpable as she questioned her father's sudden attempt at reconciliation after a long period of estrangement. She accused him of ignoring her for years and now trying to play the caring father. Keita attempted to explain his actions, mentioning a friend's advice about bonding through shared activities. He insisted that he wasn't trying to be manipulative, but Shigeru remained unconvinced. Shigeru's anger intensified. She vehemently rejected his offer, emphasizing his years of neglect and her hurt feelings. She angrily pushed the bicycle away. Keita, finally understanding the depth of her hurt, apologized sincerely. Shigeru, though still upset, seemed slightly softened by his genuine remorse. Shigeru, despite the apology, decided to go home, leaving Keita alone with his regrets. A young man, presumably Kotaro, watched her leave, concerned. Shigeru, a young man with dark hair, listened intently as his older companion, a man in a white lab coat and sunglasses, confessed his motivations. He explained that he had simply wanted to compensate for their shared past losses. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed a vulnerable side of himself. Shigeru, however, seemed unfazed, his expression calm as he noted their proximity to Ginkawa Academy High School. A sudden realization struck the older man. He was terribly late for his flight. Panic etched itself onto his features as he frantically checked his watch. He apologized profusely to Shigeru, explaining his urgent need to get to the airport. Shigeru, seemingly understanding, simply nodded as the older man rushed off, leaving him with his bicycle. Kotaro trudged down the street, carrying a tandem bicycle. He was alone, his shoulders slumped, a troubled expression etched on his face. Two passers-by, a young man and woman, walked past without a word, leaving Kotaro to his thoughts. He wondered what he was supposed to do about the situation. He reflected on his recent parting with Shigeru. She had caught a cold, and he felt bad that he had left her alone. He realized she must have had a difficult time, especially given her selfish father's actions. He knew she was upset, likely crying, and the thought weighed heavily on him. The image of Kotaro's father, smiling warmly, flashed in his mind. Kotaro, his father had called out. Kotaro's eyes widened in surprise. He was clearly taken aback by the unexpected memory. As he continued walking, the front wheel of his bicycle wobbled. Shigeru, meanwhile, walked alone, her thoughts consumed by her father's behavior. She couldn't believe Kotaro had seen her in such a vulnerable state. She blamed her father entirely for the situation, feeling his self-centeredness was unbelievable. However, a small comfort emerged. Kotaro remembered the bicycle, at least. She had never seen her father display such an expression before. Suddenly, Kotaro appeared again, riding the tandem bicycle furiously. He spotted Shigeru and shouted, "I found you." Shigeru was shocked. People on the street had laughed at Kotaro's unusual mode of transportation. He apologized for the trouble his father had caused, but Shigeru was more concerned about why he was riding the tandem bike alone. Shigeru urged Kotaro to say more to his father, suggesting they chase after him. Kotaro, however, seemed hesitant and surprised by her suggestion. A young man, on a bicycle, urged his companion to hurry. She, however, appeared troubled, her expression clouded with worry. He was heading to the airport, his flight departing in an hour. Despite her distress, she tried to reassure him, suggesting they could talk later. She felt she had nothing to say to a father figure after their recent argument. Their conversation shifted to a more serious tone. She revealed that her father had passed away when she was in elementary school. Another person, Kotaro, expressed his surprise. She recalled it was the day before his death. The memory of her father's passing weighed heavily on her. She had been regretting her actions ever since. Overcome with emotion, she confessed that she had been too lonely to hold back her feelings during their last conversation, leaving her with deep regret. The other person acknowledged her pain. She questioned why he had not been there for her. The young man on the bicycle, witnessing this exchange, urged her to act for herself, not just for her father, as he might not be around for much longer. He acknowledged that her father had seemed selfish, but insisted that her current suffering stemmed from her own inability to let go. He encouraged her to visit her father. The young man on the bicycle, exasperated, called her selfish. He then helped her onto the bike. He reassured her that he had already checked the route and that as long as she didn't slow him down, they would make it to the airport on time. They rode off together. As a young woman on the back of his bicycle chuckled, dismissing it as nothing. Kotaro Suchan, mortified by his humiliating situation, rode tandem with a girl on a bicycle. He had been enduring this humiliation alone, while onlookers watched and whispered amongst themselves, one of them even questioning if that was really Kotaro. They sped along, Kotaro noting that it was a short but bumpy ride. Despite the discomfort, he felt a thrill, as if he could travel the world like this. Meanwhile, another observer commented on Kotaro's underwear being visible. The bumpy road caused the girl to complain about her backside hurting. Kotaro, however, reminded her that they were still on a public road. She tearfully questioned why she was going through this, noting Kotaro's pushy and inconsiderate behavior in ignoring their situation and dragging her along. He, meanwhile, felt he couldn't stand being around him. Despite the discomfort and the awkwardness, the girl suddenly declared that she loved it, surprising Kotaro. Kotaro was taken aback by her sudden declaration of love. He quickly dismissed it as nothing, as they continued their tandem bike ride. Later, while driving, Kotaro's father sighed, reflecting on his own shortcomings as a father. He admitted to being a terrible father, just as Shigeru had said. He realized that in his attempts to provide a better life for his daughter, he had overlooked Shigeru's feelings. He resolved to apologize properly when he next saw her. Back on the tandem bike, the girl called out to her father, who was watching from afar. Shigeru, a young woman with short, dark hair, rushed down the street, her father's voice echoing in her ears as he called out to her. She was carrying a small, round object, possibly a ball, clutched tightly in her hand. She stopped abruptly, turning to face her father, who had caught up to her in a rather flamboyant outfit. His expression was one of comical exasperation as he pointed at her attire, finding it ridiculous. Shigeru explained that she only wanted a normal family dinner, just like before, pleading with her father to understand her desire for simplicity. Tears welled in Shigeru's eyes as she expressed her wish for future meetings to be simple, focusing on shared meals rather than extravagant gifts. Her father listened intently, his expression softening. The father, visibly moved by his daughter's words, embraced her, promising to make sure they spend more time together in the future. A young man, Hinode Kotaro, approached, catching the attention of Shigeru's father, who asked for his name. Shigeru's father expressed his trust in Kotaro, believing him to be a good friend for his daughter, much to Kotaro's and Shigeru's surprise. Shigeru playfully teased her father about his enthusiasm, while Kotaro remained slightly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The father's happiness was evident as he jokingly referred to Kotaro as his daughter's boyfriend, leaving Shigeru slightly embarrassed but not entirely displeased. Later, Shigeru and Kotaro walked together, discussing the events of the day. Shigeru admitted she didn't mind her father's assumptions, revealing a subtle hint of affection for Kotaro. A young woman, her face flushed, confessed her true feelings to a young man, accidentally letting slip her true feelings. She immediately regretted it, telling herself to calm down. The young man, however, was completely taken aback by her unexpected confession. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Meanwhile, the young woman continued to observe him, her gaze lingering on him with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. She wondered if he was suspicious, but also found his reaction rather lewd. Kotaro, a young man with a look of utter displeasure, sat slumped against a barrier. Beside him stood Kane, a woman with long, light hair, calmly reviewing something on a tablet. "I can't believe I'm stuck helping to organize the gym storage." He groaned internally, while Kane casually asked, "Got a problem with that?" Kane explained that she had helped arrange the borrowing of equipment for the upcoming cultural festival, and that's why she was helping Kotaro. Kotaro coughed, complaining about the dust, while Kane noted his strained voice from his previous livestream. He wished to open a window for some fresh air. Kotaro attempted to open the door, but to his surprise, the doorknob came off in his hand. He exclaimed in shock, while Kane looked on, surprised. She noted that this was an unexpected turn of events, but secretly found it fortunate to be alone with Kotaro in a locked room. Kotaro panicked, shouting for help. Kane told him to calm down. They were both in their gym clothes to avoid dust, and Kotaro's phone was outside. Kane pointed out that the janitor wouldn't arrive until night, leaving them trapped. Kotaro became increasingly anxious. Trapped in the room, Kane suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom. Kotaro, noticing a small window facing the school building, suggested they try to get someone's attention from there. He asked Kane for a boost to reach the window, but she pointed out that her throat was sore from yelling earlier. Despite her protest, Kane hoisted Kotaro onto her shoulders. He was surprised by her willingness to help. Kota found himself in an awkward predicament. He was pinned beneath Kotaro, her legs inadvertently trapping him. Kotaro, seemingly oblivious to his discomfort, commented on the position, finding it rather amusing. Kota, meanwhile, felt his bladder begin to urge him to seek relief. Kotaro, still unaware of Kota's discomfort, urged him to spread his legs further, claiming it was uncomfortable as it was. Her words only served to increase Kota's distress. He pleaded with her to stop, but she remained focused on her own amusement. Realizing the situation was untenable, Kota attempted to call for help, but Kotaro quickly silenced him, urging him to remain still. Kota's muffled pleas for help were barely audible. Kotaro, however, noticed his quietness and urged him to shout louder for assistance. Kota explained that he wasn't usually this quiet when asking for help, but the unusual circumstances made it difficult to speak normally. Kotaro, still somewhat oblivious, questioned his actions. Kotaro finally revealed the reason for her unusual behavior: she urgently needed to use the restroom. She apologized for her actions, explaining that she had tried to avoid making things worse by remaining quiet. Kota, however, was still in distress, and the situation was becoming increasingly urgent. He pleaded with her to let him get up so he could call for help, fearing he would soon wet himself. Kotaro sat dejectedly, his head bowed, while a girl with short, light-colored hair perched atop him. She looked down at him with a concerned expression. "What's the point?" "Nothing will change. The longer we wait, the more we'll need to take care of this," she stated, her voice firm despite the worry in her eyes. Meanwhile, she suggested to someone unseen, "Hey, shouldn't we go back for a moment and check things out?" The girl, seemingly having received a response, nodded. "Got it," she murmured, her gaze shifting to a distant point. She then addressed Kotaro again, offering encouragement. "You'll let you down when you reach your limit, so just give it your best shot." Simultaneously, the scene shifted to show a school building, with a girl explaining to someone else, "If we act now, we might still reach some students before they head home. If we're going to call for help, it has to be now." From inside the school, a distressed female voice called out, barely audible, "H, help me." The girl outside reacted sharply, her expression hardening. "That's no good. Your voice is too quiet." Her voice is getting weaker. "Even if you're trying to hold it together, you can still project a bit more." She continued to urge the girl inside, "Hey, don't give up yet." Meanwhile, Kotaro, still beneath the girl, groaned inwardly. "Let's just stop, Kotaro. I'll just take care of it in the corner of the storage room, just don't look," she muttered, clearly embarrassed. He thought, "Come on, you faced way more embarrassing situations before. You're not already a pretty shy person." The girl inside the school cried out again, "H, help me." The girl outside sighed, exasperated. "Stop saying help me. You're not very good at asking for help anyway." Kotaro, still on the ground, mumbled, "I guess that could be true." The girl on top of him continued, "So instead of saying help me, shout something that sounds like you. That should bring out a real voice from your gut. For someone as proud as you, living with dignity is important." The girl inside the school, seemingly taking her advice to heart, thought, "Oh no, I'm about to burst into tears from happiness. Why? Kotaro really understands me." The girl outside encouraged her, "All right, just try it once." The girl inside, emboldened, shouted, "Someone come open the door. Get me out of here." The girl inside, taking this to heart, yelled, "Hurry up. I need to pee. I really need to go." The girl outside responded, "No, you don't need to say it like that." Kotaro found himself trapped in a bathroom stall, his pleas for help unheard. Kana, meanwhile, was visibly distressed, her face flushed as she tried to calm herself. But her desperate whisper of pee echoed through the school hallways, causing a commotion. The principal, alerted by the commotion, rushed towards the source of the disturbance. Kana, mortified by her outburst, apologized to Kotaro, while Kotaro's predicament worsened as the principal approached. Kota, a young man with short, dark hair, finished his shift at work. He thanked his co-worker, Koko, a girl with shoulder-length blonde hair, for her kind words. Koko then asked Kota for advice, mentioning it was about Akira. Kota, slightly confused, wondered what Akira had done to warrant such a request. Realizing that Koko's question was about a romantic matter, he was surprised by the implication that they were close. Koko explained that she needed help countering Akira's takedown technique in a wrestling match. Kota, remembering Akira's skill, was taken aback. He revealed that Akira was the only one who had ever figured out how to stop her takedowns, and that he himself had quit wrestling long ago. Koko, however, was insistent on his help. Reluctantly, Kota agreed to help Koko practice, starting with a demonstration of how to counter a takedown. Koko, surprised by the hands-on approach, found herself being physically guided by Kota. She was clearly enjoying the experience. Kota noted that their practice session was far more physical than he had anticipated, and Koko's enthusiasm was undeniable. Kota questioned Koko's sudden passion for wrestling again, prompting her to explain her reasons for quitting. Koko explained that she quit wrestling to focus on her social life and friendships, finding that more fulfilling than the sport. Kota, a young man with a concerned expression, was surrounded by 3 of his former bullies. They had found him after work. Their leader, a cocky individual with human being emblazoned across his shirt, grinned triumphantly. They announced they had been looking for him. Kota's co-worker, Koko, a sweet-looking girl, tried to explain the situation to her friend, but the bullies were already making plans to go out and have fun, intending to pick Koko up from work. Kota internally apologized to Koko for the situation. The bullies revealed their next destination, their senpai's place. One of the girls excitedly commented on their senpai being a host and very attractive. They invited Kota and Koko to join them. Koko's expression shifted as she overheard one of the bullies explaining that their senpai had asked them to bring cute girls. She was clearly uncomfortable. The bullies continued to pressure Koko, but she politely declined their invitation, explaining that she had just finished work and was tired. Kota felt a growing unease about the situation. Kota intervened, telling the bullies that Koko wasn't interested and that they shouldn't force her. He pointed out the inappropriateness of a host asking for underage girls. The bullies reacted with surprise and annoyance at Kota's interference. One of them challenged Kota, asking who he thought he was. The bully grabbed Kota's jacket, causing him to flinch. Koko gasped. The bully taunted Kota, questioning his sudden display of courage. Kota, however, stood his ground, challenging the bully back and offering to apologize if he was scared. The bully mocked Kota's appearance, specifically his pants, before preparing to fight him. The bully underestimated Kota's fighting capabilities. Kota, a young man with a determined expression, confronted two bullies. He pointed at them, his words sharp, "You." One of the bullies, sporting a human being's shirt, scoffed at Kota's outdated style before launching a swift punch, catching Kota off guard. A young woman, witnessing the scene, cried out in alarm, "Kota!" The bully, undeterred, taunted Kota, "Come on tough guy, hit me back." Kota, nursing a bruised cheek, calmly retorted that he didn't need violence to solve his problems. The bullies, amused by Kota's seemingly meek response, continued their taunts, mocking his anime pen. Enraged by their disrespect, Kota unleashed a furious counterattack. A swift, powerful blow that sent the bully reeling. A young man with a surprised expression lay sprawled on the ground, his legs raised in the air. A girl with pigtails stood over him, her face a mixture of amusement and slight concern. He groaned in pain, the sound echoing the impact of his sudden fall. Meanwhile, two other young people watched the scene unfold. One, a girl with blonde hair, looked worried, while the other, a boy with dark hair, seemed conflicted. The blonde girl exclaimed that they were supposed to avoid fighting, but the dark-haired boy admitted that when someone insults his friend Fumitan, he finds himself compelled to fight. In the distance, two figures approached, their menacing presence casting a shadow over the unfolding events. One was tall and slender, the other shorter and stockier, both exuding an air of aggression. They challenged the dark-haired boy, daring him to fight. The dark-haired boy, however, remained calm, stating that he didn't yet have a reason to fight them. His observation of the bully's actions, however, quickly changed his mind. He noticed their feet had stepped on Fumitan's badge, providing the justification he needed. With newfound resolve, he launched a swift and decisive counterattack. A flurry of blows landed on his opponents, leaving them stunned and disoriented. His movements were precise and powerful, a stark contrast to his earlier hesitation. The onlookers watched in shock as the dark-haired boy effortlessly dispatched his attackers. One of the girls gasped, expressing her astonishment at his unexpected fighting prowess. The bullies, defeated and humbled, bowed deeply in apology. Their earlier arrogance was replaced by genuine remorse. The dark-haired boy, however, insisted that their apology should be directed towards Fumitan, not himself. He held her badge, a symbol of their friendship and the reason for his sudden outburst. The blonde girl, still slightly shaken, spoke to the dark-haired boy, reminding him to consider his friend's schedule before involving her in such situations. Later, as the dust settled, the blonde girl apologized for the inconvenience caused by her friends. She admitted that, while she didn't hate them, their actions had been a considerable hassle. Kota-kun, a young man with short, dark hair, recounted his frustrations. He explained that his actions, including beating up Kota-kun, stemmed from his attempts to look out for his friend. He felt that the constant late-night calls and the added stress of his part-time job were equally annoying. Meanwhile, Coco, a girl with blonde hair styled in braids, confided in herself that maintaining a bubbly persona was exhausting. She felt the need to stay on good terms with everyone. Kota-kun, along with his friends, encountered Coco. She thanked them for their kindness. Kota-kun and Coco sat together on a park bench. Coco apologized for the events that transpired, acknowledging that Kota-kun did not deserve to be punched. Kota-kun reflected on his actions, admitting that he should have handled the situation peacefully. He apologized for ruining Coco's relationships. Coco expressed surprise at Kota-kun's concern for her relationships, noting his unusual worry. Coco then realized why Akira-chan had fallen for Kota-kun. Coco asked Kota-kun for a favor, and he, intrigued, asked what it was. Their moment culminated in a tender kiss. The kiss deepened, a moment of shared affection and understanding. Coco, startled by the sudden intimacy, playfully pushed Kota-kun away, telling him not to grab her face. Coco, a cute girl with blonde hair, leaned in to kiss Kota, but he reflexively stopped her. Confused, she questioned his rejection, while he explained that it was her first kiss and he didn't want it to feel like a joke. She insisted that she wanted him to like her more, her frustration evident in her expression. Kota, flustered, explained that her twin tails made her seem too easygoing and friendly, and he wanted to see her more as a girl. He vowed to work harder to see her differently. Coco then revealed that she tended to like people stronger than her, and suggested that if he took up wrestling again, she might like him more. Kota hesitated, mentioning that his former wrestling partner, Coco-san, had quit the sport. Kakao giggled, seemingly unfazed. Despite his reservations, Coco's persistence convinced Kota that he had no choice but to start wrestling again. He found her stubbornness endearing. Later, Coco joined her school's wrestling club. Sumika, a young woman with glasses and dark hair styled in a braid, stood hesitantly in her room, clutching a new outfit to her chest. A nervous blush colored her cheeks as she quietly questioned her mother, Tako, about whether the outfit suited her. Tako, Sumika's mother, offered her opinion on the outfit, finding it quite cute and flattering. Sumika, however, was surprised by the suggestion that she ask her older sister for fashion advice instead of her mother, finding it unusual. Suddenly, Mommy burst into the room, exclaiming her arrival with unrestrained enthusiasm. Sumika was surprised to see Mommy, who had unexpectedly returned from Tokyo. Mommy explained that she had tried to text, but her freshly done nails made it difficult to use her phone properly. Sumika revealed that she had been trying to figure out what kind of clothes suited her best, and her mother had suggested asking Mommy for advice before she arrived. Mommy complimented Sumika's new look, noting the significant change from her usual style. She playfully wondered if Sumika had developed a crush on someone, prompting a flustered response. Mommy's surprised reaction to Sumika's mother's involvement in her new style was evident in her wide-eyed expression. Mommy suggested they leave to look at more outfits, playfully dismissing the mama jokes. Sumika, slightly bewildered by the sudden change of pace, agreed to go to Mommy's room. Mommy excitedly presented another outfit, brimming with confidence in her design. Sumika, while initially hesitant, considered the outfit's potential to attract attention and ultimately decided to try it on, spurred by Mommy's encouragement and the prospect of impressing her crush. Sumika, a young woman with glasses and dark hair, adjusted her skirt, a look of slight discomfort on her face. She muttered to herself that the skirt felt shorter than she had imagined. Meanwhile, another woman, with blonde hair, laughed heartily, commenting that Sumika had more curves than expected. She playfully teased Sumika about her body shape, stating that it was what people typically say to someone who is chubby. Sumika, slightly embarrassed, admitted to feeling too chubby. The blonde woman continued to encourage Sumika, assuring her that she was cuter than she thought and that many guys prefer girls with a little more meat on their bones. She urged Sumika to try on the next outfit with confidence. Sumika hesitantly tried on a new dress, expressing concern that the neckline was a bit too revealing. The blonde woman reassured her that it looked perfect and that she looked amazing. Next, Sumika tried on a more revealing outfit, expressing discomfort at its sheerness and see-through nature. The blonde woman, however, found it adorable. The blonde woman insisted the outfit was cute and not trashy at all, encouraging Sumika to try the next piece of clothing. The blonde woman's enthusiasm started to worry Sumika, who questioned her friend's intentions. The blonde woman explained that she was merely curious about Sumika's crush and worried that he might be swept off his feet by someone sleazier. She also expressed concern that Sumika was too easily swayed. Sumika showed her friend a picture of her crush, Hino-kun, describing him as athletic and amazing. The blonde woman agreed, calling him a high-spec guy. Sumika admitted that she found him cool but worried that liking him was silly. The blonde woman questioned if Sumika was setting the bar too high for herself. A young woman with blonde hair, styled in elaborate updos, stared intensely at her phone. Her eyes widened, and a gasp escaped her lips as she exclaimed, "What? No way." The blonde woman's sister, a brunette with glasses, reacted with disbelief to the video on the phone. "This kid's hilarious," she exclaimed, her stomach aching with laughter. The blonde woman continued, explaining that the video showed a man performing a nose strip, a surprising and unexpected act that left them in stitches. The brunette, still laughing, was suddenly interrupted. "Stop laughing," she demanded, her face turning red. Her sister looked on, concerned. The brunette explained that the subject of their laughter, a kind boy named Hino-kun, was always helping her. She felt guilty for laughing at him. Meanwhile, the blonde's sister, Sumika, realized she had gone too far and apologized, explaining that she found the situation unexpectedly funny. The brunette's face flushed crimson as she confessed that Hino-kun was the coolest person she knew. The blonde sister apologized profusely for her outburst, explaining that her laughter was due to her own stubborn nature. The brunette, however, had accidentally torn her clothes during her fit of laughter. Kotaro slumped onto the couch, letting out a weary sigh. The weight of his plan to get back at his bullies pressed heavily on him. He recalled a conversation he'd overheard, where Shigeru mentioned something strange about those guys. His mind raced, remembering he'd forgotten to ask Shigeru about it because he was too distracted. This was it, he thought, his chance to finally get even. Kotaro's eyes gleamed with determination. This time, his challenge would be hypnosis. He explained the rules of their hypnosis challenge to Akira and her friends. Whoever successfully hypnotized the other would get to issue any command they wanted. The winner of this hypnotic duel would be decided by a simple coin flip. Akira and her friends giggled, amused by Kotaro's confidence in his hypnotic abilities. One of the girls, bold and playful, challenged Kotaro, stating that if he could hypnotize her, she would become his naughty pet. Kotaro, surprised by her initiative, agreed to the terms. She stared intently at the coin for 10 seconds. Another girl commented that someone who was actually hypnotized wouldn't be able to say they were hypnotized. Kotaro's friends suspected he was faking it, noticing his unusually energetic state. Akira and her friends questioned Kotaro about where they first met, prompting a clear and straightforward response from him, suggesting his memory was unaffected. One of the girls, Shigeru, pondered aloud why her hypnosis technique worked on Kotaro but not on her. She mused that perhaps Kotaro's straightforward and honest nature made him more susceptible. This realization led Shigeru and her accomplice to excitedly discuss the implications of their success. They wondered if they could now make Kotaro do anything they wanted. However, another girl, Akira, cautioned them, pointing out the ethical implications of manipulating someone's feelings. She questioned their lack of pride in using such a method, while Shigeru tried to subtly hypnotize Kotaro into doing her bidding. Ignoring Akira's concerns, Shigeru boldly commanded Kotaro to kiss her. Akira, witnessing this blatant disregard for ethics, exclaimed in disbelief. Shigeru, undeterred, instructed her friend to grab some duct tape to silence Akira. Meanwhile, she rationalized that a kiss was insignificant compared to the potential consequences of the hypnosis wearing off. Akira, however, saw this as an even worse development, as it highlighted the extent of their manipulation. Shigeru and her friend, now realizing the potential danger of Akira's strength, decided to work together to subdue her. They knew that if they didn't restrain Akira first, she would easily take control of Kotaro. They managed to tie Akira up, leaving Kotaro confused and disoriented as he witnessed the aftermath of their actions. Kotaro, still under the effects of the hypnosis, was relieved to see Akira restrained. He expressed his relief that she was okay. Returning from a hypnosis challenge, 3 female students walked together, seemingly unaffected by the experience. One of them reassured a fourth, a male student, that nothing significant had happened while he was under hypnosis. But he remained unconvinced, questioning why they only asked where they first met. His confusion deepened as he recalled no strange commands or anything unusual. The scene shifted to a basketball court. A basketball swished through the net. The male student vividly remembered something nostalgic. A memory of his elementary school days. He was late for swimming practice, and his friends were already leaving. The memory continued. After his father's death, he threw himself into studying and sports to distract himself from his grief. He dove headfirst into everything. Despite his efforts, a sense of emptiness persisted. He felt a void, a missing piece in his life, even as he excelled in his pursuits. He was alone, without anyone to share his experiences with. This memory concluded when he encountered the three girls from earlier. They were impressed by his continuous basketball shots. One of the girls, Kane, introduced herself and suggested a one-on-one basketball match. Another boy, Akira, joined them. The male student, initially pleased to see them again, felt a surge of annoyance as they challenged him. He thought, great, here come the annoying ones. He accepted their challenge, confident he could easily win a 100-point match against them, planning to teach them a lesson and ensure they wouldn't bother him again. 20 minutes later, a basketball game was underway. One boy, eyes wide with surprise, exclaimed whoa, as his opponent, a girl with short, blonde hair, confidently declared, all right, let's go. The boy, visibly exhausted, confessed, it was the first time in my life I'd lost after giving it my all. His opponent responded, I won my match earlier too, so that means you're in last place now. Another boy, Kane, chimed in, nice one, Kane, as expected. The girl, seemingly unfazed, explained, of course, we are. I've competed in national basketball tournaments before. The boy, stunned, could only manage, you guys are insane. He continued, I had no idea there were people like you guys nearby. One of the girls added, but you've gotten so good from playing with me, huh? The other boy, reflecting on their conversation, noted, our school has its fair share of talented people, for example. A girl sitting on a bench, reading a book, was the subject of their conversation. Rumor has it he set a record of 33 seconds in the 50-meter freestyle swim class, one of them said. Another exclaimed, 33 seconds? Are you serious? The girl on the bench, Shigeru, was described as someone who used to be socially awkward. One of the boys commented, he seems like such a jerk. Another added, I can barely manage 37. The boy from the basketball game was completely awestruck. At that moment, I was completely blown away, he thought to himself. He was overwhelmed by the realization of how extraordinary his peers were. He recalled, after challenging them to matches, losing every time, I knew it. Before I'd gotten over my dad's death. He continued his internal monologue, ever since those days, I have always wanted you guys to notice me. Meanwhile, a group of girls walked by, seemingly oblivious to his internal turmoil. One of them asked, huh? Did you say something? Kotaro's face flushed crimson as a blush crept up his neck, his hands instinctively flew to his throat, a muffled "oh" escaping his lips. Three girls, their expressions a mixture of unease and suspicion, discussed Kotaro's sudden, intense blush. One wondered aloud if he discovered their secret activities while under hypnosis. He, meanwhile, was already hurrying home. The morning light illuminated a young man's well-defined physique as he casually revealed his abdominal muscles, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Lying in bed, a young woman scrolled through her phone, her thoughts drifting to the aesthetics of the male form. She wondered if Kotaro, a particular boy she knew, preferred women with or without visible abs, initiating an online search to satisfy her curiosity. Her online search yielded a comment from a male user, Gentleman A, who confidently asserted that men are generally attracted to women with well-defined abs. The young woman's initial assumptions were challenged by this response. She realized that her own preference might be influenced by bias, and she wondered if Kotaro shared similar feelings, leading her to propose a daring plan to test her theory. She approached Akira, another young man, and casually mentioned a competition in the park. Akira, intrigued by the vague description, found himself at the park, where he encountered a bare-chested man performing pull-ups. The young woman, observing from a distance, casually suggested that he should also participate in the competition by hanging from the bar. She confidently stated her intention to win, emphasizing that there would be no penalty for going shirtless, and expressed her annoyance at the assumption that she would lose. She then revealed that she was already wearing workout clothes under her school uniform, ready for the competition. Akira, slightly flustered by her sudden change of attire and confident demeanor, watched as she began her workout, her abs prominently displayed. Kotaro, a young man with short dark hair, watched as a girl with long reddish-brown hair, a confident smirk on her face, effortlessly performed pull-ups. She suggested they do the exercise together, claiming it would be more fun. Kotaro, clearly surprised, questioned her motives. The girl, undeterred, urged him to ignore the details and begin. She explained that a competitive atmosphere made the activity more enjoyable for her. Kotaro and the girl, whose name is revealed to be Akari, began their pull-up challenge. Akari initially considered an ab challenge, but decided pull-ups would be better, given her stomach wasn't as defined as she'd like. Kotaro started his pull-ups, steadily increasing his count. He reached 20, then 21, 22. 23. Akari watched him, her expression shifting from amusement to something more intense. Akari scolded Kotaro for looking away from her, suggesting he should focus on her instead of the sky. She pointed out the absurdity of their situation. Kotaro, flustered but determined, continued his pull-ups, reaching 24. He stated that he would keep going. Akari observed Kotaro's toned physique, her internal monologue revealing her growing attraction to him. She felt embarrassed by her own reaction. Kotaro, breathing heavily, held a girl upside down. She was in a challenging position, her legs spread wide. You're breathing harder than me, she exclaimed. Kotaro, panting, explained, I guess I'm just too relaxed, so I decided to give you a handicap. The girl retorted, what are you doing? You don't need to get into such an intense pose. Kotaro's intense workout continued, his muscles strained as he held the girl aloft. She questioned, why did you spread your legs like that? Kotaro lost his grip, and he and the girl tumbled to the floor. She gasped, oh no, Kotaro fell. He swore, fuck it. The girl, panting and coughing, commented, that's so unfair. I almost fell too, that was close. She then asked, "What happened, Kotaro? You didn't seem focused." The girl's intense workout was evident, sweat glistened on her well-defined muscles. She asked, "Pull-ups?" The girl's friend noticed something amiss. "So, you've been going braless this whole time. Did you rush and forget to wear a bra when you changed into this outfit?" she asked, concerned. A young woman with short, dark hair, wearing a baseball cap and hoodie, stood in a crowded shop, looking exhausted. She muttered to herself about being tired from checking out the new PC release that day. Later, on a packed train, the same young woman could be seen amongst the throng of commuters. Nearby, a young man with short, light hair and a friendly smile chatted with a girl, commenting on how unusually crowded the train was. Suddenly, more people surged onto the train, causing a crush. The young woman stumbled, exclaiming in surprise as the train doors closed, a voice announcing the need for passengers to refrain from rushing. The young man from earlier noticed the young woman's distress and rushed to steady her, asking if she was all right. She seemed flustered but relieved by his assistance. He introduced himself as Kotaro. She explained that she had been running non-stop to catch the train after checking out the new PC release, offering a somewhat lame excuse for her frantic state. Kotaro seemed unconvinced but understanding. As the train continued its journey, the young woman, whose name is revealed to be Aoi, found herself pressed closely against Kotaro due to the crowd. She blushed, clearly flustered by the unexpected intimacy. Aoi's internal monologue revealed her thoughts. She found Kotaro's chest surprisingly comfortable, and she decided to take advantage of the situation. Kotaro, seemingly oblivious to Aoi's intentions, commented on her clinging to him, noting that she had been leaning on him the whole time. Aoi, still blushing, admitted to being tired from running. She explained that her legs were wobbly from running and that she smelled more intensely after her run. Kotaro, though slightly flustered, accepted her explanation. Aoi, still leaning against Kotaro, denied having been leaning on him the entire time, her blush deepening. The scene ends with her close to Kotaro, both blushing. On a crowded train, Kotaro, a young man with short, dark hair, cautiously assisted a girl, Shigeru. Shigeru, with her dark hair pulled back under a baseball cap, looked reluctant as Kotaro instructed her to hold onto the handrail. He noted that the train was incredibly crowded. Suddenly, the train jerked violently. Shigeru gasped, her body pressing against Kotaro's as she exclaimed that she was all right. She noted that something felt strange, deciding it was best to hold her bag in front of her for safety in the crowded train. Despite this, she still felt unable to move freely. Kotaro noticed that Shigeru's skirt had become caught on the zipper of his backpack. He realized the precarious situation, worried that her skirt might be flipped up completely. Shigeru, realizing she was stuck, asked Kotaro to help her. She felt helpless and frustrated by the situation. Kotaro, attempting to free Shigeru's skirt, found himself touching her rear. He was unable to see the hem of her skirt due to the close proximity. He continued to hold her from behind to prevent her skirt from flipping up further, while Shigeru felt increasingly uncomfortable with the close contact on the crowded train. Kotaro suggested that Shigeru hold onto him firmly to prevent her skirt from riding up further. Shigeru, flustered, questioned his instructions. Kotaro apologized, explaining that he was simply trying to fix her skirt. He successfully fixed the hem of her skirt. Shigeru, still flustered, questioned Kotaro's actions. Kotaro, noticing a friend, Shigeru, called out to him, indicating that something had been going on. Kotaro and a girl were walking together. She confessed her feelings for him, but he reminded her that this wasn't the time or place for such a discussion. Meanwhile, Kotaro's friends confronted him, demanding to know what he had been doing. The girl, startled by Kotaro's anger, apologized profusely. As Kotaro angrily accused his friends of secretly taking pictures up her skirt earlier. One of his friends denied taking any pictures yet, claiming he was only looking at his phone at a low angle. Kotaro warned his friends to leave the girl alone, advising them to get off at the next station. He also noted that one of his friends was acting suspiciously. The girl, overwhelmed with emotion, cried out Kotaro's name. She was happy that Kotaro was angry on her behalf, but also surprised and scared by the situation. The pervert was handed over to the police. Sumika, a young woman with long blonde hair styled in buns, exclaimed in surprise and delight. Her eyes widened, and a blush crept onto her cheeks as she excitedly anticipated her upcoming date. However, Sumika's excitement quickly turned to contemplation as she reflected on the nature of her date with Hinode. She questioned whether he saw her as more than just a friend, and she wondered if her assumptions were correct. Realizing that Hinode was actually a fan of her VTuber persona, Fumi-tan. This revelation caused her to question the true nature of their planned outing. Sumika and her friend discussed the implications of Hinode's fandom, wondering if he had invited her because of her online persona. The situation seemed increasingly complicated. The day of the date arrived, and Sumika met Hinode at a designated location. He greeted her casually, assuring her he hadn't been waiting long. Hinode suggested they head straight to Electric Town to shop for goods, and Sumika, slightly surprised by her outfit choice, agreed. Meanwhile, an unseen observer watched them from afar, commenting on how awkwardly cute the pair looked together. Sumika reflected on Hinode's appearance, finding him even more attractive in person than in his online pictures. She admitted to herself that she was relieved their date was going well. As they walked, a sudden downpour began, threatening to ruin their date. Both Sumika and Hinode had forgotten their umbrellas. Hinode gallantly offered his jacket to share with Sumika, shielding them both from the rain. An unseen observer, once again, expressed their amazement at the unfolding events. Two young women, one with long hair and the other with shorter hair, huddled together under a shared jacket in the rain. The shorter-haired girl's gaze was fixed on something unseen, a thoughtful expression on her face. She was preoccupied with a recent event, specifically a glimpse of something unexpected beneath a male companion's jacket. Meanwhile, a third girl, wearing a cap and glasses, walked down the street under an umbrella. She was internally reflecting on the intensity of a male companion's fandom, finding it more significant than she initially anticipated. Her friend, Hinode-kun, approached, commenting on her outfit. Later, inside a cafe, a young man showed his phone to a friend, displaying a picture of a female streamer. He excitedly inquired about whether his friend had listened to her recent ASMR video. The friend, a girl with glasses, reacted with a surprised expression, clearly unfamiliar with the concept of ASMR. The first girl explained ASMR, its relaxing effects, and her friend's surprised reaction to the young man's suggestion that they listen to it together at the cafe. The girl with glasses, initially hesitant, eventually agreed to listen to the ASMR with the young man. He offered her his earbuds. She found the experience surprisingly enjoyable, despite her initial reservations. Her internal monologue revealed her amusement at the unexpected intimacy of sharing earbuds, and her excitement at hearing the streamer's voice. Afterward, the young man suggested they visit Electric Town, but the girl with glasses seemed hesitant, expressing fatigue. He noticed her tired appearance and suggested they take it easy, acknowledging her lack of sleep. The girl apologized for her appearance and assured him she was fine, attributing her fatigue to lack of sleep. The young man expressed concern about changing their plans, but she insisted they proceed as planned. Sumika stumbled, a dizzy spell washing over her as she clutched at a nearby wall for support. Her glasses askew, she gasped, clearly disoriented. Just as Hinode appeared, catching her before she could fall. He steadied her, concern etched on his face. Sumika, regaining her composure, offered a shaky thanks. Hinode, however, seemed more concerned than grateful, questioning her sudden collapse. Suddenly, Wani-chan burst onto the scene, her long, pointed nails catching the eye. She expressed worry for Sumika's well-being, revealing her surprise at the severity of her friend's condition. Wani-chan's arrival was unexpected, prompting a question from Sumika and Hinode. Wani-chan explained that she had followed them out of concern for Sumika's health. Hinode, relieved that Sumika was feeling better, thanked Wani-chan for her concern. Wani-chan, however, noted that Hinode shouldn't just do things without asking. Hinode's comment about Wani-chan's long nails caused a moment of awkwardness, prompting a surprised reaction from Wani-chan. Wani-chan apologized for her earlier outburst, and Hinode, in turn, complimented her unexpectedly. Hinode's unexpected compliment continued, leading to a surprised and slightly embarrassed reaction from Wani-chan and Sumika. Two young women, both wearing glasses, sat on a bus. One, with her hair in a braid, looked down, tears welling in her eyes. The other, with her hair loose, tilted her head, a questioning expression on her face. So, Hinode-kun likes girls like Wani-chan, huh? One of them said, her voice laced with a mixture of curiosity and concern. Elsewhere, a young man with short hair listened to a girl with long blonde hair. She was explaining something, her tone suggesting a mixture of frustration and concern. He responded with a simple, just do it. His expression was one of reluctance, but he seemed to be resigned to his fate. The blonde girl's words caused another girl, wearing glasses, to react with alarm. Wait? Did I just make Sumika feel down because of this? She exclaimed internally, a wave of guilt washing over her. The young man, Kotaro, approached Sumika, who sat with a slightly apprehensive expression. He began to speak, his words a strange mix of awkwardness and sincerity. I've been meaning to say this for a while, but your ears are super cute, like Lucky Buddha ears. Sumika's eyes widened in surprise, a mixture of confusion and slight amusement on her face. Another girl, watching from a distance, reacted with a questioning expression. What kind of compliment is that? Sumika blushed deeply at Kotaro's words, her face turning crimson. Kotaro's internal monologue revealed his thoughts. Kotaro's words are arrows of love to Sumika. The other girl, observing the scene, gasped. Whoa! She's blushing, she exclaimed, her surprise evident. Kotaro, a young man with a determined expression, declared his intentions. He would face his rivals in the upcoming mock exam, this time in a direct, face-to-face showdown. He was confident that this time, there would be no tricks or loopholes to exploit, this would be a true test of skill. Meanwhile, a group of students, including Kane, walked down a school hallway, their conversations hinting at the upcoming exam and the competitive atmosphere. Kane, in particular, was determined to improve on her last performance, having narrowly missed first place. Kotaro approached Kane, a surprising proposition on his lips. He wanted them to study together. He reasoned that by teaching each other, they could achieve a better outcome than competing alone. Kane, however, was initially hesitant, her competitive spirit still burning bright. But ultimately, the desire to defeat their mutual rival, Akari, outweighed her reservations. With a sudden burst of enthusiasm, she agreed to Kotaro's plan. Kane's sudden outburst surprised Kotaro, but he quickly accepted her enthusiastic agreement. The following Saturday, Kane invited Kotaro to her home to study. The opulence of her residence was immediately apparent. The sheer scale of her family's wealth was striking, a stark contrast to Kotaro's more modest upbringing. Despite the difference in their backgrounds, they were united by their shared goal, to defeat Akari. A young woman with shoulder-length hair, dressed in a loose-fitting kimono-style robe, gestures towards a plush ottoman. She directs a young man, seated nearby, to sit beside her, explaining that their study session is about to begin. The woman explains that she has a special study method she wants to show him up close. The young man, however, expresses his discomfort at having to sit so close to her, prompting her to explain that this is the only method she can use for this particular subject. The young man, surprised, questions why she is taking her clothes off. He is shocked to learn that there are no health class subjects in the mock exam, and she is using her body to teach math. He is completely bewildered by this unconventional teaching method, pointing out her nipples as the foci. The young man is both surprised and confused by her method, questioning the connection between her body and the mathematical concept. The woman confidently asserts her understanding of both the mathematical shape and the physical attributes of her breasts, further emphasizing her unconventional teaching style. While the young man, though initially confused, begins to understand the mathematical explanation she provides, acknowledging that the content itself makes sense. She continues her explanation of the ellipse, focusing on the location of the foci on the x-axis. The young man remains somewhat uncomfortable with the situation and instructs him to use a pen to draw a straight line connecting the foci on her breasts. He is visibly uncomfortable with the task, finding it difficult and absurd. Kotaro, a young man with a flushed face, argued with a buxom woman. He insisted that the ellipse equation wasn't part of the test material, while she questioned the point of studying it. He grumbled about the tediousness of the subject, while she pointed out that ellipses are used in advanced math and wondered why he was only focusing on the formula that involved breasts. The woman, seemingly unfazed by his complaints, prepared to demonstrate the formula using her own body as a model. A slight grimace crossed her face as Kotaro, slightly hesitant but ultimately compliant, began to trace the ellipse on her body. He apologized for the unusual situation. Kotaro suddenly understood the application of the formula as he looked at the graph he was drawing on the woman's chest. He realized that since the two foci are on the x-axis, their y-coordinates are 0. And that placing the y-axis in the middle made it easier to figure out by using symmetry. The woman, meanwhile, was growing increasingly uncomfortable. Kotaro, now fully engrossed in the problem, urged her to stay still so he could finish solving the equation. She was clearly distressed. But he pressed on, determined to complete the equation. He was focused and intent on his work. Just as the tension reached its peak, a maid appeared, offering them drinks. The interruption was a welcome relief for the woman. And Kotaro, feeling refreshed, thanked her profusely. The maid, however, seemed surprised by the situation. Kotaro, a young man with a mischievous grin, triumphantly declared that he had solved the problem, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. He watched as a blonde woman, her body adorned with bandages and scribbled notes, lay sprawled on a bed, seemingly unconscious. Two other young men stood nearby, their expressions a mixture of concern and bewilderment. One of them muttered about the strange situation they found themselves in. Meanwhile, a maid, her face partially obscured by her hand, suddenly appeared, interrupting the scene. She vehemently insisted there was an explanation for the bizarre situation, her voice sharp and urgent. One of the young men reacted with surprise and alarm. The maid, flustered and apologetic, explained that the current state of disarray was due to her neglecting to make the bed, resulting in the bedding ending up on the floor. She announced that she would have the room cleaned soon. However, one of the young men immediately refuted her explanation, questioning why she was apologizing for such a trivial matter. The scene shifts to a classroom, where a group of students are reviewing test results. Akira, who had initially lacked motivation, unexpectedly secured first place, much to the astonishment of her classmates, including one who expressed utter bafflement at the turn of events. Time flew by in a blur, the exams were finally over, and winter break had begun. Before Kotaro knew it, the new year had arrived. He found himself at a local shrine with a group of friends. Still, where are those guys? They're late, Kotaro checked his fortune slip, sighing. Not exactly a great start to the year. Meanwhile, three girls approached, wishing each other a happy new year. One of them called out to Kotaro. Kotaro's friends finally arrived, and one of them suggested a New Year's game. Kotaro, however, was still in a grumpy mood. Come on, it's gotta be Hanatsuki. That's the classic New Year's game, one of the girls excitedly presented a Hanatsuki set. Kotaro remembered the annual tradition of drawing on each other's faces. He recalled how bad it was when he was in elementary school. Why are you the only one wearing a kimono? One of Kotaro's friends asked. The girl in the kimono explained that she was heading out for dinner with her father and would skip the game. It's thanks to you that I get along with my dad now, the girl confessed her gratitude to Kotaro. It was a peculiar sight. Two young women, dressed in kimonos, stood amidst the serene backdrop of a park. One of them, clearly agitated, explained that since she couldn't join the game, she would at least show off her kimono. Meanwhile, two young men, dressed in casual clothes, approached a young woman in a kimono, one of them saying a quick "see you later." The scene shifted to a badminton court. One of the young men, preparing to play, declared his readiness to eat dust. His opponent, a young woman, explained the rules. If the shuttlecock fell inside the court, the point was hers, otherwise, it was his. They moved to a park nearby. The match began. The young man served, but his opponent, with surprising skill, returned the shuttlecock with a powerful shot, exclaiming "Atku," as she did so. The young man watched in disbelief as the shuttlecock flew past him, landing far outside the court. Akira won. The young woman, victorious, explained that she had practiced extensively over winter break to beat Kotaro. The other young man, impressed, admitted that her serve was exceptionally good. Kotaro, defeated, resigned himself to his loss, accepting that he couldn't beat them. He prepared for the penalty. The penalty was a kiss from the victorious young woman. One of the other girls took a picture of the moment. Another girl then wrote something on Kotaro's forehead. He asked what she had written. The girl responded that it was a secret. Meanwhile, the other two girls continued their playful banter, with one declaring that Kotaro was now officially hers. Kotaro, determined to win back his dignity, prepared for another round of badminton. He was not going to lose this time. Kana and Kotaro, two young men, were engaged in a playful scuffle. Kotaro, wielding a makeshift weapon, managed to trip Kana, who landed with a surprised grunt. A nearby girl watched with amusement, commenting on Kotaro's victory. Following his victory, Kotaro found himself the subject of attention from a girl with long, flowing hair. She playfully drew on his face, causing him to exclaim in surprise. Meanwhile, another girl and a boy watched from a distance, commenting on the scene. The playful atmosphere shifted as the girl with long hair revealed herself to be someone from Kotaro's past. He looked surprised, while another girl, with short hair, approached, expressing her annoyance at the situation. The short-haired girl pointed out that Kotaro's name had been erased from a list, implying a significant consequence. The two girls, now facing each other, engaged in a heated confrontation. One accused the other of starting the conflict, while the other questioned why she was being excluded from the argument. Kotaro, observing the escalating tension, suggested they settle their differences one-on-one. One of the girls immediately challenged him to another duel. Meanwhile, a third girl, dressed in a kimono, walked away from the scene, noting that the dinner party had ended earlier than expected. Later, Kotaro encountered the girl in the kimono, Shigeru. His face was covered in writing, a clear sign of the girl's prank. He was clearly embarrassed by his appearance, while Shigeru seemed amused. The other girls also appeared, reacting to his state. A young man, seemingly a high school student, sat alone on a park bench, his eyes glued to his phone. A look of surprise washed over his face as he read a message. His lips moved silently, forming the words, "Seriously, Fumi," just suddenly started streaming out of nowhere. Meanwhile, a group of girls giggled, their attention caught by the young man on the bench. One of them, recognizing him, whispered, "Isn't that Hataru-san?" while another added, "I had to watch it outside, The young man, oblivious, continued to stare at his phone, a small smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, a young woman with long dark hair appeared, her face streaked with tears. "Oh, hey," she mumbled, her voice barely a whisper. The young man, startled by her sudden appearance and distress, asked if something had happened. The young woman, trying to downplay her emotions, insisted it was nothing, but her trembling voice and tear-stained face told a different story. He pressed her, concerned, and she finally admitted something was wrong. The young woman, Hataru, explained that her favorite VTuber had announced her graduation. The young man, initially confused, listened intently as she described her sadness. Hataru continued to explain her feelings, revealing that she had been a fan of the VTuber, Schwartz-Kuhn, for years. The young man listened sympathetically, understanding her emotional turmoil. The young man, taken aback by the intensity of her grief, felt a surge of empathy. He realized the depth of her feelings and the significance of this event for her. He couldn't fully understand her feelings, but he did sympathize. He wanted to offer comfort and support. He acknowledged her pain, expressing his understanding and support. He also revealed that he, too, had a favorite VTuber, Fumi, whose graduation had also deeply affected him. The young man shared his own plans to create fan art for Schwartz-Kuhn, but admitted he was struggling to meet the deadline. Hataru, still emotional but slightly calmer, listened attentively. Mizuki, a young woman with long black hair, confessed to Kotaro, a young man with short brown hair, that other artists' fan art was so good. Kotaro, however, urged her to start drawing immediately, suggesting that there was no need to be embarrassed about posting her work. Mizuki seemed hesitant, but Kotaro's encouragement pushed her to agree. Later, Kotaro and Mizuki encountered another young man, who questioned why Mizuki was with Kotaro. Mizuki explained that she was joining them. Kotaro, surprised, asked Mizuki to clarify. She explained that she had come to cheer on Hataru, who was drawing fan art of her favorite VTuber. Mizuki's explanation was interrupted by Hataru, who apologized to Mizuki. Hataru explained that she hadn't understood how Hataru felt because she didn't know much about VTubers, but she had since looked into it a bit. Mizuki then mentioned that Schwartz-Kuhn would surely return in a new form, and Hataru excitedly explained the concept of tensei or reincarnation in the context of VTubers. Kotaro, while appearing to smile, was internally annoyed by the shallow knowledge used to comfort Hataru. He suggested that Mizuki stay with Hataru, and then turned his attention back to Hataru, asking her to start drawing the illustration. Hataru completed the drawing of her favorite VTuber, and Kotaro reacted with a surprised expression. A young woman, her face etched with frustration, slammed her drawing tablet shut. Her friend, a young man, watched with concern as she vehemently declared that art is judged by others, and that her own motivation was insufficient. He gently picked up her drawing tablet, his gaze softening as he examined her work. He noted that it was truly different from the professional illustration she usually referenced, and that it had improved significantly since he last saw it. He reassured her that her art was not bad at all, and that this particular piece still had potential. He offered to help her finish it, a suggestion she readily accepted. The young man, Kotaro, began to explain his method, demonstrating how to use a soft brush to carefully paint light along the character's outline. He showed her how to follow the shape of the character carefully, adding a soft shadow all over the character. He continued, explaining how this technique creates the effect of backlighting on the character. The young woman watched, her eyes widening in amazement as she saw the improvement. Kotaro's friend observed the scene, noting that Kotaro was not only good at drawing but also a great teacher. His talent extended beyond art, it seemed. Kotaro added a prism effect to the illustration, his hand moving swiftly and surely across the tablet. The final touches were applied, a 3D background material, a glow effect, and a Gaussian blur. The illustration was complete. The young woman gasped, marveling at the transformation. She realized that Kotaro had only added finishing touches, the original drawing was already excellent. She confessed that she had been hesitant to post her art because she wasn't confident in it, but now, thanks to Kotaro's help, she felt ready to share her work with the world. Hataru, kneeling on a cushion, expressed her gratitude to Kotaro. A blush colored her cheeks as she confessed that thanks to him, she could pursue her fan activities without regrets. Meanwhile, Kotaro, slightly flustered, apologized if he had overstepped any boundaries. He was surprised by Hataru's reaction, and her friends, noticing her excitement, questioned the cause of her outburst. Hataru, eyes wide with surprise, revealed that Schwartz-Kuhn had replied to her message. Kotaro, equally surprised, leaned in to see the message, which contained praise for her illustration. Hataru's friends were equally amazed by the news. Kotaro, overcome with excitement, celebrated with Hataru. He planned to take a screenshot of the reply and frame it. While Hataru, overwhelmed with happiness, reflected on the special nature of having a favorite artist acknowledge her work. Kotaro's joy was evident as he watched Hataru's happy tears. He internally mused on Kotaro's seemingly unbeatable luck. And how he wouldn't have been able to make Hotaru smile so brightly. The scene ends with a shot of the apartment building where they live. 3 young people, 2 girls and a boy, stood outdoors, each holding a cupcake. One of the girls grimaced, commenting on the bitterness of her cupcake. While the boy, Kotaro, was declared to be in last place in a chocolate-making competition. Another girl, Shigeru, explained that they were all competing to see who made the best chocolate. And Kane, determined to win, began preparing her own chocolate, aiming to create the best for Kotaro. Kane, confident in her skills, recalled winning a chocolate-making contest last time and declared her intention to make chocolates for Shigeru and Kane as well, not just as a competition but a genuine gesture. Kane's creation was a heart-shaped chocolate, which she proudly presented. Though she considered it perhaps a bit too large. She then discussed with a friend the possibility of making a smaller one, while also revealing that she had hired a professional pastry chef to help her. Shigeru, while making her own chocolate, received a message from Kotaro's father. And, feeling the cold, considered recording a behind-the-scenes video for him while also keeping herself warm. Under a crescent moon, a young woman with dark hair sat alone, a thoughtful expression on her face. She murmured to herself, deciding to simply make normal chocolate. The next day, Valentine's Day, Kotaro, a boy with short, dark hair, yawned, clearly tired from a late night. He was met by a girl with short, dark hair who had been waiting for him. Meanwhile, 2 other girls discussed how Kane had already given chocolate to Kotaro. One of them, Akira, approached Kotaro with a determined look. Akira nervously gave Kotaro chocolate, explaining it was just for him. She expressed concern that he, being unpopular, might not receive any other chocolate this Valentine's Day. Kotaro, surprised, found a box of chocolate in his locker. He was completely taken aback. The 2 girls watched from afar, reacting to Kotaro's surprise. One of them commented that this was the first time in a while he had received chocolate. Kotaro examined the chocolate, sensing a dark aura emanating from it. He surmised that only Sumika would give such a gift. Meanwhile, Sumika reflected on her actions, wondering if Kotaro would notice her gift and if she should thank him later. Kotaro, meanwhile, noted that the chocolate was labeled as a friendship chocolate. The 2 girls observed Kotaro, surprised that he was becoming popular. One of them noted that he was a dark horse. 2 girls walked down a school hallway, one of them, with shoulder-length hair, commented that she needed to hurry and give someone chocolate. The scene shifts to show various interactions between students. A girl with short hair is seen blushing near a boy, while other students are seen interacting in the background. In another scene, a boy and a girl are seen talking in a hallway. In a classroom, a girl with long hair lamented that she didn't get a chance to give someone chocolate before school ended. Her friends looked on with varying expressions of amusement and sympathy. The girls discussed their Valentine's Day chocolate-giving experiences, noting the pressure associated with it. One girl admitted she hadn't given hers out yet. One of the girls, flustered, almost dropped her chocolate while approaching a boy. She nervously asked if she could talk to him for a second. She offered him the chocolate, but quickly tried to backpedal, claiming it wasn't for him. The boy, after receiving the chocolate, nonchalantly advised that if she wanted to give someone chocolate, she should just do it. Back with her friends, the girl explained the situation, and her friends teased her about her obvious feelings for the boy. The boy then surprised everyone by appearing with a container of cream puffs, offering them to his classmates. He explained that he made them to redeem himself for his previous bad homemade chocolate cupcakes. The scene opens with a chaotic flurry of motion. 3 girls, their faces a mixture of excitement and mischief, cornered a young man. One girl, with short, dark hair, held a book aloft, while the other 2, one with long, light hair and the other with shoulder-length brown hair, restrained him. The young man looked utterly bewildered, his eyes wide with surprise as he sputtered a question. A question that was quickly drowned out by the girl's excited chatter. The girl with brown hair held up a tray of cream puffs, her expression a mixture of playful triumph and exasperation. The long-haired girl chided the young man for his stubbornness, while the short-haired girl playfully scolded him for his surprised expression. And then, without further ado, the 3 girls began to devour the cream puffs. Their eyes closed in blissful contentment as they savored each bite. Their expressions shifting from playful mischief to pure, unadulterated joy. The sheer delight on their faces was infectious. A stark contrast to the young man's bewildered observation. He watched them, a mixture of confusion and amusement playing on his features. He wondered why they were crying now, after having just eaten the cream puffs. But his confusion quickly turned to understanding as the girls presented him with gifts, their faces flushed with a mixture of shyness and excitement. They had clearly planned this. A Valentine's Day surprise, it seemed. The long-haired girl explained that it was a homemade gift, and the short-haired girl added that it made the day even better. The young man, initially surprised, was now clearly touched by their gesture. A blush creeping onto his cheeks as he accepted the gifts. He was clearly touched by their thoughtfulness. And the girl's playful teasing only served to heighten his embarrassment. The long-haired girl suggested they make things official, while the short-haired girl sighed, acknowledging the obvious feelings between them. The 3rd semester ended, and it was now spring break. One girl, with glasses and a cat-themed pajama top, nervously awaited the upcoming class changes, while another girl, with long blonde hair styled in buns, brushed her friend's hair. Looking at a picture on her phone, the girl with glasses hoped to be in the same class as Kane, her best friend. She thought Kane was beautiful and that she really loved her a lot. Meanwhile, the blonde girl expressed surprise at the idea of her friend having a girlfriend. The girl with glasses pondered that Kane also liked Haikun, making the situation complicated. She had liked Hai for a long time, making it hard to bring up her feelings. She nervously chuckled to herself. The blonde girl, her face contorted in a mixture of shock and anger, shouted at her friend, calling her a clueless troublemaker. The girl with glasses explained that their recent outing wasn't a date, just hanging out. The blonde girl, however, insisted that her friend was in love with her best friend's crush and needed to explain herself properly, that flimsy excuse wouldn't fly. The blonde girl believed a simple apology wouldn't suffice. The girl with glasses worried about how to apologize to Kane. The girl with glasses reflected on how messy love triangles can get, remembering a past incident where her friends fought over a guy, and concluded that such drama was too dangerous. The blonde girl then advised her friend to talk honestly and sincerely. The girl with glasses agreed, sighing. Sumika, a girl with glasses and dark hair, nervously approached Kane, a blonde girl with a more confident demeanor. Sumika apologized for keeping Kane waiting, explaining that she had something important to discuss. Kane, surprised by the sudden meeting request, suggested they move to a nearby park for more privacy. Sumika readily agreed. As they walked, Sumika's anxiety grew. She feared Kane's reaction to what she was about to reveal. She reflected on her past behavior, regretting her lack of consideration for Kane's feelings. Kane was her first true friend, and Sumika worried about losing her. Despite her apprehension, Sumika confessed her feelings for Hyde, a fact that weighed heavily on her conscience. Overwhelmed by emotion, Sumika broke down in tears. Kane, startled by Sumika's sudden distress, rushed to comfort her, asking what had happened. Sumika apologized profusely. Kane looked on, concerned. Sumika explained that she had gone out with Hyde the previous day, but insisted it wasn't a date, just a casual outing with a friend to buy some goods. Determined, Sumika resolved to win both friendship and romance, refusing to lose to Kane. A wave of anxiety washed over Kane as she realized she had never before harbored such intense feelings of hatred towards someone she was attracted to. Sumika, a young woman with long, straight hair, casually shrugged, a hint of boredom in her eyes. She responded nonchalantly to an unseen person, alright, I don't mind. Sumika's expression shifted slightly as she continued the conversation, a subtle unease creeping in. She admitted, I just can't shake this feeling. Meanwhile, another girl, with shorter, darker hair and glasses, looked concerned, asking, is there a problem? The scene shifted to a gym. A girl, presumably the same one with shorter hair, strained visibly as she attempted a bench press, her face contorted in exertion. Her companion urged her on, okay. Last one. She grunted with effort, clearly pushing her limits. The other girl, Sumika, watched, explaining, I recently got certified as a personal trainer. I wanted to try teaching someone. The girl on the bench, now identified as Sumika's friend, complained, but seriously, why am I being forced to do all this training? Sumika, standing over her friend, revealed her motivation with a determined expression, because, above anyone else in this world, I love Kotaro the most. The scene shifted again, showing Sumika's friend struggling with the bench press, her face a mask of determination. She declared, I like Hyde too. She continued, explaining her feelings for Kotaro, emphasizing his kindness and tough love. Sumika listened intently, her expression a mixture of surprise and understanding. Sumika suddenly showed her friend a picture on her phone, a pre-wedding photo of herself and Kotaro. She exclaimed, look at this. The friend, initially shocked, was spurred into renewed effort by the revelation. Sumika encouraged her, seeing this should fire you up. Turn that frustration into fuel. Kanade, overcome with emotion, wept silently. She confessed that even though she hated being used, she didn't want to lose to Sumika either. Meanwhile, Sumika, observing Kanade's distress, expressed her desire to hear Kanade declare war on her. Sumika continued, stating there was no need for holding back from the start. The scene then shifted to Kanade, lying on a gym mat, her face flushed. She realized, with a start, that Sumika's actions were all to ease her guilt. Sumika, looming over Kanade, declared her intention to have both Kanade and Kotaro. Sumika resolved to win both friendship and romance. Kanade, meanwhile, was shocked. She had never hated someone she fell for before. In the gym, Kotaro watched in surprise as Kanade and Sumika confessed their love for each other. He explained that the situation had just become Yuri. Later, Kanade returned home, reflecting on how her intense training with Sumika had brought them closer. Her sister, observing this, commented that muscle was quite a useful way to solve things.